tournament is something that can't be touched.
我的难点基本上都出在自己的身上，因为我们需要自信，然后因为大家也都是第一次站在世界的舞台嘛，我觉得心态上面就告诉自己不比别人差。
XLG in the same boat as us, came from Ascension. We're #1 in our region, got put into the playoff gauntlet, and we both lost first. Unfortunate, but I know both of us have that similar feeling right now of let's go lock in this lower bracket run.
应该是 Jackie 因为他算世界顶尖的决斗者，他们滚雪球滚起来的话，那对我们来说会比较难受。要相信队友，最主要相信队友，我们就可以赢得这场比赛。
We will turn off Cam.
XLG, you guys are a very nice team, but I'm sorry.
I won't turn off Mike.
我也非常喜欢你们的队伍，在我们舞台上见。
Shot TV down. Oh wait, is this Bangkok? Can you hear me? Hello. Oh, who the fuck is this harbor?
G2 Esports versus G-Line Gaming.
G2 and XLG are the champions of Americas and CM, but there is a bigger trophy here in Toronto. Today, they have to prove they've got what it takes to go all the way.
If you want to go on a lower bracket run, you'll only have one day you're not playing that matches are possible for the rest of this tournament. It is a very tough task, but momentum means a lot. And starting strong in these first lower bracket games could be the path towards that victory.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the Omen map select, G2, they said it themselves, Vansili. They have a deep map pool. How do XLG handle this?
I think it's a great start to kick things off with Icebox for XLG because you're looking at the numbers and the big numbers being put up by their star duelist is a lot on his Jet. So to not have to go with this Neon Breach composition that they tried in their day one against Sentinels to fight fire for fire, I feel like this is a perfect map for them to just not necessarily pug it out, but to play some very comfortable roles, use that distance and leverage Warguard to get those numbers up and that confidence for the series.
I'm super interested in what G2 are going to go into on their Icebox. They were playing a no duelist comp that they've honestly played for quite a while, just swapping the Taeho in. I expect they might stick to it and just 1-for-1 the Sova, but also, in my opinion, Icebox is still the most viable map for Taeho, even if I still think Sova's probably better.
I mean, we've seen it from Genji already. They were not afraid to stick to the Taeho. You got to think that, Vansili, out of everyone else in this tournament, it would make the most sense for G2 and Trent.
Yeah, definitely. And playing a Sova on that moment, I mean, he's played some great numbers on a Taeho before, but switching to a Sova is still comfortable picks for them. We've seen what a Sova can do on his very map as well, especially in those big rounds when you have the ult up and the passive plays that can play around that Sova. And he's always going to be amazing droning for the team, rather, to allow for them to get that good space, which is why you probably trust a composition for G2 to not play a duelist, because now you're going to slow scale with the Gecko, with the Sova, trying to find that info.
And G2 is really good at that slow style, playing that control. And this is where Raga is going to need to be on his game all series, because if he is taking liberties the way he did in CN, and don't get me wrong, his mechanics are incredible, he gets away with it a lot, but G2 is a team that I know will come in focused on not allowing him to do so.
And Vans, you spoke about this already in terms of midi. He's only played Breach so far for XLG. He can't be doing that on Icebox.
I don't think so, but if you even look at his past career, though, he's had some experience outside of a Taeho, playing a little bit of a Sova as well. He's just trying to get into that comfort pick once again. But this is a big test and a big ask for him. You're going into this Toronto stage where you don't have that opportunity to get too much practice and reps in, so you also have to just be pristine when you're going into this moment.
Oh, G2, I love this team.
Oh, I love Sage.
We have gone so long without people playing this agent on this map. She is so strong. She is the best way to easily plant the spike, to easily win your retakes. I'm happy with that.
The thing is right now is that, yes, G2 is playing composition where you're having a Sage for the plant, but Valen is playing Omen and your duelist is not really playing any duelist. So at this point, you're focusing on Valen to not necessarily open up as a duelist role, but to get that spot.
Well, the agents are logged, the players are ready, and there's only one thing left for me to do. Toronto, give a warm welcome to the bread and butter duo of VCT, Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, let's get this one started then. Toronto, there's a certain energy in the air right now, I think. Like there's a certain energy because it's an elimination on the line with G2 versus XLG. Two teams that are wishing to go even further here, but one of them is going to be exiting far earlier than anticipated.
And there are so many things similar about these two teams. They're both Ascension rosters that have done so remarkably well, but teams that played the meta, who got the top seed in their region and then struggled massively in their opening match here at Toronto and failed to hit expectations. And I think you could say that about both squads, because no one really expected all of the top seeds to end up down here, and especially G2 and XLG yet to take a map. They're saying no Taeho, no win. That's what the people are saying back at home. But I think both of these teams are getting hit by that change pretty similarly.
Yeah. Hard fought battle towards A main.
Amazing before they were
up by G2 nice and early. Looking like they want to try and play this one purely for retake. Full evacuation. Raga on his little perch. Dash is going to be fading away, but at least going to be able to try to get this plant down now. Util's going to be sent flying forwards. Wall up on top of it with the paranoia offloaded. It's all sweeping across the side. Not enough to try and push them back, and Midi going to get traded. Toppled. Towards the top there, Jonah P lurking slightly around to the side here, and there's that Sage coming into play. Jorgamo stinking, Havel to defuse.
Why did we not stick?
Hello? To G2, a pistol round in their back pockets.
I mean, we still win, but...
Immediately Valen's hyped up about that one. This is a big change to their composition, but both comps that they've played recently, both with the Gecko and now with the Sage, are focused around that retake style. Look at how much pressure the wall puts down, especially on the pistol. If you manage to save that wall for the retake on pistol, it's so difficult to get through. But keep an eye out for that once weapons come online as well.
I'll have to
Once XLG have more ways of being able to deny. G2 played so heavily for retake against Paper X, but Paper X were always there, always with a game plan.
G2, ever methodical, just trying to vacuum up most of the orbs as well, denying XLG any chance of getting some value on their own eco. They bought 3 sheriffs across the board.
Take flight.
Heavy re-exploration through mid. That's just based on the turret going down earlier on. So now that they've pulled bodies into mid, XLG are trying to find this timing to go over towards what should be a bit of a softer site.
Happyway's going to be caught in through mid. As well as that, Nano Swarm's okay.
Midi going down there. Look at Nano really deep over towards yellow.
See the discipline though, G2. They're not willing to give anything up. Even Jonah P, just slight pot shots, peeking off to the side. Everybody taking the right timings for it. A nice lead here for G2, and you can feel how much it means to them, I think, for a team like G2, where expectations are sky high for this squad. Expected almost to be finalists in terms of every event that they end up attending, especially at this point.
But they'd have to go perfect here through the lower bracket to even make another grand final, another opportunity to redeem themselves after a match that I'm sure they'll believe they should have won in Bangkok. It does feel like an angry G2 though for these first couple of rounds. But now Rifle's back online. More opportunities to crack this retake setup that G2 appear to be playing. And the more that you play retake on the sites, the more that you can focus on defending through mid. So if G2 are going to play pretty soft on the sites themselves, that means that XLG should be denied these mid lurks that they appear to be looking for. As Coconut and Happyway were thinking about putting a bit of pressure mid this round. G2 have stacked 3 players over towards B, currently clearing it out over here. As XLG take that space for an A exec instead. If they go back though towards Coconut.
Just spotting the legs. Coconut is falling asleep at the wheel. Osmos is going to be calling for his team. Reinforcements arriving. This is going to be a brawl. Bit of a tussle occurring out towards B main, yet somehow G2 is still ended up the winners of it. Paranoia used that insurance policy for the exit of G2. As that rifle dropped down to the ground, Raga 0 and 3.
A rough beginning and a rough continuation.
Open access over towards the A side though, just trying to go for that plan. Swinging to the back, Leaf lucky to be alive. Just Smart backs himself away here. And XLG looking like they want to fight this one forwards, not defaulting back and away, already making the necessary adjustments against the Sage pick.
Remember, you can't allow Jorgamo to get into position to just put this wall down in front of the defuse.
Darts flying sky high, face out to the side, it's G2, plenty of bodies, plenty of action, still XLG, they have those rifles, tucked up closer towards the side, it's Whiffy! Viva dropped! And Middy's next, it leaves it all just down a happy way. It's Snappy. Does he need a bit more where that came from as well? Damage has definitely been done as well. Tucked to the side though, 28 HP! Is it enough to work with? Tap it on and running him down! Time is up. VALORANT realizes it. XLG will be gifted that round. An expensive one at that.
At what cost? XLG put a round on the board. A Red Bull clutch in the end from Happy Way. The sole player who's been playing up to expectation, I think, for this roster that has a weight of a region on their shoulders. I guess up until the point the Wolves turned up to this event, started playing incredibly well. Happy Way's been excellent, though. And he delivers for them once more. But their economy is going to be shattered. 3 Guardians, a must-win round again for XLG.
Jonah P just making sure to deal with a lot of that early util. G2 open up with the slow orb up towards top. Now the drone as well. Zoramo going exploring. There's a re-swing off to the side. And adjustments necessary. Calm and steady aim in the end.
It's always G2 driving the action here. They fought over towards B in the previous round, now they're fighting towards A, and it just drives XLG into the opposite site. XLG need to find some way of disrupting the tempo. And the plant denied.
I mean, the Nanoswarm was dead, they just sent the spike into his death
Coconut.
Not long for the world.
Even if he got past Trent there, I don't think there was a chance that he was also getting past Leaf.
Refighting. A little bit deeper. Flash. Not really recoverable. Slow orb's going to be down. G2 still wants to play this one for the retake. And Jorgamo just taking that slight peek up from Kitchen into that angle. Middy's going to be dropped now. Just 2 left to stand against it, but swarms on every possible position. G2 have got their number. And Leaf is the one to be delivering that dagger to the back!
Thanks.
Monster play from Leaf. Perfect at reading the timing. And there is a safety policy. But G2 have been in complete control. Everything that they're doing here is forcing XLG into really predictable reactions. G2's game plan could roughly be summarized as, we'll fight on one side of the map, we'll play retake on the other. And you just put, the retake side has a little bit of plant denial, whether that's, you know, a Nanoswarm in this round, and suddenly XLG are slow. The reaction's not quite as fast as they would want. They can't take deep space on site. Yeah. And they're already taking attack timeout. And I think now is a good time. Hit the panic button early here. Because Coach Foyer has got to get some more ideas into this squad. They've got to find ways of disrupting the game plan from G2. And they've also got to find ways of getting Raga online. This guy, when you look at the stats coming into the event, you can make arguments like, okay, he's in a bit of a weaker region. Okay, weaker region. Have you been seeing what Wolves have been doing at this event?
It's not an argument anymore.
I mean, you know, there is some level of an argument, but Raga has been dominant domestically inside China, absolutely tearing people into pieces. But that was in the previous meta where he was always set up with double initiator utility. And now we find XLG in a different meta, having to make a roster change right before this tournament, removing one of those initiator players and subbing in a player who can't communicate as well in English. Yeah. Which this roster, in case you're unaware, is a blend of English and Mandarin in terms of their communication. So once you sever that really delicate balance of comms, it's going to make it a lot harder for even a star player like Raga to shine.
We're seeing that, I think, in terms of the reflection. I mean, Raga's been putting his body on the line numerous times. Normally the setup goes the other way. Everything's being invested to make sure that he is empowered and has a great game.
I want to see you.
But yeah, when I was watching XLG play previously against Sentinels, he was running in first as Neon looking to get traded. That's not the guy that I was watching in China.
That's an eco round for now for XLG. Whatever was called into the timeout, adjustments to be made. Probably going to be taken into account a little bit later on. Jorgamo Was willing to take these fights. He steps up to the mark. He's not shy at all. Big game player.
XLG might have been expecting that they got the site for free there. It's good to throw in a twist every now and then.
See it already. Spike's going to be attempted to plant there.
Spike planted.
Wingman will get this one down as well, so into the post plant we go. But XLG, what have they got to really work with? Pistols, high ground position, pushed off and away. Happy Way not to be dismayed. Off to the side though, no accounting for it, and already just wall up into their face. And Pistols have to expend the entirety of the clip just to even stand a bloody chance. It's heartburns already. It's overwhelming. Purely overwhelming. This is a G2 team. They've come here to play. They want no early exit.
And on an anti-eco like that, the escort the VIP and just get Jorgamo into position, whack down the wall, and it makes those post plants really tough if you're planning to play away from the spike to any degree.
Enemy remaining.
And then if you're forced to play on-site, you're going to get hit by stuff like the Paranoia. Now this round, G2 have Sova ult for plant denial, Killjoy ult for retake. It only gets more difficult. XLG need answers and they need them fast.
One away from a variety of ultimates here. XLG could build towards them. Still have the Thrash as well in their back pockets.
Did they get the retract?
I think that's broken. Sound like it was broken.
It was definitely aiming to be retracted, but it did make the sound line as if it was broken. There should be a 40-second cooldown there.
Happy Way. The turret broken. Reinforcements immediately coming. G2 looking to see if they can shore it up through mid. The question marks. This drone is going to be going straight down. Potentially broken early. Yep,
it's a good bait.
Takes it. It is that bait and switch. Happy Way. He just whiffs it.
You can't lose that. He doesn't have the confidence to peek properly. Just sees the ponytail of Jorgamo. And now they're making a predictable reaction again. Fast into the A site, hit by the lockdown.
Yeah, and it's going to be stunted. Pushed back and away as well into the arms of Jonah P.
Spike planted.
Plant is down, but two players have to stand against it. Two managed to block away. Jonah P from the picture, but that's an ult expended. Viva has let this one loose as the last player left alive, and the options dwindling now for any chance of winning the round, and they know it. G2, they're skipping, they're hopping, they're all over the place, man.
The 1v4 Sova ult. If that isn't desperation, I don't know what is.
Desperation or flustered, I'm not too sure.
But look at this game plan, I love it. You've got Coconut as the bait at the bottom of Tube. Happy Way's already walked up to the window. They had a guaranteed kill there on Jorg that could have opened up the round, and they executed it poorly. Just a failure of mechanics, a failure of confidence.
Sorry.
Showing that it's not just about the ideas, it's also about the attitude you bring into the game. And right now, G2 have come with anger, fury, a determination to win.
XLG, no respite for them. Knocked down to this lowers, and they unfortunately have to contend with a team that everyone was calling before this as one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there's another way of slicing it at this point in the year. It does look like G2, but
G2 is actually playing
this
really well.
match, then suddenly
Exposing
all of those
these
narratives
frauds.
get flipped on their head entirely.
Gone. Yeah.
It's a very different crop of teams that we've got here compared to Bangkok.
Waiting for the next round of the Viper Wall fuel to come up, and now XLG slowly creeping past the boundary. Dart into the back as well. Smoke to try and obfuscate as well. Cut off to the side. Jonah B is going to be holding this one back, and he's got help from the rest of his team. They collapse onto them.
G2's ice
It's no
really
remorse from G2.
Organized.
Raga once again had to be the hero there, but he only had 3 knives by the time he was actually diving through that wall and trying to take the fight. Not enough. Couldn't be precise with the aim.
Enemy down.
And if you need, I mean, listen, we're watching it live in real time, but if you needed any more ideas about how one-sided this has been so far, just look at the KDs of some of the G2 players.
Yeah.
Leaf's 11-1, Jorgamo's 9-1, Trent's 7-1. 3 of them have only died 1 time.
Massive turnaround for a player like Leaf. Didn't have a great showcase in their last game. Sitting at the top now, and business is booming. Money in the bank is brimming, almost at cap here for G2.
And G2 have actually changed it up slightly. They're playing on with their Killjoy util.
There it is. Hold on, trying to play up onto one side. Somebody's going to be punished for it.
Jorg is trying to get a Sage Wall so that he can land above their heads, but he's...
Wait a minute.
He's either missing it or he's not taking the timing.
Essentially biding his time as well. Tara, okay, drone broken.
That wall, if he hits it, gets him an angle to kill people who are crossing over to yellow.
XLG are trying to work the map a little bit here and trying to work some picks. Raga just steps up. Very long sight line, unable to get the kill there. A couple of stray bullets onto Leaf, but he just backs himself away on top of it. Now the lockdown is here. Happy Way hoping to save it for post, I think. If they can get a free plant on, that'll be ideal.
It's a good read.
Yeah.
They've taken down the Killjoy utility earlier on, and Trent, he's not going to invest the Sovereign for that. This round has got to be, it's a must-win.
It has to be.
It's a can't-lose kind of situation.
Investments they've got as well, but Raga's been dropped as well. But potential rifle spam, I think, through the wall. It might have just caught him. Unaware. Smokes are going to be dropped down now with the dart towards the back. But again, the pit obfuscates. It hides a lot. It's a blight onto the side here. Wall needs to be broken in time. Portion of it is...
Wow.
Jorgamo! My God! Jumps up and over, tap onto it, and it is just rooting
Must win
out.
round this in.
The last remaining player at Coconut did not stand a chance. You pull plays out like that. Confidence is sky high for G2.
What a beautiful play from Jorg. That's absolute brilliance. The Sage Wall over the top, and then he hops up, drops behind players he knows are going to take a timing. That's not just a must-win round for XLG, that's one that you really can't lose. Inside the Viper's pit, still double ults to be able to work with.
I know.
They could have still had people dropping back and at least using Thrash in that situation. But they believed in the ult and couldn't get the timings on the players. 7-1.
It's only going to get much harder. G2 ult to their own as well. Pit down over towards B. Removes one of the avenues that XLGs can work. Now, they've been breaking the turret up through mid quite often, so Leaf has been forced to adjust his setup up.
I mean, it looks at the moment like we're going to get Happy Way into position over towards Pipes, which is a good position for a lockdown. The problem is, you have a Sova ult that can just come through and deny this. So these two ults from Happy Way and Trent kind of cancel each other out. And they're hoping that's going to make a distraction for this mid push.
Yeah, 3 players up through mid now. XLG looking to pounce. That's an updraft dash all the way around to the side. And Jorgamo caught unaware, still not dead though. And the players are dropping.
Spike down.
That is a shit reason, let's get real.
With the cheeky idea.
Is this the #1
Something
seed?
to try and turn the tide of the way that this map has been going. But G2, bit of luck and a draw, of course, is being played. But
you know what? I am sorry.
no. XLG
I forgot their guy,
you
was...
just been missing them.
They fucked up the you guys. So, you know what?
That Sage Wall
XLG, I will
reaction
not
from
say
Jorg
anything.
just completely blocks the spike into mid.
30 seconds
But I would have liked to see XLG take a timing after Trent had already invested the ultimate. Wait for the Sova to be stuck inside of his ult.
One last
before
player
you
with a gun
pounce.
out.
And now in a 2v5, this round is impossible.
It's cooked. 15 seconds left. Spike's out of reach. It's a pure save.
It's the most out of reach it could possibly be on an Icebox
10
attack
seconds
round.
left.
The spike going through mid. And these two players
One enemy
left in
remaining.
A.
Hunted.
Flawless.
Not
Under
even
the
a gun.
last breath, man. Not even a gun to be saved. Flawless here for G2. It's been the case so far, almost the entirety of this map.
Another example of XLG having a nice idea but failing to execute on it. They did even get the picks, you know, or at least get an opportunity
One
for the
enemy
picks through
remaining.
mid. But I think their timing was too fast. They didn't wait for that distraction to come through and make it really feel like they were hitting the site from A. Are we keeping it simple for the final 2 rounds? At least on the eco here. Looks like XLG are just going to send it.
Try and send it though. The slow orb has been going up towards Belt. Almost every other round that Jorgamo has been playing it. Slows down the initial approach. They can flash up and over. The weaponry is not ideal. That's going to be broken here.
And when one team has so much confidence, it's just a single player holding B. Because they're never worried.
I'll push back really at any point. Ults are ready to be expended. They want to, and the angle just not quite cleared. At least it was, he thought it was.
Yeah, he peeked screens a couple times with that Marshall.
Yeah.
And Valen peeks with the drone. Raga's got to be thinking about that. He's 3-10 right now. A brutal beginning, but so reminiscent of their first match here.
It's hard to watch in some ways, to be honest, at this point, G2.
Jorg's waiting for a player to res. No one's died in a while.
No, just pulling it out for the fun of it here. Paranoia sweeps.
Blind, but
blinded up onto the two of them.
didn't follow up with the blind.
XLG stepping up. They need a few stray shots, and it's just stray shots straight through the wall. Still Viva will answer back. Instantaneous of the res. Jorgen's been waiting a hot minute for that one. Viva finally dealt with, dropped. He's done the damage. Mini from below. Sheriff in hand has only so much. Just down a happy way. Can he pull off a miracle? It's unlikely. The discipline of G2 just rearing every single time.
Sentinels were saying after they played against XLG that they respected them, they were a good team, but they thought that they were slightly easier to play against because they played a standard game. And I think that's one of the things that I really respected watching XLG play domestically. They played to the meta, they played good ideas, but if the execution isn't quite there, and you're playing against squads that they're comfortable in what you should be doing, in what the expected play is. Yeah, G2 are currently just tearing it to pieces. Even the more creative stuff is getting utterly dismantled. And this feels like a last hurrah for XLG as they head over towards B. Can they at least apply a curse? I mean,
Icebox has been G2's best map for a while.
But they'd have to play better than currently in order to get to that spot.
They need anything they can get.
Really one of the best.
Walkouts of an operator in his hand, man, at this point. Why not?
And I'm not feeling just as G2, even as guard.
Can we get a Gecko ult out here and apply some pressure onto people, get into deep positions on the sites, set Raga up somewhere where they're not going to be hunting for him?
Through mid. Drone spotting a happy way. He can exit here if he wants to, but I think just feeling the pressure to at least get a ping, anything to turn the tide of the way that this has been going. And here it is. Hunter's Fury, Thrash, spended up over towards the B side and catching into his sights. Leaf, watchful eye onto his adversary.
Coconut pushed up to danger completely on his own. Raga actually one of the most passive players in his positioning.
Fully cleared out. It's just up to Raga. Last one left. Got to see those heroics. Makes a decent go of it.
Nice try.
But a go of it doesn't earn you a round.
And the coordination there is massively off for XLG. You can talk a little bit about Happy Way and whether or not he should have expected that corner after he got pushed off in mid. But the players on B had a Thrash to try to work forwards, and it was only Coconut who took any space. Coconut pushes up to danger. He gets caught. Unlucky, you could argue. But where's the rest of the team?
Oh, I have too much.
Some of the loudest cheering I've heard, actually. It's 10-1 here, G2. One more round. What's left here in the first half of Icebox?
And you're going up against the operator on one side.
At least it's not a...
3 players on light armor. And a half that looks unrecoverable.
Jiggle Jorgamo. Sole defender over towards A. Many angles of which he can be spotted at. Yes, he is.
Bro, his aim is really nice.
Pays a little
He's just not having a good tournament, but his aim is
in the open
nice.
kind of angle.
Lockdown's going to be expended nice and early though. This is what Leaf looking to try and push them back.
Maybe he's a little stupid, but
Raga overstaying his welcome.
And remember now, Jorgamo dead. That means no Sage Wall to be able to get that easier diffuse off. So a lot of it's around the smokes.
Paranoia is perfect. Raga, that's instinctual. Right click with a knife and he's stepping all the way up and through. Finally
he is a little stupid.
Dealt with. Quick little peek though, toppling.
But I hope he's young.
Going up and over. This could be best chance in a long while. XLG, still Leaf, watching for it. Too many bodies though, and a bit of spam does the job. 10-2. It's a scoreline of what we're looking at.
Switching sides.
A difficult half, difficult to watch for XLG, difficult for them to even get their feet underneath them. Absolutely dominant opening for G2, who I think I've come into this with a lot of anger after losing 2-0 as the number one seed from Americas.
Let's watch some Marvel Rivals. The Kind Bros. My name is PewDiePie. Where's Marvel Rivals?
0% are gonna have an opportunity to hold, but great play by Hachiko has decided to try and buy a little bit more time by closing out 2 of the entrances for the objective, forcing 0% to wrap around, meaning they can't set up here. They're trying to rush in, but the culling turret, the zoning from the Vanguards, and it will be a dive with the Ayamoto to try and hold the point. As the card is stopped, it's less than a meter away, but it's gonna be 0% getting pushed out, but the Comic Rival is bringing them all back with the last stand to clean them out though, and it's starting to become a numbers game for OGC as they push on through with the final judgment, cleaning them out here.
Oh, 3 players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. The follow-up's not quite there, but KQ was just looking elsewhere, prioritizing Frost Mountain, getting rid of the meaty sorcerer who wants to plant themselves upon the car. And you pointed out the culling turret in conjunction with that teleport gave over so much space that then we saw 0% having to scramble to get onto the objective when really they're weakest when they're commuting. They want to be sitting in one place and just saying, no, can't frag us.
0% have finally swapped off of this 3-3 lineup. They have brought out the Punisher, they have brought out the Wolverine, they have gone for a classic Captain America Magneto setup. They're going to try and take this fight a little bit more standard there. Iron Bulwark to protect against the Wolverine who tried to go for an isolation.
Frost Mountain eating a bunch of poke here, but we need to try and fight early. This is what 0%'s composition has been all about, just
on the other side, and by the outlaw
105
in order to
How much
the other
did Texture have
too.
last time?
This is more of what I was expecting from him in their opening game. He didn't quite live up to expectations there, though I think Trent did, despite the fact that he's had to move off the Tejo. But definitely a player to keep your eye on now that we're heading onto the attack side too. Because Leaf will crack open mid if things get complicated, but if I was G2 here, I'd be trying to stick as simple as possible. Everything's been working. Absolutely everything. So no need to overcomplicate stuff. Now, having said that, I mean, maybe this is just a play for the turret, or maybe they're going to do an A split, which would be unusual.
There's a play for the turret, pre-firing, pre-aiming, I should say, up towards top boiler, but it's a different spot.
Yeah, it's an unusual position, actually, for the turret here.
Can that
you see it
see the window
in a position where it covers the window.
Deploying drone.
The presence shown here by XLG.
And a pretty similar game plan, right? Where they're going to fight over towards B, they're going to try to get information there, and play a retake style on A, where they have a bit of plant denial. It could be straight out of the G2 playbook.
All up and over, a bit of spam to try and break this one early, but not in time. Still stands for now, plant up towards the top. Rapid approach, this is from the flank, and it's all going to be heard and received by Trent. Surely going to be common, he's just holding for any extra element that might be coming out through that one, and he's still tucked, so he is safe in this possible position, and now sees it off to the side. That's just a classic in hand. Raga has been dealt with, taken out. Now it's up to Leaf to try and step up to it and see if he can hold this one back here, and losing control to the flank. The players are dropping like flies here, G2. Not sure which way they wanted to look. Barrel's sticking out, matters not for Coconut. Just rips the head clean off the shoulders of Trent. A pistol round win for XLG.
I said to keep an eye on Leaf as we head into this half, but I was expecting him to get the value, not to get shut down. That flank came straight into him. He dodged the Dizzy, and yet Midi still swings around the corner, ghost in hand, and one-taps him in the head. Really big value there from the substitute player on XLG. That allowed the flank to thoroughly come through into sight. And the rest of the players on G2 got surrounded.
They need a bit more of that. Keep the energy up, spirits need to be lifted. A pistol round win.
Yeah, but look at this. Anytime you cut one head off the Hydra, suddenly the Stingers all pop up. And even Jonah P with a Spectre. That's the wrong gun, buddy. What are you doing with that in your hand?
We see G2 rip the unsuspecting. Tear them apart with his stingers in hand. Peeks off to the side here with the Outlaw.
The Outlaw's a great purchase.
Yeah, it's shown. Jonah P looking up through mid. There was a chance of the timing there for him.
Big board.
Just snaps right up top.
Oh,
Middy's got the peaks of his own. And everybody feeling like they have to be the hero in a moment like this when you're down to this extent. Snapping up to the side. That's 2 shots required. And G2 overwhelm. They swarm the back of the side. Coconut is the last one left to do it.
What a peak.
And it's too much to overcome G2.
That little play where Jorgo takes contact on the Outlaw, takes 140 damage, and wastes essentially Raga's shots. And the rest of the players with light armor stingers come in afterwards. Jorgamo was essentially playing a tank. He's running the Sage tank build. He's designed to just absorb Outlaw shots and let the rest of his team trade him out. A beautiful idea to counter the Outlaw, which itself was supposed to be a counter to the Stinger Force fight. G2, they're back in the ascendancy.
I mean, he didn't buy a weapon last round. It was just a full armor and a classic.
Yeah, he knew what his job was.
Yeah. And just like that, wind out of the sails here for XLG.
Yeah, if they had a hope, it does appear to be dashed against the rocks.
It's a deep dart against the back wall here. Leaf might be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Backs himself away to a safer position.
But XLG, having heard nothing on A, are not really rotating defensive players around to try to catch G2 where they might be. Instead, looking to push out. This could be a clash, because G2, Valiant is calling for them to go back into this site.
Yep. That's a deep drone, though. That was going to be offloaded nice and close, so G2 are aware that they pushed up deep through A main. What's the call now? Re-clear it out or go in a different direction? In through mid. Happy way.
If he just stayed where he was, he would have heard so much information.
Just getting antsy.
I think your comment, everybody feels like they have to be the hero right now. It's so accurate. When you're down like this and none of your standard ideas are working, you feel like you've got to take more and more risk.
That's just...
Second forwards, Raga cheeky with the shot. The flash does connect, but Smoke's going to be obfuscating, blocking. Any chance for XLG to capitalize on the back of it? Still, it is 4 versus 4. Plan is down. Now for G2, watching up through, just spots it, and okay. Scope is optional, at least for Leaf now, and he's going to be making sure that he can stay posted up onto this position. Catching it, and you never expect this one. You never expect it at all. Sprayed down.
He gets one more.
No one.
G2 find themselves to 12.
This guy's aim is really good.
One final opportunity here for XLG to try to stabilize themselves, but there are 9 chances for G2 to close this out, and they've barely needed more than a first opportunity, a first chance in any of these rounds. They came into this so hyped up. The adrenaline was at a max for G2. When they won the pistol at the very beginning, they were losing it.
4 laps now, though.
Or was it round 3? Anyway, whenever they won that first round.
Oh, there's just nothing going right for XLG here.
No, Happy Way, even the movement, he ends up tripping over his shoelaces, gets caught there by Trent. The ults are good, and it's the same trio from XLG trying to make something happen again. They pushed out A in the previous round, now they've gone over to B.
Jonah P. Oh, he's in transit, he's blocked by the barrels. Could have had an exit perhaps, maybe, but Middy's going to be dropping him nevertheless.
I mean, to be fair, it's a very new map, isn't it? Those barrels only just got recently added.
A lot of changes to Icebox recently, so...
4v4.
Right. Rifles in the hands for XLG, and they're stomping, they're marching. They know it's the last lifeline here for them on Icebox. Time to make a go of it once more. Stepping forwards here with a flash, that's a bit of an indicator close to the corner! What are you doing? Cycling the util. Jorgamo is let loose and unleashed, and leaves it down to Coconut. A 1v2, all for the map.
The game is so different if he just gets the first kill. And why do we have a util out? We saw him, right?
Icebox is going to be sealed up here.
We saw him.
Very businesslike from the #1 seed from Americas. They come in.
The Metallic Orton is brought on up. Isidore and Legacy see a potential to move on forward. A final judgment in the middle of all of this. KQ's feeling invincible, surrounded by all of these vanguards. And Line Pro falls down to the overwhelming damage of Franklin Castle. OGC with the bait and switch.
OGC no. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. They do not have a similar comp to 0%, so they're not going to try and set up a load of traps here. It is all about holding the doorway and keeping 0% away from this cart. Invincible Boundary, Aya Wakamoto, Meteor M, all charged up. 0% though, final judgment. If they can time this and use that Iron Bulwark to protect Oniro from Amuhu with that Meteor M, they might be able to create themselves an opening.
Line Pro needs to hit the push here. The force physics. Oh, the bubble came through at just the right time. Immune to the knockback. Line Pro can't survive, and that means there's no healing for Oniro, who just instantly was evaporated upon popping their ultimate. It's looking so bad for 0% right now. They got 3 ultimates and a Hail Mary, a dream to try and survive.
Less than a minute to go. They lost that final judgment here. They are in serious trouble. On the bright side though, OGC are ultless here. 60% on final judgment is all they have. 0%, they do have the economy. They're going to try and use it. Opening with an eternal bond as they push on in isolation onto Amuhu, taking them out. And they've created the opening that they might need with the last stand into the backline. But it's not enough. Frost Mountain does fall.
Too far in the end. Frost Mountain now not going to be able to punish these vanguards. Hachiko's feeling a little bit more freedom to try and make this work, but of course you're constantly wary of that Aya Wakamoto in the back pocket of Legacy. They could also make some portal shenanigans, but I don't know if they got the time to try and make it on work. Hachiko's already half. KQ gonna roll on forward with the final judgment. You better believe that shield is absolutely destroyed from Legacy right now. The Meteor M from Isidore, I didn't see it get anything, even with all the charge that was given over. Lapsis has their soul taken from their body and consigned to the hells below. Ups to hell as well. Go 6 laying down the strong crows. Hachiko gets the value from the ultimate. The metallic bulwark will only last but a moment, as 6 will have to try and contend with the tide all by themselves. Flying away towards the health pack. They're going to be in a 1v1 versus Frost Mountain, but a well-placed Feral Leap can complicate matters. Lapsus return on the Jeff. It was the fastest option that was available, and the bubbles make everyone faster. OGC have done it. They stop 0%.
Overtime's ticking down. Oniro tries to rush in with Starlord, but they can't reach. It is OGC who take the 3-1 on the map, the 2-0 in the series. OGC are moving on in the bracket to play against All Business. What an incredible performance. That's an MVP, Jeff.
Unreal. Hey, Lapsus earns the Jeff MVP with a swap at the end, just speed boosting everybody back. Good heads up play. Great micro understanding of how to play that fight from Lapsus. Big credit to them. OGC, I mean, I didn't know they had this in them. This is crazy from them. 6 and KQ, by the way, had absolute lights out performances. 51k damage from KQ.
20 final hits for 6, 24 for KQ. KQ easily going to be one of the standout players that is going to come onto everyone's radar after what is a fantastic performance. But 6 on the Punisher, on the Hela, was just finding every target they needed.
Unreal stuff. Legacy, look at that. That was a massive ultimate. Unfortunately, in the end, it felt like we weren't getting quite as much out of a Meteor M's from 0% across like maybe 3 or 4 players who played it as we got from that initial 2K. The shutdowns on the Punisher final judgments weren't quite there, admittedly. That was because there was great homework being done by OGC. The phalanx of shields that would always be generated around Frank Castle when it was at his most vulnerable and at his most dangerous was something that could constantly be relied on for KQ to make audacious plays happen.
And this has got to be a record for the most amount of overtimes we have seen in a single game as well. If 0% had made it to that last point, I have no doubt we would have hit overtime once again. But the fact is, Somehow, OGC faced that bulwark of a composition on points 1 and 2 and were able to break it to get to these 3 points, to give themselves this opportunity to hold in their own way, to break through 0% with perfect Ayabaga bonus from Hachiko. They set themselves up and they deserve this win.
Oh, this is an absolute heartbreaker for Line Pro and the boys. Look at that. The bubble coming out onto KQ from the Magneto to make sure that they were protected from the incoming damage of the Meteor M. Just so well protected, and that allowed for KQ to really leverage their mechanical skill on top of 60-5 scoreline. Unreal.
Absolutely incredible. We will be saying, in that case, goodbye to 0% for this stage, as they will be taken down. OG Seed, their next opponents will be All Business. No pressure. All Business, one of the invited teams for this tournament, have had some great tournament performances. They were knocked down to the lower bracket here by Zero Tenacity in those upper bracket semi-finals, who have been on a tear so far.
Yeah, like it's been there have been some tears happening in that upper bracket, and it's been wonderful to watch how some of our talent is marinating, you know, here in EMEA. We used to be a one-team region. We used to be a VP on top of nothing. Now it's anybody's game. EMEA might be the most watchable region right now. I'm just saying, like, it's anybody could come away with a #1 here. There's no longer a clear favorite unless you want to say it's Rad, in which case you wouldn't be wrong, because hey, if they can beat VP 2-0, who can't they be?
By transference of properties, now Rad have a 24-0 win rate. That's just how it works.
25-0.
But yeah, you talked about it. We don't know now. We have this lower bracket. OG Seed, they are now pulling up through this lower bracket. We don't know who these last 4 teams are going to be in the playoffs, which are still coming up. We've still got to go through more games where these teams have had more time to learn the maps, the new character, this new patch, these new metas to try and fight their way in for those mid-season final spots. And OG are trying to make a statement that they are going to try and get there.
Yeah, it's days and days of Marvel Rivals Esports content that we're going to get through. They're all going to be happy to watch. Let's have a look at how our bracket has shaped up after 0% have been eliminated, unfortunately, from Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. As you pointed out earlier, All Business is the next hurdle that OGC have to get past, and they're probably going to be happy to want to dodge Schmungus down here, who were a little bit troublesome last time around.
They did not have the tools to deal with Schmungus, but they did have the tools for 0%. Do they have the tools for All Business? As you can see at the top of the bracket, Berber Patapim and Zero Tenacity are sitting there already qualified, meaning that these lower bracket quarterfinals, All Business and OG Seed are now 1 win away from joining those teams at the top of the bracket. That's going to be a lot of tension.
Oh, it's going to be heart beating out of her chest.
You remember the G2 composition that used to, you know, coin the Viper on how he was so good to isolate things and to kick things off here on their attack, and the lurks that they could do here when they're playing a 3-side map and, you know, trying to force these rotates out from your opponents. So if you're going back to that type of play stuff for G2, it could still be very strong.
Yeah, and you can do a couple different things on this map. You can also just 1-for-1 the Sova into their comp and stick with that Yoru. You could go to a Neon look instead as well. Josh, great there. So they have a lot of choice here, but I definitely would love to see another double controller comp.
Yeah, and I would love to hear what's going on in the camp of XLG, so let's send it down to Jen with Coach Havoya.
Jen here with Havoya next to me. Now, Coach, Midi picking up an agent that he's never played with the team before. A bold move, given the short notice. So what compelled you to do it?
Because of change of our main player to Midi as a sub. We had to sacrifice some roles, and this is the most comfortable role for him, as he felt, so that's why he went to play Keeper.
Thank you for the insight. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
His voice is so
They gotta dig a little bit deeper
cute,
on this one, because otherwise they're gonna be eliminated in a very sad way fashion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to bring that back up.
Yeah, I didn't even catch it until you said
Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're catching me off guard, Yansu.
I'm feeling a little bit sad way right now. What about you two? Are you sad way or happy way?
I'd say I'm more happy when I'm in a good mood.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood. G2's winning.
Oh, of course. They have a chance at 2-0 here.
Yeah, they should 2-0 here. This is an excellent map for G2. XLG looks shook. They are not playing together in the same level that G2 is. Leaf's on a roll, Jaw's on a roll.
But
this has all metrics of a quick 2-0 stomp to start a lower bracket run.
Yeah, you're in another territory now for XLG where it's untested against G2, because if you're looking at how they played in the region, yes, it worked out. You're spamming that Tejo composition, and then maybe in between, I think that's the saving grace for XLG. They were able to get a little bit of practice where they could try out something different than a Tejo comp, where they tried the Fnatic comp and they got 5 rounds only. So it really for XLG's side, it's just hoping to make sure that if you're able to tweak a little bit of that away from that Fnatic comp, playing in the ISO, what can you actually do this time around? And it seems so
Okay, G2, they are going to go into a double controller look here. At least that's what they're hovering. This is similar to what teams like Gen G have been bringing out, and I think it's super strong. The way this comp works is because you're playing that Yoru, you can drop a flash agent, just have the scout initiator, and you get so much kind of fog of war creation with the 2 smokes on attack. You get great retakes, install on defense as well. I'm a fan of this, fans.
And the variation that you have for G2 is now you have Leaf on that Vice, and Leaf has been so good as a Sentinel role as well. So not only you're coming out with a double controller, you're also adding more Senti plays and kick things off on the defensive side. It is going to be difficult here for XLG to get map control early.
Raga didn't have the double initiators map 1. He's always been good on the Yoru. He's got to lock in here soon.
He does, otherwise XLG will be eliminated. So let's send it back to Brennan Sideshow for map 2.
Oh. Well, we need to see a step up here from XLG. And playing against G2, not letting their foot off the gas one bit. Change up in the compositions, as the desk was already alluding to. G2, I mean,
so is you just banned, cannot play ever, or like maybe 6 months or something?
A bit more Viper being played across the board.
Happyweight Cypher is going to have to do a good job once the side swap of denying potential lurks from Jonah P. Or Leaf even using the Viper wall. But now that we're focused on the attack side, my eyes are on XLG. Can their double initiators combo together to set Raga up for success? This comp is not a million miles away from what they were previously running and having so much success with.
Jordan already going exploring up through mid here with a flash and a horn up towards the top and wrapping around to the side. It's a lot of damage. No slight kill, but Valorant might get that exit or not. Happy Way trying to catch him. Paranoia just barely there towards his back and peeking out through the smoke. Trent will be punished.
It's a beautiful idea from G2, and yet no kills whatsoever.
Spike planted.
All going the way of XLG. They now have C control, Garage Lurk, 5v2. Couldn't get a better beginning.
All offside as well. No smokes alive. Valen has been dropped. One way propped up on top of it.
How is Clove?
It's inevitable at this point. XLG going to be able to get that strong start they were hoping for. Raga from behind. Just trying to tap away there, ghost in hand. Dorgamo puts him down, but his team has got it all handled.
Flawless would be.
It's a really nice idea, the flash and the haunt. Caught onto 4 or 5 players there in grass. But despite doing damage, they couldn't actually finish off a kill. And XLG turned the fight on them.
Wow.
Let's go! XLG previously were running the Tejo Breach version of this composition. Very similar. I don't think moving away to Silver Breach hurts you too much at all. Changes things slightly, but should still put Raga in a good opportunity to get some big entries. Which, honestly, every comp they've played so far has not really done that. Empowered their star player.
Big group up. Discipline going to be required here when you're clearing out towards a lobby. XLG making moves towards it, but they're just contacting the barrel. Might just be sticking out towards the side and expected here by Raga.
Best start that he's had in a map so far. 4-on-1.
Beginning. Head's just poking. Up over towards the top of that ledge. Happy Way happy to pop them and leave. Last one left standing. Not for much longer. 2-0 beginning here for XLG. This is what they needed to get the blood pumping ever so slightly.
And to get some belief too.
Yeah.
I think they were playing with massively lacking confidence on Icebox. It does make some level of sense. They're a team that's had to undergo a roster change coming into Masters Toronto, which has hurt them. And then they've been rattled in their opening game. They got to pick Sentinels and got kind of destroyed. 13-6, 13-6. This is the first time it really feels like they've got their feet underneath them. Smoke up towards Bricks, pushes Trent back, taking a bit of short and long control. No immediate reaction from G2, and XLG back it up. They are a team that's good at playing the macro usually.
Taking a bit of A-long control. Giving it up now. Coconut going to be rejoining the rest of his team. Leaf. Flash and a drone up and over. As the Thorn's dead, but a bit of spam for the wall. Yeah, it's not going to be saving you from much here. Raga, it's off to an absolute heater.
They're actually playing really well
beginning
now.
Here of Haven.
Disciplined.
Jorg's thinking about how to get past this trip over towards the C side of the map, because he's pushed up and got good information. It's allowing them to stack 3 players over here towards A.
Players up. G2 might be able to put a stop to this. Paranoia's already going to be sweeping past. Vulnerability. All going to be used here with a snake bite. Aftershock into the corner, clears out Trent. Puts a bit of fear into XLG as well. Now they're going to start scurrying into a different direction, right into Jorgamo perhaps, but no, B seems to be the goal.
Right into where the wall was, but they've gotten a bit lucky. The Leaf's already gone.
The side stepping straight back into this one. Valin takes out Raga. Coconut got to try and hold this one down on through the bottom of mid, but here comes the re-exploration of G2.
Weapon here.
Through Link now, 3 players stacked up, grouped up. Ready to explode. They spotted it, just trying to see if they can get any sort of easy access to these fights. Open sight lines. XLG not willing to get them too easily. Still, too much to overcome. And heads are rolling. G2, how do they do it?
I just said they were playing
slightly better weaponry, slightly poor crosshair placement from Happy Way in his position at the back of the B site. No util for either team.
I mean, Omen was alive and they wanted to play post plan on site, but
really big bonus.
Have each other's back, man.
Opening pick, an avenue into B.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think they had full knowledge that
and Omen had a really good play going all the way there.
Raga did go down to 2 of them on A though, so I think they should have been setting up some level of crossfire.
Your guy was 1 HP and you guys still died.
Looked like they were just worried about other avenues. Now though, we could see a set play round. XLG usually good with these. Once they have ults, off the rip, Raga pops the dimensional drift.
And this one flying forwards, but the Thorns were dead nice and early. It's a shock dart sent flying in.
I'm back.
Gains himself backside control though, out towards into Gong, has a flash up and under. This is G2 playing this one fast with the flood defense. They're going to try and take this one by storm, and they're overwhelming.
Spike down, B.
Stinger in the hand of Jorgamo obtains the upgrade in the end, and Viva's the last one left. Can't stand against it. The might of G2, when they turn up the tempo.
How does a Stinger get?
No stopping them.
But it's rare that we see them play for fast flood defending like that. Usually a little bit of a slower team, a little bit more happy to let you get the site and wait for a plant to go down. Here they popped him almost instantly.
One enemy remaining.
They had that read really early that the ult was going into B, and there were players ready to pop flash through that instantly. The C's as well, grabbing big value from Trent. And XLG, while they looked like they were in a position to go up 3-0, now the score's even and their economy's shattered.
Deep smoke. Placed down here by XLG, looking to hopefully get a few more. Happy Way. It's called Trent. Stepping straight back up, and hello!
I know exactly.
2 players toppled. XLG kick the doors down over towards A, and they're going to cause G2 to scurry their way around. It's only Jonah P who's going to be home.
It's unbelievable value from Happy Way. They're picking up these guns. Jonah's got to try to stop them going for something quick.
Yeah, their only chance is Jonah P stalling this one out. Tucks himself into the short position, looking to try and get embedded. The damage on the Happy Way Pry is enough to try and stop him. TP in forwards, but again, no one's covering. No one's watching it. Doubled up though, round towards it. You got to try and do the most now. The XLG rifles there, but lined up for Lee.
If you can't do something right,
a small mistake at the very end from XLG.
Why do we never wide peek and small
One of the players not going wide enough on the swing, and Leaf, he gets so much damage done, skewers them. A headshot from the Guardian. And And XLG almost managed to make a pretty impossible round happen there off the back of Happyway.
One enemy remaining.
I think credit there, so much of it needs to go to Jonah P though as well. Because with that all pop,
and why did Omen TP doing that with this?
He bought enormous amounts of time for Valen and Leaf to come through into A. Yeah. The paranoia also landed onto a ton of players as they were coming through long. XLG were not fast enough to actually commit off the back of the Cypher ultimate.
Stalled all the way out there from heads-up thinking, really, at Jonah P. This is the reoccurring issue, I think, that we've been spotting now, watching XLG. Whether it's the additions as well, where the communication's going a bit miss, because they're having to compensate, I think, for MIDI coming in. But it's slow. There's a lot of hesitation in terms of the steps that XLG take.
I think they actually might want to play a bit slower, though, too. I think that's probably what Voya might be discussing with them here, is that you don't have to rush a spot like that. You actually could have gone and retrieved the weapons in long and short, and then called a pause. You know that they're going to be panicking and running towards A. So just pump the brakes and play the player advantage. If you're not in prime form with your communication, and you have to play slowly anyway because things need to be translated on the fly, you might as well play a really structured, slow game.
Take flight.
First line of defense is going to be dealt with. No more Thorns in through Garage to slow this one down.
They are potentially facing into the operator, though. Jorgamo's picked this one off. He's got it facing towards C right now, but could easily swing towards Garage.
The one gate crash available in through spawn. That's his get out of jail card, in case he is overwhelmed.
Leaf also just used his Vice Flash to re-clear towards Garage. They dropped the Viper wall, flashed in, and they know that there's nobody been inserted there.
Trent's doing a lot here. He's breaking a dart. A lot of presence here is going to be flashed up. And it has pulled players successfully over towards A, so working the map a bit slower from XLG.
Where are you?
And they found that avenue. Like you said, Jorgamo's now no longer on C with the operator.
Oh, they're still going to commit to A.
They've got all options open.
What is the call that they're making? They had players ready to go into a potential C split. They're going to go over towards A anyway. It's being reinforced. There's players here waiting off to the side, including Trent, tucked into the corner. Inside the Viper Orb, and Raga's dealt with TP into the back. Nothing else to really supplement the rest of that one after shock. And there it is. Trent's pushed out into the open, but with that operator in the hands of Jorgamo, Short is on lockdown. Flash, dodge up and over towards the top, and supplementary util, and it's a scramble, a mad dash from XLG.
G2 with this new composition and a ton of ideas of how they want to play it on the A site. We already saw Jonah in one of the previous rounds lock it down. This time, you got Jorg sending a cute little flash up and over the top, and then picks up MIDI.
If this match goes to
hiding
game
inside
3,
the Viper Orb at A long. A really aggressive position from him. But he's also playing anti-flash and can turn around to deal with that gate crash from Raga on the entry. Cute ideas. The G2 get 4 in a row. Knocking XLG's economy down once again. And Happyway, if he tries to take space.
Oh, straight to the dome. Call it overkill. An immediate reposition as well. Jorg's going to be in a different spot. Nothing's going right now for XLG.
Oh, I mean... What? That one's supposed to be... You got to get a replay of that. That's supposed to be headed towards backside, and Raga just walked in front of it.
And at this point, if morale is not in the bin already,
nothing's perfect.
I don't know where it is.
That was perfection.
That's a brutal one.
I know that they're having comms issues, but...
What in the hell is happening there?
Get Sean on speed dial. I mean, show us this. What's going on here?
On the clone. No, that's a brutal one. We've been there. We've all been there.
Sova utility does interact with your own team's clones.
We learned that the other day.
You can shoot a recon on top of its head if you want, but I mean, you can also shoot a shock dart and do crazy damage to your own squad.
A brutal one, and it's fast going from XLG. Eurowalter, or Omenol, I should say.
They were thinking about it.
TP up towards heaven is going to be broken. Raga forwards here to breach ult. Try and lay way towards the sides. Trent's already there. Perfect with the util. Haunt Just paints out Raga's outline. Jorgamo even going to be using his own dimensional drift out. Spots it out. Plenty of players left waiting around to the side. Re-exploration, re-clearing. Cord 4, TP. Flash waiting. Prime going to let loose here in G2. But Pound's got the opportunity to draw out even more blood. XLG not able to take a breath in these moments, but they may have an opportunity to go a bit further. There's a game of timings happening here. Happy Way drifted in through mid.
But I think that the round should just be dead. I mean, the spike is surrounded by G2 players.
There's no retrieving it, is there? On from the side here is Leaf waiting. And now, just Happy Way. He's earned himself that decent spot to play in, but like you mentioned,
yeah, I mean, what
can you do?
What can you do in this spot? It's not like you're going to be going for the pathing to get the spike, is it? I mean, how would you even begin to pull that off? Beautiful ideas, though, again, from G2. They're so aware of the breach ult that is out here for XLG. They break the Omen ultimate, or at least cause enough pressure for it to get cancelled. And then Trent is on site, baiting out the breach ultimate, and then throws a haunt that is perfect, catches instantly onto Raga's TP. Trent has been a nightmare for Raga to deal with. On one of the A exec, Trent was hiding inside the Viper Orb. On another one of them, he's throwing a haunt and killing him through a smoke. And then they're instantly back through.
That's so unlucky,
Just
bro.
as Raga goes through his teleport, there's no chance for him to break that.
One enemy remaining.
And of course, the flash re-clear with the teleport out through A long. Beautiful ideas. And it's all working.
That goes there.
XLG look to show G2 a bit of their own medicine here. Stingers on 3 of the players. And as overall, in case things get a little bit tricky, XLG will be trying to win this one.
Shocks are not going to do much there for the Vice Wall. Obviously intended for the Thorns that have been placed prior. TP into the back, and you just can't get out of dodge. Still, it's there, available, ready, and wasting. Jonah P wants to try and flood his way in, and the vulnerable is across the board. XLG, though, the ones dominating. Oh, as I say that, Leaf needs to take out 2 of them. Leaves it into a 1v2 spot for Trent. We've seen this guy in the clutch. We know what he's capable of.
Coconut's going to be able to put down a one-way for the spike. They can play over towards long, but it will offer potentially opportunities for Trent to pick them off if his aim can be good enough. Vandal, powerful at long range. And I think he should start to get the read that they're playing off-site here down C long.
Reveals his position. Now time to send some util flying forwards here. Sees, deaded. That's going to be cutting up the close angle here. Slight tap, trying to force these players out wide into the open. It's Happy Way who takes the peak. Time ticking though onto this spike, and the spot just unwinnable now. Happy Way doesn't land that shot though. Still, there might be an opportunity. There might be a chance. But a difficult shot to hit all the way through still.
XLG chose to play the time there, choosing to go for 2 1v1s instead of double swinging. The clock had been starting to tick a little bit. But I think, listen, dial back, big picture. It's a good round from XLG. They came into this one with mostly a light buy, 3 stingers, bit of a thrifty. And they've come away with the victory. 6-3 though, they're gonna need more of that. Because this actually looks like the most kind of get up and go that they've had all tournament, I would argue.
Area.
But still, they've only been able to put 3 together.
Haunts up and over the top with a bit of spam from Jonah P. He's doing some work, he's doing some damage. The bullets landed onto Happy Way. He's dropped down to just barely anything.
XLG have got a really nice read right now that this wall is up on front B.
Jonah P, you're hard stuck onto this angle right now. Raga's got you watched. Flash dodged, and there's the peek, and there's the get out. Raga.
It's a good punish. He's got great information just from the sound. Bit bold. I'm not exactly sure what Jonah was going for there with the hop up. Trent takes a shot as Happy Way feeds into this B-lurk position.
That is wide.
They're playing slowly. And a kill happened there on both ends. Raga also punished Trent for an info.
Why we always give their advantage?
Raga hasn't cleared that. I think he's missed it on top of the box. And he's just out into the open. Jorgamo there with a trade. Raga might have just done enough though. Still that TV forwards. Midi. He's got to be sharp with it. Rifle in hand. Finally putting a stop to it. Jorgamo's running rampant ever so slightly here. Midi and Viva being left to do it now. Jump spot out into the open. Stray shots and damage and spamming all. Oh my, no coverage in sight! Not like this! Not like this!
A jumping right click! Magnetized onto the head of Midi!
I'm telling you,
Leaf
bro,
knew exactly that he had that
never
opportunity to try to force the play. Knew that the player short was going to be trying to defend. He plays it beautifully, but also Lady Luck very firmly on his side.
How's he getting away with that?
It's not like Midi was 1 HP either.
No.
But he leaps out of heaven for a Red Bull clutch in a round where Raga, I think, had done what should have been enough.
One enemy remaining.
Look at this again.
Choking.
Absurd.
Choking.
Oh my god.
You're telling me either Fnatic or G2
I mean, if we're being honest, I don't think they need that. But it's 7-3 and XLG down to Sheriffs again.
Can't catch a break.
They're talking about the 8-2.
Clone's going to be broken nice and early though. This one causing a few problems. Shock dart. Close. A lot of util is going to be primed in the hands of these players. XLG looking to potentially go now. There it is. Fault line forwards and the C's to meet them. Locking them down. XLG can step no further. At least for now, Raga re-exploring. Risks to be taken with just the Sheriff in hand.
XLG did win that thrifty before.
There's a head.
His aim
Clean
is
off the shoulders.
good,
Valent's going to be done. No more.
It does feel like Raga's starting to get a feel of the game.
Heating up.
He's playing very much on his own though. It's not like he's using that initiator util. Mostly just setting himself up for kills.
Way. And he was dragging most of the G2 players away, but a flash got a connection. Contact over towards A, and it's caused them scurrying back and over, but XLG are playing the long con. Going back over towards Raga, why not? But he earned himself the entirety of the C site.
It's a very dangerous rotate from Viva going through mid there, exposing himself to B and Garage. But they make it through. No casualties.
30 seconds left.
Should be a plant.
Lots shots fired off. Jorgamore looking for a lucky connection in all. Raga, he's forward again. And this guy is indomitable. Raga!
Damn, Raga bike ka aaya phone.
Right when they needed him most.
That's what you're hoping for from XLG's superstar.
Face your fear.
Knew that he had to make the play. The only player with a rifle. Utterly solo as well.
Surely that gets our confidence up, right?
I mean, we were talking so much about, having watched the guy in China, how brilliantly he's usually set up by initiator utility and by the team's game plans. He does occasionally have solo plays here and there, but this round was just all on his own. Deadlifting XLG.
Beautiful. Barely a hand poking out. Trent. He's going to need a bandage for that one. Drop down to 33 health.
But you can't do that consistently. And he won't even get a chance in this round. Runs into Jorgamo, takes an op bullet to the chest. And now the rest of XLG have to try to put a game plan together without their star player.
At least the comms come in that Trent is low.
And it's the last one in the half.
Cover going out. Jorgamo looking to spot out these players now. Dimensional Drift sees the two of them.
That's great info. I'm back. You know that the Cypher's lurking somewhere. You know that all three of the other players are over towards A. And Jorg, he's already anticipating that they're going to be making a bit of a pivot. Happy Way's caught the timing past the flash.
Yeah, he has. No acknowledgement on that one.
Very fast timing.
About as good as the timing as he could possibly hope for. It's still being jiggled, but yeah, Leaf unanticipating it.
Leaf even went for a reaction Thorns pop there at 40 seconds. Jorg's on an island.
And Happy Way.
What?
Making sure that he can really take advantage of the fact here over towards C. This is Valen, he full sticks it, he's all the way, in through, into the back, and still cleaned up. In the end, XLG now, they do have finally open access for that C site.
Not too shabby.
This would be
work being put in.
This would be an incredible round for XLG to get a 7-5 half, more than they could have dreamed of early.
Happy Way. He's got the operator in his hands here. He misses the first shot though, and a bit of spam. Trying to run this guy down all the way. The ults though have been earned up. Midi stuns them all.
Bro takes the op and then just whips. So why are we even taking the op in the first place?
In the belly from some of these players.
And a poetic way to end as well. Round 11, a complete solo play from Raga to ace and carry his team across the finish line. And then in the final round, Raga goes down early and the rest of the team get it done without him. Both halves of XLG working well.
Good half by XLG.
We cannot lie.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced
comes out.
Orion almost with a fully charged Dark Maelstrom, but can't really do enough damage through the Eternal Bond to pick up any frags off the back of this one. Dusty's still in control, but they've used most of their resources. Orion needs a couple more hits to have that Eye of Agamotto ready to go, but has already lost out on their co-Vanguard. A lot of the spacing here taken away. CMD is desperately trying to summon doppelgangers to keep the numbers up for Dusty and the output as well. So you're kind of scared
Brapta Gaming.
And suddenly Dusty going from the flank, the little bit disorganized at the beginning of the game, Pukal of Weasels, as you said, and into the much more organized business of Ferrets to hold that doorway. They are keeping control of the point, but it's only going to take one recap from Yoinkanda to take this round number 1.
Keep going.
Absolute perfection demanded of Dusty if they want to try and compete here on the Imperial Institute of Science. And Aegis raised before the culling turrets and also make sure there's all the more protection. Snaze is feeling a little bit overwhelmed over here towards the back. Orion, big plans, gets both strategists and picks Sylvie as their victim of the day. That does mean the Cloak and Dagger will survive the onslaught that was Levy's here, and Yoinkanda are striking back in the back. It's going to be Blacks moving forward with a freedom charge, plenty of additional HP, and well, when Yoinkanda press 3 Qs, it's difficult to survive it without a strategist ultimate of their own.
They're trying to delay this. They've got the thing coming in. Triple Vanguard to try and hold this line. Frosty rushing back in. Orion is completely trapped off the point here. Monk Muda tracking them down with the help of Etsu as the point is just being held, just about to hit overtime as Dusty are still delaying, but with Fraggy boxing down. It's now going to be Yoinkanda who flip it over on 97%. Can Dusty get anyone onto the point? Here comes the crazy Cloak and Dagger, but is picked
we lost
off
from 97?
It's going, well, this guy's, he's not a top duelist.
I mean, how the hell are they the top seed?
Right. But a combination of the roster move that they had to make before the tournament, a bit of nerves, having never played on the big stage before, and being a bit cold because they didn't play in the Swiss. It's taken them until now for us to really see that potential. It might be too little too late, though. XLG must win here on Haven in order to prolong their stay in Toronto. And G2, they're going to be looking to get back into that dominant form they were on Icebox, where they tore through the Chinese squad.
Both of these teams be bitterly disappointed of an early exit here.
And that's an early exit for Raga in the round. Tried to take a fight, hoping his hand was still hot.
The skin is so cute.
Slow down called for here by G2. Injecting a bit of a pause, I suppose, into the play and re-exploration in through mid. XLG have got a lot of space off the back of this, a lot of information is going to be gathered.
That flash tells them that there's somebody either peeking garage or on the flank.
TP into the corner. Snake bite round towards the back, flash into your face on top of it. Jorgamo trying to take that fight, and he was set up relatively well. G2 though, can they follow up on the most of it? Get the trade onto Midi, but this anchor smoke is to get through, and Viva just trying to weave in and out between it. Drops one, dropped himself, traded in a moment's notice. Up towards the top though, no more smokes. Up towards Heaven, and Happy Way just poking his head out. Spike has been dropped out into the open.
Yeah, and that's a little bit tough because they know there's a player over towards Heaven. Happy Way with a ghost and very little health. How do you block this off?
30 seconds left.
Just has to be the double hold as they reclaim it, retrieve it. Scurrying back now to safety, getting that plant down.
Yeah, and I think Happy Way missed his timing to have influence in this round.
Could have potentially done it, but now G2 are going to be tucked in safe positions, trying to play a bit more discipline, and there it is. As soon as you catch the contact,
not even free.
It's supposed to be the pivotal point. Jonah P, the one to capitalize.
And let's rewind to the very beginning of this pistol. You see here, a stun getting thrown out. In theory, you've got that breach Sober composition that should be a little bit better at locking off a lobby and setting Raga up for the early fights. But G2 are through. I mean, they got fast into that area, wall up, wall down, and they're in. G2 should be playing slower mid-rounds with the Viper in their composition. The double smoke
15 and 12 is not bad at all.
People like Leaf or Jonah to go for lurks. But XLG are going to be wanting to force fights like this one.
Jorg's going to be dropped down. Single digits. Stave off most of the aggression, though, that XLG were going for on their eco.
It's a Bucky and a Marshall being brought into this one.
You said it's a Bucky? I thought... Wait, Bucky, Winter Soldier? Where?
Although Happyway's actually playing the Bucky.
I've never seen this.
Over towards A long.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. But it's also not an area that G2 are currently exploring.
All eyes towards C. Be onto Viva and Coconut to see if they can clear the way. Viva, a bit of supplementary there with a spam. He needed to defend the slightest of corners, and Leaf is catching a timing. You can hear it, the footsteps. Raga was anticipating it, and there's a Bucky coming into work.
Upgrades, potentially. Downgrades, I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. Do you want a Stinger? Nah, rather have the Marshall, apparently. Happyway will have to get a run on, though. Try and put a stop to this here. Over towards a... Oh, my God, man!
That looks sharp.
I'm telling you, these guys never play player advantage, never.
So, would have been lit up like a Christmas tree on Trent's screen. 3 players trying to come back in here. They've got a Bucky or a Stinger to work with. It's going to be tough.
Let's see what they can do. Util readily available here with a fault line at least. Alongside the dart, Paranoia, hold on, trenches down into the open! You gotta try and land those shots though, and he still gets the one. We're eventually going down. Discipline being played, G2 just waiting for the game to come to them. And
what was Trent planning to do?
They know that game well.
Was there a YouTube behind
There's
him?
been damage done there. I mean, if XLG can put together a decent buy, which they should be able to, because they only forced Marshall and Bucky. They've actually chunked away at G2's economy a little bit.
Oh, I'm not watching it.
But this is now going to be a must-win round for them. G2 are coming in with double stingers.
Play clutch, play clutch, it's fine.
I mean, to be clear, they can't hear Josh in that moment, but hard when you're a coach not to vocalize what you're thinking. Here's that stun like I'm talking about. XLG's comp is better for A-lobby control.
Raga to take out Valen, but he is traded.
Yeah, so best case he's managed is going 1 for 1, and I'm not sure that that's enough in a round like this. G2 slow things down. XLG take the response into mid. This flash, Vice flash, up on their screens, always available to get the info.
3 players. I can wait now. Plenty of bullets left waiting, and more where that came from. Jonah P. He knows where that final player could be lurking around towards the side, and he does a decent job of it still into the 1v1. It's Leaf versus Viva.
And it's a must-win here for Viva. It's G2's bonus. They can still afford to buy into the next. Viva can't.
Mutual setup.
What a blind
is down, and the game of timings is just missed by Leaf, but still, it's going to be wrapping this one all the way around to the side, and a bit of patience now played as well.
Viva's had a nightmare of a map so far. He's 2 and 10. This would be everything for the guy.
Flash hasn't seen much. Viva's got to reveal his hand. Deep dart down, and it clears one of the angles for him. Doesn't know where to expect Leaf, though. Creeping around, crawling around this guy. It's all over the place. Practically in the walls.
And it's a gorgeous plant position from Leaf. Makes it feel like he's playing towards Cubby or Long. But actually, when he wraps around there, there's no area where Viva can be on the spike and it's not just completely in the open.
You not see Raga's POV there, you stupid fuck.
Jonah does a great job picking up both
observers
players
are so bad, bro. It's so bad.
But I thought that the double initiators might be able to pull
They show
through
us
for
this
XLG.
POV, wow. Of a guy dying.
I think that round, though, was everything.
They show us the POV we saw in when the game was playing. They show us in the replay, and then after that they show us of a guy dying. Isn't it too obvious for these dumbass observers to know that, oh, these guys already saw this in the game. It's nothing special, let's show them something they haven't seen.
Putting a stop to it here and now. They're going to get cheeky there, hopping around to the side. Hold on, happy way with the Sheriff. Shots are flying and
Why?
Down that sight line.
Okay, bro, you damaged him so much. It's so bad.
Just come down to now here, playing a bit offside still.
3v3.
Coconut is up. They're going to have smokes to play this one. You can't be entirely off the side. The G2, I think, have just realized it. Now starting to play up a little bit more. Late lurk now from Leaf. It's going to be that backup policy, but with a bit of pace, might not get a chance to do it here. Shots already fired. Valen has been caught from behind. The TP down towards Long. You are completely out of the picture. Jorgamo is forwards, and guns need to be at the ready. It's Viva again versus Leaf once more. Can he do it? tapping out, searching, hunting! It's deja vu for Viva again!
Bro, did it
Leaf
twice.
up to logs.
First time
and delivers
felt so
another
good I had
bullet
to
to the
do it
side of the
again.
head.
Oh, isn't there a code like that?
Tragedy for XLG.
Felt so good I had to do it again.
That's
something
around
like
that G2 misplayed a little bit to get into a tricky situation. They weren't quite ready for what was going on with the trip. I mean, Jorg just beefed his movement a little bit. And then things cascaded from there.
One enemy remaining.
To be honest, Jorg redeemed himself with 3 in the round. He really made up for it. But a couple of teammates got killed, and Josh is chuckling about that. So similar to previous.
And the pressure is just off them at this point. You could maybe make an argument, I think, at the beginning of this series that G2 are the ones that are feeling like they have to put their best foot forwards. They've been locked down into the lowers when all expectations are sky high.
Good. What? And what is that crosshair?
Will we see our first 2-1 of the day? As we currently had a 2-0 of Alcatia versus Fire Sprays, a 2-0 of OG Seed versus 0%.
It's really reasonable to say that both teams will have similar paths.
Never
Fact is,
Number
that
one
was
seeds
close.
Struggled in their upper bracket game here at Toronto. There is a different weight of expectation for these squads. G2, it's hard really to point at another squad that's been the best team of 2025 so far. It's not really definitive. Nobody has the crown currently. But if you were going to point at somebody, you'd probably point at G2. And that's despite them not actually winning a global tournament. But having said that, that's where the pressure increases. But they've just got away to such good starts here.
And you can just see it on their faces and all the replays and all the cams. G2 are all smiles. XLG can feel it, slowly losing their chance. But staying alive here in a global event. Flash and a peek alongside that Horn. Viva!
That's big.
Okay.
Please play player advantage. Please, I beg you.
2, make it 3, make it 4. God! A bit of fire, bit of fury, inserted into it. Raw spam maybe to get the job done towards the end. He's one away from the ace.
Get it.
Did wonders for the confidence. Leaf is dodging, juking, desperate to stay alive. The movement of chance, denies him his chance in the sun.
But no, hold on.
Now hold on.
Pump the brakes. There's a minute still left here. I've seen Leaf work magic before, and his wall gets dripped over towards C.
There's a 1v2 though, and he's walking knife out. Doesn't realize the happy way is already there.
Okay. And the adrenaline can start seeping away for XLG. Those are good kills for Viva to get. He was hanging out at the bottom of the scoreboard for such a long time. I think he only had 1 kill in the first half.
Got to get the confidence back somehow.
And he's also lost 2 vitally important 1v1s against Leaf.
Okay, he did well. I'm not
so to be able to just
disagree with that, but
and rip through 4 of the
they
players.
still were not ready to play player advantage.
That's a big one. That's important.
And it goes to like a 1
side of things.
Now they have no buy.
Obviously dampened, I think, by that
Play
score.
player advantage, play for the money.
How it has to be.
Oh.
Double stinger. Valen and Leaf, they're both incredible with them. But in theory, it's a weaker economy. And they're only heading to the site where Viva is completely alone.
He's walking all the way down mid. He's exploring. Jordan with a dimensional drift clears all of the A site out. Spots it. Multiple players there. Raga taking a peek. Let's claim Jonah P.
And this allows them now to use the Vice ultimate for post-plant.
Midi to tap. It's forced out the old early here. Players going to be colliding, clashing. Jorgamo tries to step forward. He's going to try and stem that bleeding, shore it up, at least momentarily here, round to the side. And the ult's going to be extended. Oh my goodness, he's just swapping around the weaponry. Valen just walking. Happy way from on high. Operator in hand after shot, pushing him out wide. And it's just left down to Trent in that 1v2 scenario. And happy way. Sight set.
I think he had it
in the appropriate position.
3 kills, I think, with the op in that round in 2 different players' hands. Raga got the opener onto Jonah P, playing pretty aggro on site. But this round was all about the ults. XLG were anticipating that G2 were going to lead with something. Let's say Vice Ultimate, maybe the Dimensional Drift. So they ended up playing pretty soft on A, tried to come back in with a Breach Ultimate, got stopped.
No one
and then skirmishes. Opportunities for them to peek a player in here and there, and Happy Way from Heaven getting massive value with the op. Now G2's economy is properly dead in the water. Still, the same 2 players with stingers in hand. But everyone else now, instead of rifles, down to sheriffs. this defensive setup is now working. Partly because they've had the op, and partly because XLG feel like they're playing with a little bit more aggression, perhaps?
Time to jump.
An ability to take it to G2.
Pressure relieved.
There's one trip broken at the front of B, but Happyway still has a second trip in a deeper position, so he's not as worried about just getting walked on. Garage, though, is currently pretty dangerous. They have this camera that gives them information into Garage, but it got smoked off.
It's cleared through. Jorgamo inserts his presence there now over towards B in the Garage.
And they don't have a re-clear protocol for this. I mean, if they had the breach on this side of the map, I'm sure they would. But for now, with their current defensive setup, you've just got to stay here.
One big glaring question mark. Happyway's going to be watching onto most of this here, but it does drag bodies away from it. G2, you got 30 seconds left. Got to start to decide where you want to go at some point.
30 seconds left.
Potentially a B pop, Jorgamo being a backstab. Looks like that is where they're going to be trying to go for here, but Midi has plenty of utility to dissuade this. Trip. Ball's going to be triggered round from the side here. Sheriff not doing enough. Happyway.
Volvo has missed some really big kills.
Offloading it, buying time now for the Flood to try and get in. There's 7 seconds left. G2 trying to get that plan down here. Running and gunning, and Coconut just laying claim down now onto the side leaf. There's the last one left. Got into his hands. Defuse is sticking. Shorty's round the corner. And if that's what it takes.
The game plan was so nice as well from G2. They put so much effort into inserting Jorgamo into that top Garage position, and then threw a paranoia to try to flush the player into his sightlines. And look at Happyway here. He's blinded up, knows he's being shot multiple times.
Can we see his POV? Man, these observers, finds his kill. God, this game is...
And the rest of XLG flood on in and are somehow able to overpower the Viper's pit too.
So annoying, it's actually good.
11-8.
These guys are so fucking bad, it actually blows my mind. It's actually crazy how bad can you be?
Because that came down to
it actually blows my mind. How bad can you be?
G2 who are going to be taking another timeout right before they get rifles back.
Bro, why not just show his POV?
Into his sightlines. And look at Happyway here. He's blinded up. Finds his power.
But you know what I mean, right?
10-5 down, I think it was. That's where we were looking at them like, okay, they might have let this game slip away from them at this point.
Okay.
They had a chance to get back in the game.
Just for once, but they are still fucking bad.
Well, here's another big moment, a pivotal moment for the economy, for the ults as well, because G2s are going to start cycling again if they win this.
I've never seen these many Indians
to do it.
In any Masters.
Racking to give it these rounds one at a time.
Canada is actually full of Indians.
Timeline on our screens. You were saying it, Josh. Yeah, it's been streaky, but pivotal round nevertheless. G2 taking that timeout, respect shown. They know how easily you can lose grip of a map of a series.
Now, one of the things I was thinking we might see is a trip over here towards short, for example, which just kind of stops the Viper lurk from happening that you would expect. And instead, it's been Happyway playing mostly towards C the entire time. He's got a trip for Garage window, in fact, this time. So if you try to get into that deep position that Jorg played in previously,
hold on. You're done. AC, yeah, we're seeing it. It's going to be that nightfall scattered forwards, no connections. TP now into the back by Valen. I know it's all clear.
Oh, fake as well into spawn, so they do have to respect that. There's an Omen smoke in the defender's spawn that they might have teleported into.
It's going to bleed time out of XLG where they have to try and at least defend this one. Still, he's ahead of it as that smoke just dissipates. Jorgamo, he's wide out into the open. He's going to flash his way in, but Valen's still towards the back. This is going to be clearing up the question marks. Here for XLG.
Important trade.
They're going to be clearing up most of the map as well. Into, through, and the side. B side.
They have flash, they have recon.
There it is, recon up and over. Smoke. Dropped up, a bit of spam from G2. Is this what it's going to take? Is this how they're going to be claiming this round here? Stepping forwards and past it. The line of scrimmage that was layered down, and it's stray bullets follow the tracers. Time has run out. G2 up to 12.
A very fast hit coming out of the timeout there. Straight out of the strat book. Good input from Josh RT. Just gets them one round, but an important one. Yeah. The important one, potentially. That could have been everything as well. Jorg losing his life a little too easily. But the players in the clutch are rock solid as always for G2.
Bro, the
Ward is so funny, just hearing like that crunch, crunch, crunch when he's running through.
It's good to see that even the simple things can delight the players after their thousands of hours of play.
This is G2 on the cusp of sending XLG home.
And Raga with it all to do. Bodies coming towards him, fast and unknown.
Very tight angles we hold. Just catching the clone. Takes that first contact, forces the TP back at him. So Raga evacuating. Through the back though, this is Happy Way hard committed. He's decayed down. Thorns and a snake bite, it's all offloaded. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
That's unlucky.
Foul concoction that G2 just brewed up, and now with a player advantage, site control is theirs. We're looking at Raga to see if he can be the difference maker. Peeks out wide, don't follow up at all. It's the Vice Sword offloaded now. Thorns scattered wide. And with it, XLG's hopes.
I mean, do I want to watch Fnatic?
Jorgamo taking point, taking contact, and bodies are dropped. At a moment's notice, it's G2.
Oh, I'm so confused. Should we watch it? Okay, let's watch one map. And if Fnatic plays really
but
bad,
there are plenty more opportunities, plenty more points on this
map.
Are
we actually playing
to show why this is so terrifying for teams.
Oh, the penny hitters are going to feel real silly when this spider time comes out. You're going to feel real foolish, Tej. There goes Frankie Boxing. Grabbed in by the Wolverine. Very strong duelist, and that percentage-based damage just tears through the meaty targets. A quick stun, interrupting the usage of the Thorn
I'm going to go ask my girlfriend.
Black's going to get it out anyway. Another invincible pulse cannon ready to go as Frosty stalls the cart for a second.
Moving around, Frosty getting focused down. You can see Mudbutter in the sky, trying to just punish anyone who goes on the flank. Was able to take out Frosty with the help and the dive of Etsu. Ryan with the Squirrel Tsunami, though, is starting to create an opening with that spider time, squirrel time. I'm getting everything combined.
Did I just see Monk Mudder tactically nuclear strike a collection of squirrel? What am I looking at right here? Orion forces out the invincible pulse cannon. You know what? Tippy Toe ain't living that one. I hate to break it to you, Tippy Toe heads. She ain't that kind of squirrel.
Jarvis, clip that. Taking down the Squirrel Tsunami. Orion back to the defensive point, sieging from a distance, just trying to find any opening, trying to weaken so that anyone can get it. Frosty has brought out the Iron Man of their own.
All right, a battle in the air. And there'll be plenty of support coming through. Once again, 44 just on the flank, being a menace. Bro loves to menace the back lines, and well, you know what? They're using up Monk Mudder's ammo. I'll give him that. Monk Mudder now has unlimited ammo. Problem solved with the armor overdrive, as Frosty on the other side is laying down huge suppressing fire. And now moving forward, they have to try and break through these walls so you can get some good coverage off of this Eternal Bond.
Etsu was caught on the high ground, will be forced to back away, but now with that Eternal Bond bought out, Yoikata will have to wait a little bit longer, but they will have an Eternal Bond of their own in just a few moments. And C&D, Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami coming in, but there's once again the pickup onto Frankie Boxing, Invincible Pulse Cannon into the backline, finds nothing. But in the meantime, Yoikanda are still cleaning up every single member of Dusty they can find. Straggling Prison comes on in to trap Crazy after that Eternal Bond ends, and they are picked off.
Nice, great counter to the Eternal Bond coming out there from Blacks, knowing that with easy headshots onto a rooted enemy, you can burst through the healing of the Eternal Bond. And now Blacks is really going to be taxing this exit here, creating a nice canopy.
There's the difference between a pro player and just
interested architecture. 424 has been beamed down in the back.
Yesterday, Winnie, 100 Thieves. Was it 100 Thieves? Yeah, I think he's 100 Thief, right? This guy made walls. He positioned his wall in a way that the defenders can't break it. Look at this, Groot, he just puts it. You know, like they can break it easily. There is a difference between pro players and random rank clear players.
The pressure is on. Good news, Squirrel Girl is quite good on attack as well, as you can see, to try and break defensive positions with it. But it looks like Dusty may finally be sending the Squirrel Girl to bed.
Yeah, might need to be that Orion finds a little bit more impetus for Yoinkinder to respond. Because while the Skrull... Oh, never mind. You know what? Analysis, why bother? It's Skrull versus Penny. Like, on attack. Everything I know about Marvel Rivals is out the window. All 4 final blows, by the way, do belong to the Squo.
13k damage, has the most damage in the game, has only been KO'd 3 times. They're performing well. The Squirrel Girl is working. It's just they're not able to find enough eliminations. They're not able to find enough pickups to open up and stop Yoinkinder's push.
You guys are not winning with the Squirrel Girl.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Same comp, new energy, baby. I wonder if we're going to see this Rocket kept here as well, getting that additional.
What are these heals, man?
Of course, hyper valuable to
Mantis
try and
and
set up these flanks and create inhospitable
Rocket
zones that players really can't stay in without being absolutely bombarded with spider mines.
Wow.
No, it's not going to stay. Never mind.
Mantis to boost Squirrel Girl, that's it? What a shit comp. I'm never letting anyone in my team play Mantis with only 2 healers. I'm beating their ass. Look where Penny is, actually flanking.
For now, building up towards those invincible pulse cannons. However, there's going to be a lot more.
I mean, Penny is working.
Frosty, who's going to be catching those tainted voltages from Etsu on the Winter Soldier, is a classic hero.
Never mind.
For Etsu, by
yeah,
the way, during the Marvel Rivals
Mantis is dead because they have no
kind
heals.
of in the better Winter Soldier wins era of Marvel Rivals Esports. Frosty, though, great beaming off the back of the armor overdrive. They baited in Monk Mudder and punished him as he tried to disengage.
Gonna get healed back up after being dropped to half HP, pushing on in. I mean, what's Na'Vi in the back line for the flank to create an opening, and Dusty, the card is moving forward. Invincible Pulse Cannon.
I mean, they can bake it easily. This guy thinks he's playing rank.
Taken out with the Unibeam. Frosty backs up, looks for it. Can they time it with the dash? No, it will not find the pickup as Blacks takes down the Iron Man.
Just unable to hit the angle was a good thought there, but unfortunately Vertigo being able to survive means that it might well be over for Dusty. And I just remembered what the what this Skrull Girl cosplay, what Crosshair awakens in me. It looks like the crosshair that you'd have in like a World War II bomber, like a Lancaster. Like if you're about to drop some 50-kilo dumb bombs, you're looking from like 10,000 feet up through that.
The British have dropped wood in the past. I am not sure about squirrels, though, as they...
Harris wood.
They try to zone away. We're seeing CMD with that extra soul rejuvenation here for the protection, but straggling Prison onto the group top members. Kraken impact, but they will get stunned out by the Iron Magamoto from Frankie Boxing, but Etsu is still just resetting over and over again. 44 trying to get away to prevent the reset, but they can't pull out in time. Get locked down, and it's the bull chase, sending Iron Man to the ground, but they can't find the other eliminations. Etsu is a bit far out now.
Reminding me of the times when Etsu on OG was really bringing it very often to VP in the Winter Soldier versus Winter Soldier, and having it brought to him by Frosty. Great use of Repulse Blast there. Brand new Invincible Pulse Cannon is now available. You could try and use it to try and answer a strategist ultimate, but of course you kind of don't have any of those left at the moment. Does he have an opening to try and make something work? And Crizzy realizes it, rolling on through. Invincible Pulse Cannon comes from the other direction. It seems like it was well blocked out and punished by Frankie, who likely took to the air and assaulted Tony Stark.
They have created an opening. Portal is available, but for it to be dropped here, someone needs to touch the point. Zoning away the Winter Soldier, who Soldier's fists in to try and take it, but is immediately picked up. And that portal will come in too late, and we'll just get cancelled and immediately stunned out by 424.
Oh my god,
wait, what?
Jonathan Penny is just the one. I think that they were trying to do some counter portaling from Frankie Boxing in case 424 was unable to deliver on the Cyberweb snare. But you know what? Good platforming by my Penny player. The Spider Merchant is getting some value by shutting down that recontest, essentially securing this first point for Dusty.
And Dusty continued to push on in with 2 minutes and 42 remaining. The Penny is flanking in the backline, causing problems as Frosty tries to duel into Monkmuna. Etsu is taken out by Orion from downtown, sieging in from the distance. Media M to try and zone them out. Though as Yoinkanda realized there's a Penny in the backline that just runs so far towards the enemy team's base that it can't reach.
Snaze pulls a quick Uno reverse there on Frosty, eating up the invincible pulse cannon with the Meteor Ram and dunking it down onto Tony's head. It's an unfortunate day for infinite pulse cannons. However, 424, what are we cooking back here? It's a single weasel, not a boogle, but it's a weasel nevertheless. Tetcher in the back. Dusty have 5 ultimates to try and break through this one. They do not have a Mantis. CMD already coming through with the God of Mischief copy. Is going to be able to use their own Soul Resurgence, but it's almost over already. And there's no forward progress to be seen here for Dusty.
This Weasel's got far too many legs, but it is still causing issues in the backline. The spideriest Weasel I ever did see is just trying to land those cyberweb snares to lock people down. Squirrel Guard coming out as well, making it very difficult, punishing reinforcements. But Monkmuna is also flanking. A Minimal Squirrel Tsunami comes on out, and Monkmuna takes the 1v1 versus Orion.
Here comes the invincible pulse cannon trying to shut down the Mantis. Frankie boxing, just trying to make sure that Frank's damage is mitigated for the moment. Even more nice play from Frosty. Just predicts that Etsu's going to try and round the corner, getting greedy with the ultimate. It's a good prediction in the midst of all of this. Look at all those mines doing 0 damage to the group, unfortunately, who just backs away from them. Into the back, though, 2 strategists taken down by CMD after they were
I mean, he is making Penny work somehow.
It's getting to real value.
Actually, real value.
Penny sets up a complete lockdown on the approach. They would have to take the full wraparound here as Yoinkanda forced to regroup. The pickup from Frosty. 424 cutting off any retreats. Goodbye, Vertigo. They drop the Eternal Bonds into the mines. Exactly what you want to see as a Penny player. And Dusty, they're doing it, leg day. They're heading towards point 3.
I'd like to submit my formal apology in writing to 424. I didn't realize you were the Pote. That's my bad. Game you ball like that. An attempted cyberweb snare there onto the Iron Man. It's going to miss, so 424 is going to have to flee away, but not before doing a little bit more trolling on Blacks in the midst of all of this. Frankie boxing, isolated by the Thorn Lash walls, but plenty of healing. Should be able to come on through from the Cloak and Dagger in the aftermath as Frosty builds up a plan for their next ult.
Etsu has abandoned the Punisher back onto the Psylocke to try and snipe this Squirrel Girl. Already taking them down once as Dusty forced to regroup, forced to back away. Frosty dropped low and punishing the Penny, who is still on the flank.
Damn, this Penny keeps on flanking.
See Penny on their flank. That much is for certain. Wrapping around the back.
This one's working up, bro.
Some new territory is going to start moving
Bro,
these
lobby.
spider mines around, and out come a couple of stuns here and there. The unbeatable Scroll Tsunami. Oh, CMD at the end of their tether, at the end of the bond, gets caught by the nuclear blast, the invincible pulse cannon from Monkmuna. But most of Yoinkanda have been overwhelmed. This Squirrel Girl, she's doing so much. She's hitting him with a knuckle. Frankie, Frankie's just settling the portal. Does not care about the. This match is not reality. Whatever 14,601 things Doctor Strange looked into, he did not see this.
They've portaled them in. They've set the trap. Finally, Venom is able to break the containment. They're fighting Monkmuna on the flank to prevent any invincible pulse cannons, but it's not even charged yet. They're dropping low. It's Spider time, but is it Dusty time? They're centimeters away, leg day. As 44 is trying to cut off the reinforcements, but we're already going to see CMD and Frosty getting taken down. They've got 6 seconds left. Frankie boxing is on the point, so we can't portal them back in. I have Monkmuna to try and buy the extra time, but they are taken down. It's 424 on the Penny. For Dusty's tournament life, they are taken down. The reinforcements aren't there. It is GG as Yoinkanda keep the sacred timeline and will take the map in a 3-2.
They actually won.
Having to cull the divergent branch where Penny was getting value. Typically, the last hurrah was Sylvie falling to a bunch of spider mines. Well, Dusty, their tournament run might be over, but we can't say that it wasn't an entertaining last hurrah. What an the Skalds will sing of this day as the Icelandic team, who
Why my eyes tell me that I'm not sleeping for like 12 hours.
7 final hits on the penny, 14k damage, which is almost as much as Etsu. 31k damage on the Squirrel Girl. It's 8k more than the Iron Man. It did so much. Etsu also showing off their hero pool that game, rotating between at least 3, maybe 4 heroes.
So question is, who on your Inkanda inherits Orion's crosshair now? I've got to assume it works like a parasite, and
the only reason it would work that way.
When you eat Orion, you unfortunately inherit the crosshair, and you have to play with the bomber scope.
And hopefully he's going to be able to put up those big numbers from Pacific.
And he had a lot of impact on those attack sides, which were the good part of Wolves' game.
And but, second map, yeah.
On defense, I think about their ascent. He's pretty much playing like solo mid every round. Wolves just fought hard into the extremities, ran over the side anchors, and then had deadlock utility in the post. It didn't feel like he was in that game the way he was in their matches in Pacific.
That's the thing. You're looking for fights, you can't get them because they were playing against a team that's much more slower. So if it's going to be the same style with Fnatic where he can't go to toe-to-toe rather against Kayak as soon as the barriers come up, and that's a little bit of a change of pace and a little bit of a change of strategy here that RQ has to come up with.
I'm a little bit upset with myself because as you guys were breaking all that down beautifully, I thought I could have gone with Uncut Gem. I could have gone with that. There's so many I could go with, so you guys bear with me when I come up.
And the pressure's on now. Yeah. He could probably come out as a diamond player. No, you want Radiant players.
All right.
Calling him diamond's crazy.
Vance, leave the dad jokes to me. Now, the one player we have been very impressed with is Cushy. So let's hear from the man himself. Jen Lee caught up with him a little bit earlier.
Hello, Jen here with Cushy next to me. Now, Cushy, it means a lot to the fans back at home to have players and teams like you to represent them on a global stage. So what does it mean to you personally, and what can you do to avoid elimination today and make them proud?
So personally, I'm very happy that I can represent the SEA community because I grew up watching these kind of tournaments, and now getting the chance to represent them means a lot, and getting the support from them. And to avoid elimination, I guess we just focus on ourselves and our game plan to play the game. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much.
We hear that a lot, but Mimi, what is their game plan? How does Cushy fit into that?
I think what Cushy does is, first of all, in a meta where we're moving away from the Teo a little bit more, he has a super important role. You think back to the double smokes metas of the past, be it Harbor Viper, Astra Viper, there was often a focus on solo initiator players and what you could do on the Sky or the Sova, how you're timing your utility for your duelist, but also, if your duelist goes down, how well you're winning out in those late rounds. And despite the rough game, I thought Cushy was bringing a lot of that. His util usage was really solid. He was winning a couple big clutches. It looked like he was finding his form here, playing almost exactly as well as he did in
Hopefully
stage
it's
1.
a quick
You nail it, Mimi. When you look at a player like Cushy as well, or just the initiator role, now you don't have to play the Teo. You're not forced to play outside of sites or playing post-plant meta, really. So you have to really get into the action with your teammates. If you're going to have lack of utility to support your main duelist, you have to be the second or third entry to make sure that your duelist is in a comfortable spot, that you're able to take these site controls. Then you figure out what you have to do after here with your second wave, the recon, to get info for your team.
There's a lot more chances to shine when you're playing the Sova, especially in solo initiator comps, versus when it was Teo jail permanently for guys like Cushy.
Let's move on to Fnatic because it was a very close game on the map 1 and map 2. And if you watched the press conference, you would have heard them talk about how the reason they were sad about the loss is because it was just like Shanghai, where they could have won the game. It could have been a 2-0.
Yep. It could have, honestly, it's funny because it could have been a 2-0 for either team, right? Yeah. With how close those first 2 maps were, but Genji eked it out.
Fnatic should have never lost even, never.
And that's where some of the weakness started to show for Fnatic in that one. I didn't think that they looked super ready to play into that deadlock comp, which is a really weird one to prepare for.
How are you not performing in ISO? You are like the best ISO.
Yeah, and if anything, you're looking at how
their whole comp is based around you.
Up to the play here, the return on the stage, and has been killing it so far. When you talk about the empty tank on that third map, it was actually very full in the first 2. He was such a good player in terms of utility, in terms of the retakes for the teams. The amount of value he got from recon darts that was actually looked upon by Genji, or not looked upon, they were able to take full advantage of that one with the combination of the ISO and Haven.
Fnatic is one of the teams coming into this tournament that is not like 100% Teo pick rate team. We still got to see 2 of their double duelist maps, and I really thought they looked good on both of them. They have a lot of strength in not being fully indexed into that style of play, which is why I do have quite a bit of faith for them to bounce back here, but the issue was this sunset.
It was indeed, and you have to ask yourselves, you know, with a team with a map pool that's relatively deep, why did they decide to go here? They had the choice. They could have gone to Ascent. Instead, maybe Van's a mistake they're going to regret.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see what RQ is cooking up on this one too, but them playing this map against Gen G, I think I agree to what Mimi was saying, not ready to play against
start.
the deadlock.
I am begging you, please just start the
able
game.
to come up with something different, something that they're not used to, or maybe something that RQ doesn't play within their own region as well, especially the stage is set for these type of compositional changes.
Magic attention, please don't argue with anything.
I would not want to play on Ascent. Both those three unenviable.
Bro, I want to watch a Panther.
I don't want to hear that. Their biggest issue is Fnatic is a team who, you look at their success on Haven and Split, it's down to how patiently they play their retakes. Once they have a man up, they are going to wait for all of the util to fade out, everything to come back on cooldown, and all retake together. And their team play in those positions are excellent. The issue is, when you play against
what's going on? I know you guys been waiting.
You're forced to rush it. You're forced to deal with the utility. And I think that thing that is normally such a strength for them worked against them in that second half of Sunset.
Yeah, and it was also a weird match, right? You know, we don't often have breaks that long too. The fans were also in full swing. It was a lovely atmosphere for them to be in. They spoke about it afterwards as well. But my eyes do go to some of the veteran players, the players that have been here before. You spoke about Crashies already, Vans, but for Alpha, you know, he warmed up into the map. For Boaster, I think he really struggled in the shooting department. And for Chronicle as well, there were just inconsistencies.
Yeah, definitely, but I just think, well, inconsistency again, it goes down to that third map, not getting used to maybe how Gen G is currently playing, but the first two...
He's just... I got you, Lena. Got you, Manta. I'm breaking. Strange on point, guys. The Strange who's one on point, guys. Please shoot Strange.
Run, Rat. Yeah, run. Good Rat.
Fuck off.
Really confident with him about the bans and the stage picks, so it's actually really nice to have a coach like him.
Oh, French accent, I can hear it from a mile. On the ban system, and you are going up in your next round against the current European champions, Virtus Pro. What are your thoughts heading into that match?
I mean, like, my opinion personally is that I think they are still the best, to be honest. You know, it can happen to have a bad day. You know, it's been legit like 6 months that they are on the top. Like, of course, one day or another they would have lose, and it happened yesterday.
I like him,
but I really think that they will just come back stronger. Like, to be honest, I don't think it's going to be the start of the like downside of VP. Okay. You know, I really think they will just come back stronger and be at the top again. But honestly, I mean, personally, I'm confident because, you know, it gives some confidence to see that another team can beat them. You know? So, like, it opens the gate for the other team, actually. Like, now we know that they are beatable, you know. So we will play on that part and just hope that we will beat them.
Nice. I want to know a little bit about the Black Law after the MRI. You were playing for Fnatic at the time. I believe you were a newer pickup for that roster. Ended up with a couple of the OG guys here on your encounter. How did you end up making the swap between these teams? Were you like approached by Etsu or?
I mean, after the last MRC, we placed top 8 with 0%, and so we played the Marvel Rivals Invitational with Fnatic. And like, the problem is that we were not happy with the top 8. Like, we wanted the top 3 at least, so everyone in the team was not happy. So what happened is that there was 3 persons that wanted to leave the team. And these 3 persons, it was me, Monk, and Sylvie. We kinda mixed with Etsu because he asked us. because you know, like Enzo, Tanuki, Ken, and Alex left. So we joined Snaze and Etsu, and we find the last one, so Vertigo. And it's actually really like we couldn't have better. I think in last pick right
Target
now, he's
banned the
actually
fridge.
a really good dealer. Like honestly, I really like how he plays and everything.
Who won?
And yeah, that's how it went. It was really good actually.
And you mentioned your coach has been helping you with a lot of the draft. Do you
Yoink
want to give them a
this
shout
chunk.
out here, and also a bit of a call out for VP as they're coming up? And any words for your opponents in this match, Dusty?
Yeah, I mean, I think the people that played Overwatch knows him. It was Obazil. He was a huge coach in NA, and right now he's helping us because we are EU. So he's helping us, and I really like how we cook the bans. Like, to be honest, it's one of the best coach out here. To be honest, like it's not to glaze him, you know, but you know. It's pretty
I
fun.
like how we cook the bands.
I know Obaso. I know he's a good brain to have in that back line. When it comes to good brains as well, you guys have got quite a bit of competitive gaming experience. Did you feel any pressure being in the lower bracket today against Dusty, or is it just another match?
No, personally, and I think the other one in the team too were not like. I mean,
this was an
frustrated,
insanely
you know,
bad
like,
performance by him.
We didn't want to be in the loser bracket this early, you know, like it was the first game and boom, you go in the loser bracket.
Bro,
so
please start the game. I'm
And I
begging
think
you. I'm
his
dying
energy,
of
his
sleep
fragging
here.
did a lot to pull greatness out of the rest of the team to make that 12-7 comeback happen.
Yeah, we're gonna check in with the players in just a moment, but before they take the stage, let's see what Golden Boy is up to. I see you're wearing your nail from the artist alley, so
He
I
still
wonder.
got it.
Yeah, I wonder what GB, what kind of goodies GB managed to get.
It's the first time that I had my nails done. I didn't know that this was like kind of permanent. I have to go get it, like going to a place to get it done.
I mean, let's see if GB got his nails done.
What the fuck is GP?
So here at Valorant Masters Toronto, we have a lot of really cool activations and booths, and one of those things is our Artist Alley with our amazing community. And I'm here with Kermi, who is, she's corrected me multiple times now. Kermi, you have a beautiful setup here. Firstly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from, and also what inspired you to do this?
I'm from Toronto, and I basically started art when I first got into VCT with the team Sentinels.
Yeah.
And so at first I started with only Sentinels, but then slowly
Toronto,
it
I was
transferred into mainly
exactly.
Tarek now.
This is exactly what I was
mainly
going to say.
Tarek. Okay, that's completely fair. Actually, why don't you show us some of this stuff here? What do you have here? What's this? How long did it take you to do this and print out all that stuff?
She's
I have
so
this
fine.
one as a freebie of Tarek. It's supposed to be him with his like final mouse collab.
Nice.
And I also have like keychains and pins with him and stuff.
That's so cool. So now, how's the experience been for you here in Toronto, meeting people? Has it been a fun one?
I was like, really nervous at first, but everyone here is really nice, and it's just like a really wonderful opportunity.
Yeah. And look at you, you're killing it. I came around here, you had a full line. People were checking out your stuff. There is one thing that I saw that I absolutely loved. We can actually get a zoom in on it here. The anatomy of
twice if you're
Wingman.
scared.
And you have one here if you don't mind me. Yeah, it's a small version right here, right? This is hilarious. So how did you determine Wingman's anatomy?
I just guessed.
And I'm sure he'll just guess too, right? That's awesome.
Surely he has a lot of like squishiness, so thankfully I didn't have to guess too much.
Yeah, no. To be fair, that's what my wife says about me as well, so it makes a lot of sense. No, look, honestly, this is amazing.
Yeah, that's actually
Incredible
pretty nice.
stuff.
What the
Check
fuck?
out the Artist Alley booth. Check out Kermi. She is an incredible designer, making fun things for the community at a good price, and it's worth your time. Kermi, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Now, if that is not hard-hitting journalism, I don't know what is. But Rob Moore still flawless in predictions, and he's gone with Fnatic going into this one. What do you guys think?
I think that, didn't he say in one of the tweets and replies, like,
at
I was
least
going for the other team.
give us an Insta or
We're gonna let him
something, no?
Keep the 2-0 right now for
What if I want to buy and I'm not in Toronto?
He's technically 3-0, yeah, but I want to think about me here. RRQ, I believe in that. Achilleos, the same. So I'm gonna trust Achilleos. I DM'd him yesterday. He's been the Achilleos Al Gaib. I want to make sure I follow along with that, and now we're able to get a prediction
How
right.
are we not starting this game?
Mentioned before, Xfair was saying not used to playing against a slow playstyle of Wolves. I feel that they could do this against Fnatic. Then Crazy Guy was mentioning as well. He wants to leave everything on the table. They want to make sure that they don't fall flat going into this game. And you also have Warbirds, recently added into RRQ, and he is the anti-strat master. So having that many rounds and tape against Fnatic, I'm sure they're cooking something up.
Yeah, you're selling me on the Team Renegades mention.
Blood Kariudo.
Okay, yeah, we won't talk about what happened. We just...
Bro, this is a banger! Fuck copyright.
Matter.
Was it called Weiner? This is a beast song. I need to buy this.
RRQ versus Fnatic.
I think the game's starting. You can buy it later. Yeah, I always wanted to buy this.
It does not matter what happened regionally, what matters now for Fnatic and RRQ is if they can make a lower bracket run, and that starts right here.
RRQ struggled against a slow, macro-heavy team in Wolves, but it was their debut on stage for a very young team who is new to this global level as A5. Fnatic, they're going to be a tough opponent, but they have to put their all in.
Can we just kick this so out of this
important thing that you bring up. It is RRQ's first time here coming on the stage, so I almost feel like you're coming into this game with the nothing to lose mentality. Let's just have some fun.
Don't lose
Fnatic, there's so much pedigree behind that name that falling flat into an O2
back
on the stage.
Finally.
It's not something that they want.
If I had a penny for every time I rage in the Omen map select, I will have 2 pennies because I really was convinced that Fnatic are going to pick Icebox, considering RRQ have already showed it here.
Yeah, and they looked rough on that Icebox as well. But I imagine it will have been a focus, and Fnatic is excellent at, I think their Split, Lotus, and Icebox are all world-class maps, so I don't get it either, but I'm sure there is a reason, there is a read.
They're also a prep-heavy team. They like the VODs, they like to counter-strat, and there is already a VOD, which it doesn't happen very often in this tournament. So Vansili, they have to start strong and convince us why they pick Lotus.
I'd like to think from Fnatic's camp, the prep going into this game is because they know that most likely you're not going to play a tail comp on the side of RRQ. So what is the next big comp that RRQ has been playing during the kickoff? It's actually trying to mirror Fnatic with the exception of a KJ playing a Vice. So if you're going into that one, it's something that's in the wheelhouse of Fnatic that's always been very good.
This is Luna Snow, right? Where is my land, baby land shark? I really want to know which song is this. This is not the main song, right?
You get it gone.
Yeah,
bro. Luna song is Luna Snow is a pop star. K-pop idol.
I'm interested to see, but I think it was a risk, right? Because they also haven't really played a ton of Sunset.
I want to listen to more Luna
when you're in a
song.
high-pressure match like this, you don't want to take a huge risk. You want to play more towards comfort, but it just comes down to how good their Haven can actually be against Fnatic.
And I think that's why they took it, because Fnatic just played against Gen G. You were just mentioned before, this is something that Fnatic likes to do, study the tape. That's something that RRQ does a lot.
This is not Luna Snow. What the fuck?
The Viper, which RRQ hasn't been playing, I could see them
That's
pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before.
You can customize Luna Snow's ult song now?
No, I want to listen to the real Luna Snow
It was a
song.
really good way for them to start the map, and everything kind of just fell apart in the second.
Me puse puta para verte, tú que estás con suerte, no quiero tequila, quiero ver.
I think there should be a lot of chances for
Over
them
the past
to
few
maybe pull
years,
off an
South
upset.
Korean media has exploded in popularity worldwide. This is Luna Snow. She's a music sensation turned superhero that has seriously made a name for herself in the Marvel Universe, and that is in no small part to the huge marketing push behind her. You see, unlike most Marvel characters, Luna Snow did not actually appear in the comics first, and she was instead a creation of the mobile game Marvel Future Fight. As part of that game's push to have characters that would rise a step further, Marvel recruited the real-world K-pop singer Hyung So from the group Busters to release an original track as Luna. It's a pretty decent song and
that's the song I'm looking for.
On that map last time, but here we go. Agent select for Lotus, Fnatic, no surprises, of course.
Yeah, they've only ever played 2 comps in the history of Lotus, and they're just going to stick to a Crashies. I know you're trolling.
Yep, and for the side of RRQ, it looks
I
like
want the real
they're
Luna
gonna
Snow
change
song.
into just the fade here. This is basically the same exact comp that Fnatic is running. Only difference, of course, is playing the Vice instead, who I think is super viable on this map and does add a lot to your defense.
And that's why at kickoff they were 0-3 on this map of RRQ with this composition, which is why I think Fnatic was still quite comfortable to play on this map. They're trying and true for their side. Mirror matchups against with the fade, and then you just kind of know how the map is being played when
except
you're
Wise.
not going to play against a Vice or a KJ.
So RRQ has Wise and Fnatic have KJ. Rest of
the slow pace default towards C, trying to get towards the A side, so Fnatic definitely knows how to play against that.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cushy here. He was
Well,
playing
Luna
the
is
Sova
one
mostly
of the
in
best
the first series that RRQ
mid
played.
character.
It was really good on that
like
role.
in game. I'm not talking about comics. Like she's just a perfect character in Marvel Rivals.
You expect greatness from him.
It is my great
Amazing
honor
heals,
to
amazing
introduce you
shift,
your
amazing
casters for
freeze.
This match, it is a real
Amazing
treat.
slides.
We don't get this one very often.
Everything is just
Give it up
amazing.
for
Amazing
Pansy
E.
and Kakuka.
Yeah, thank you.
You
so
need to
much.
be
It's been a
skillful
surprise. Mike looking
to play
better
Luna,
than
not like a
ever.
cloak
So
and dagger
I'm
or
very pleased to
rocket.
be joined by you here, Bea, but
love to be the side chick in this relationship.
Okay, you put me on the spot instantly, but let's kind of focus in on this because we do have an elimination here, right? Between these two, that first seed curse has been working wonders, right? Everyone seems to be suffering. But what's your takeaway from that first game when we saw both these teams make their debuts?
Yeah, when I look at the side of RRQ, I have to echo the words that Mimi was saying. I think that Cushy played a very big part, and especially moving on to Lotus with them starting on the attack, this Vice is going to be very important because unlike the Cypher, unlike the Killjoy, you do not have a utility that is going to tell you someone is in the back besides that wall. And that can be triggered so easily from the side of Fnatic. But both of the teams can start very carefully on that one, especially Fnatic with how slow they were yesterday and whatnot. Feel like they want to test the field.
I already like this though from Fnatic, getting proactive over towards Mount, taking space here, the exchange of goods almost. Yeah, rubble's not ours, so we're going to lean over this way. Clear from B main, so a nice beginning, but RRQ's pace is tempered. They're taking their time, they're not in a particular hurry.
I want to see how this change in the composition is going to affect the way the RRQ have been playing. Crazy Guy finds the first 2 kill onto Alvier and Chronicle, but Boaster gets the response.
Yeah, the third just felt a little too far away. Xfero just catching Crashies. And this is huge though. Kayak and Boaster aren't going to be pleased about this, but Kayak's done brilliantly thus far, but gets outgunned.
Don't use this sheriff, bro.
This is the start that RRQ would be dreaming about. Now we ask a big question. The main man himself, can he lead by example? A 1v3, a lot to ask for.
Bro, he changes his crosshair every game.
Hand. And a glance left and right. The first couple of steps, almost the deadliest. This cross is in place on the contact. Jemkin more than able to do it. And a good, comfortable start.
And he has the worst
Yeah,
crosses I've
Fnatic
ever
definitely wanted to fight. We saw a lot of Sheriffs going onto that pistol
I
round.
chill,
and that
bro, just a
definitely
buy.
was a pain point
Bro has
for
logged
Fnatic
in on the buy.
Yes, they managed to win like 3 out of the 6 that they played, but in 2 of those, they lost the next round. So it's not looking good. Definitely some of the homework that they need to do if they get back to EMEA. Maybe they can start a little bit earlier today. But for RRQ, being patient, finding the kill, finding the space, and a very quick response. They're pushing and putting it all
this
sheriffs.
number
Bro, he's
in
so
C.
bad
Of
at
course,
it.
A is going to be
He's so
very
bad
weak.
with sheriffs.
So, can they continue this? I'd like to see what RRQ looks like.
Every time I watch
with
him
some
on
more
sheriff and
confidence.
pistol, he just whiffs.
It was a brutal start for them. But Fnatic once again being proactive here, and why not in this round? A lot of classics and an isolated player, a good reward, at least a sheriff to be found, but you can see the trade-off here, straight towards C site. RRQ not really too fussed now, a good idea of where Fnatic are.
Yeah, exactly, and Livinex Pharaoh in the back just with the sheriff. No weapon is going to be found for the side of Fnatic. 4 classics to play for this retake. Kayak has already taken the long round. It's going through CT. Still, all the utility from the Vice is already in play. And RRQ should have a very easy time closing this round.
And should is always the primary word, but I agree with you. They do have these 3 rifles that they really can't afford to lose those. They need to keep these, and they need to stay clean in this round. Fnatic would love to make it a bit more costly, trying to lock them into the site at the very least, but time to slip forward. Crazy Guy still farming up. Monyet as well, going to find Boaster, and all so far so good. It's that one loss of a gun that could cost them here. Crazy Guy does go down. I don't think that can be particularly gathered. Kayak going to go for a wild play. And now they just need to back away.
Why are we
so
not
2
dying to spike
rifles
there?
the Guardian and the Vandal on Jemkin.
Yeah, comfortable so far for RRQ.
We
Again,
really need
being fast on
the
those reactions, getting into
much?
good positions for the post plans. Monyet being ready with that paranoia. Even though he was playing with one of the rifles, still very good position. He can react to all the utility that all the team can use. Onto that, we also saw the Vice flash. So very comfortable for them. By the way, the next map is Haven. I would love to see Monyet on a duelist. I think it's about damn time.
I'm with you in that, but I want to see them get there well. I want to see this team show that potential. There was a lot of talk about RRQ leading up to this.
Oh, this is a classic. Boaster with the Odin.
I'm having a little
Laying
look towards
on
Kayak.
I think I've seen this film before.
It's the corner that's going to be costly if he sticks around too long, but he plays it well enough. Gets to slip away. You can see again patience being shown by RRQ here, kind of going through the paces of this map. The protocol list looks reinforced here.
Yeah. One of the things that I was seeing about RRQ is this later takes onto A, struggling a little bit to fight at the beginning of the round. And Boaster's ready, trying to deal some damage. Has already taken a bit.
Wait, Neptune on in?
In my mind, I was
when
looking
did this
a lot
happen?
towards Jemkin, at least with the entries and how he was faring in that. And it was a bit rough for him. He wasn't able to find
Odin,
shooting.
what?
This could be a much better game for him.
The
What do
first
you
time
think
I'm seeing
about
this.
the team's not giving the Vandal to the... Well, he's low on HP right now, so we're just gonna give it the Sheriff this
Yeah,
time.
that's completely reasonable. But again, they do need to handle Boaster here to an extent. They can't allow him too much freedom throughout this game, but
A lot of
forced to
faking.
respect it.
You see the paranoia, the TP, all that noise. Fnatic set to respect that. But the movement from RRQ already ready to enter C.
But that was very telling. Kayak noting the player crossing back through. It
Nice,
steadies
gone.
the ship. Ready's
Very
crawling to
nice.
receive, and Jemkin goes down. He was the player lower down, though, on HP. This is still a bonus round, but it's invested, so there is cost to this. And speaking of things that are running out, is time. 15 seconds, and Crash. X-Furrow, you nutter! Clears Crashies like he's nothing, but they've got a plant. Suddenly we're down to a 4v4 post-plant, and RRQ are back in the driving seat.
Yeah, Boaster
They
without
have
Odin is not
guns.
going to have an easy time. Crazy Guy that found the perfect timing to go on through Hobbit and support the rest of the team.
I like what Kushi's doing, though, playing that a little bit disconnected. It does open up risk, but they've got the support, at least for now. Kushi gets cleared quickly by Alpha, who needs an upswing in performance, but Monyet's response is get proactive. Fight back towards CT. Kayak comes into the building, though. And now down to just Crazy Guy, a 1v3. Not able
nice
to
shot,
stand the
Alpha.
test. A
I need
necessary
this
round
knife
for
too.
Fnatic.
I need every
and
knife
it's
in the
so
game. I
important
can't
for
lie.
them that even in that 4v4 with the time maybe running against them as the spike was going down and all the utility and no information onto where RRQ were playing
get
after
the-
having a very strong routes
No, he
for
didn't get
those
the
post
Odin.
plans is having that patience. You still have a lot to work with. It doesn't matter that crazy kill onto Crashies. But Kayak, yesterday, he was marvelous,
What a
wonderful
shot, Alpha.
on his debut, especially on Haven. At least good for 2 on most of the rounds. Good job, Chronicle is saying. Another player that should be comfortable for today.
Yeah, this
Yes,
is the round.
you
though.
are-
Look
nope.
at Crazy
I know
Guy
it's
as well.
Crashies. They're just going to be stopping around the Odin.
Ult's there for Crazy Guy early, so if they have a set piece in mind they'd like to run, they at least have that as an option. Alpha, Kev, that was a little bit too risky for me. Alpha
We didn't punish Alpha for that?
on a limb. Could have been
They
punished.
actually did
Wasn't.
not punish
And there's
Alpha
the
for that.
instantaneous ult. It's quick. They're not really pulling their punches, and we're complementing the pacing, but now Alpha's going
Alpha
to
looks
punish
confident.
Monyet on the cross-up. Spike's still hesitant to commit through here, but now will be making its way.
Yeah, we saw at the beginning of this game, RRQ taking those ores, farming this ultimate, but Fnatic knows how to play around it. The spike is going to go down, but they're very ready. Cushy finds the first one.
Planted. Now, the next layer, the next step, Chronicle catches Jemkin, and we're down to 2. The flank feels almost out of place, but it might be the heroics they need, but they're dwindling in numbers. Only one alive, and Chronicle's awareness is just too good. Fnatic keeping four standing. A big reply here to the early start from RRQ.
Yeah, the spike is going
what
down,
happens if Leo comes back?
are just not as effective. When you see a Fnatic on the other side, that seems to have recovered that confidence that in so many occasions yesterday was missing. All that utility to come in, preventing RRQ from having an easy time onto the side. And Fnatic also taking on the opportunity to break the tempo, to not let them take those positions. We know how difficult it can get for any team to retake on C.
This is where it truly begins. See that depth of RRQ, the frustrations, I'm sure.
And the dances.
Of course.
It's just like being home.
Don't pull out the headset though, please. I really, don't need a pause this early, mate. Let's keep it calm. But okay, Stinger's coming out, Judges there, so a couple of bits and pieces to look out for. How are they gonna
I mean, you know they've been playing the Odin. Are you sure you want to do this?
Damn the damage.
Potential to farm here. Just has to wait. Chronicle sells them down the river! Kayak leaves them without a pedal!
What a shot though.
Happy to make those plays and confidence builders for the main man on the stage.
Absolute flawless round for the side of Fnatic. Yes, it wasn't the biggest investment for RRQ, and there was definitely an idea to show a little bit of face on A, maybe drag some attention from Fnatic, but Chronicle and Kayak were ready for this aggression on to B. Timeout now being requested. It is time to slow things down.
Skaya, good job, boy.
Oh, yeah. They were speaking about the vibes. Crashy said that they were immaculate, that they were better than ever, despite the loss from yesterday. It's definitely telling.
Yeah, it is. And again, this is kind of the, I guess, polar opposites in play here as well. When we talk about the big leagues coming out to these stages, you got one of the big teams against you. Fnatic has a very wealthy history of that, even coming off the back of a loss. You're looking at what people were referencing as like, that Shanghai nightmare before, facing Genji, dropping into the lowers, and then obviously we all know what happens up against Foot, right? The ridiculous happened. But Fnatic, again, when we're talking about the composure capability there, the fact that they've been in these scenarios, they can fight through it. Now, for RRQ, this is the first time they're taken to these sort of stages. The pressure is tenfold. It's not easy. So a nice early pause here.
Especially when you're still, like, there's the question of, did you really deserve that first seed? We were just in a crazy run. Especially with how Genji is looking, you can be like, oh my god. And Paper Rex as well.
But would you say that about
strong teams?
G2?
Listen, Lauren.
Yeah?
G2 played amazingly. Did you not see the first match?
I'm a G2
was
fan.
close in everything. That
I'm a G2 fan.
Yeah, you are right. You're a Potter fan and you're a G2 fan, and you're right for that, Lauren.
Trashies, are we farming here? This Odin in play has been something that we know is such
Crazy Guy's ready to respond.
Really frustrating. They do need to find the reaction to it, which I said maybe Crazy Guy doing this. So they found a way forward, right? They've made it at least towards rubble. That's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Again, this is vintage from Fnatic, just playing from tree with this Odin. We've seen it a million times. It was definitely not Crashes carrying it. Aww.
The bromance.
Expecting a bit of damage, at least, you know?
Exchange here between the two. Picks up the mantle.
Booster takes it, so Crashes can start throwing some utility.
Ooh, the timing on this, though, actually not good. Booster left completely adrift there. Flash in hand and air punish. Crazy Guy unleashing. Now, they've got to know there's still a player towards that A side. They've got to know there's one towards door. They've got a good read on these positions early.
Yeah, we're speaking about it being vintage. That is probably one of the responses and one of the adjustments that RRQ made for this round. Let's fight for bubble. Let's grab their attention and let's force some duels. Now leading them into this 4v3. Xfero also with his ultimate. If they get to that post-plant position, it could be looking very good for RRQ.
Now I like this pause. It's good. It gives you a chance to get a bit of a punish, but you are going to have to start moving. Maybe depending on the lurk. Maybe banking, you're going to get passed out, but he holds down well, but a good trade. Then Crashies plays it forward. 20 seconds now. It's getting down to the wire. The lurk's going to be
wow, Crashies. Well fucking played.
Holding on so well. And Cushy noted.
Wow, Crashies. Well fucking
in
played,
all that
dude.
chaos, look looking composed.
And this is another layer for the Comfort, getting those trades. You are already forcing that very close-out fight. We need the confidence to go one after the other. Crashy's dodging that ice from the Fade perfectly, just pushing at the right time, especially when the other players playing the Odin. It's going to take a little while to get that gun out. A lot of players standing up on stage today.
Crashy is high.
And I'm genuinely very happy to see Crashy's having a good performance here. His
Even
return to form has
Alpha
been
looks so
meteoric
confident.
here on. It's been outstanding. So for him, happy to see that. Obviously, a lot of stars aligning, and for RRQ, gonna need to see a fight back now. This is starting to feel like a bit of a drought of rounds. Fnatic's starting to look more and more comfortable, more and more confident. You don't want to see that if you're RRQ. You need to break back in.
We see Kayak playing with the Outlaw for this round. Of course, the economy not being the best for RRQ. This is one of the rounds that you can definitely take advantage. One bullet to any of the players on the other side, and they are gone, Lauren.
Yeah, and again, though, if you're looking at this, RRQ will have a lot of ults. I want to see them utilize them well. I don't want it just thrown out with a small chance of a win. I need to see them kind of build around that. A big opportunity maybe in the coming round with a good purchase behind it.
That's what I like.
Be fantastic to see. However, patience now being displayed. Slow and steady.
Focusing on getting the orbs, as you're saying, thinking about the next round. Almost everything is going to be available for RRQ. Man, that Odin's broken. It barely does any damage.
But this is keeping a lot of Fnatic players here. 3 players on the site. Now, again, we can see where the others reside. Alpha tap towards CT, but it's Kron again, just punishing. Monyet's gone down. They're not getting given many chances. Look how far they have to dig to even get a fair fight on any of these Fnatic players. Don't give up the site, but there's a lot of players spotted. It's so clean.
Spike down, C.
Crazy guy. Xfero, there's just nothing landing for him here. Nah, it is done for. Fnatic up to 5, a flawless round to get there as well. I need RRQ to hit the ground running in this round.
Get the money,
absolutely. Only 2 rounds on the board, and as you can see on your screens right now, it was the pistol and the next one. Nothing found in this rifle round. Fnatic also very knowing what parts of the map each person is in charge of. The movement that Chronicle is having today, the confidence that we're seeing, and the right moment into when to take some fights, when to back off and wait for the rest of the teammate of the team. We saw like at least a couple of flawless rounds, and yesterday we saw a Fnatic that was barely putting a round together.
Okay, this time though, look at the fight, look at the adjustment. Most are playing over towards
so many ultimates.
Yeah, backed away from this.
On both sides.
Yeah, I did notice that Fnatic got theirs as well, so a lot of counters here. This could get messy. Let's take note of what we've seen though. 0 pressure across the map. Not a default by any means by RRQ, right? So you've got an exploration already happening for Kayak with that operator. Deeper line. The battle for Tree begins. The battle of spam is going to continue. Door gets open. Boaster needs to respect this though. The Prowler behind it. Fnatic need to be careful because they are at the door, maybe not believing the amount of bodies here. It's an explosion, literally. Jemkin takes away Boaster. Crashes tries to play it forward. He's still denying that there's any crosshair. He gets called out to Alpha. They're coming back. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but RRQ are dropping these bodies. Whoa! He's so quick! Flies through and finds him in the heels. And now they're locked in with them. A quick TP taken, gets him out of dodge for Monyet. He's on the other side of the map. There's the
Damn,
layer
Alpha,
of
you had ult,
all
brother.
of them actually coming. That Viper's Pit guaranteeing the plant and maybe
That would have
easier
been an
position.
easy
This
take.
from Monyet is not going to find anything. Fnatic getting all together. And Kayak going in with the Odin. Everything is out for the side of RRQ. Vice ultimate coming onto play. Only those secondary weapons for Fnatic.
This surely is it for RRQ. This is a great reaction. It's a heavy investment. They've even got a nice disconnected position from Monyet. He sees nothing towards this playback in from CT. It's going to all come through the choke point. It's time to go. Crashy's still going to get down Cushy. 2v2. Time, though, starting to fade away here. I think they know it as well. It's taken a great deal for RRQ, but they've managed to find a response here, Bea. It took basically everything they had.
Yeah, exactly. They still have Crazy Guy's ultimate for next round if they want to use it, but it has not been easy at all. A lot coming into this round. They knew that they had to be patient, taking the space for them to use the proper ultimates. Kayak, yesterday we did not see him with the operator, probably because Fnatic did not have enough credits.
I thought he did see him.
It definitely should be a change for today. So important as well, the way that they played that post plan with Xfero. Yes, they were in his ultimate, but he had to be outside of that fight for that post plan to be successful.
That was 4 ults, though. That was everything near on. Yes, there's still crazy guys, but look at this off position. Yeah, it's stunning. Kayak gonna get away with the first. Jemkin punished, and he's had a quiet first half here.
I am so sad that we do not get to see the Icebox from Fnatic and see Kayak on top of any wall with the operator. Maybe we'll get there. Opener for them, and Jemkin is out.
Yeah, what's the plan now? They've lost the tip of the spear. So they kind of fall back.
I need this to get a kill eventually. Either way, I don't care.
Fair enough. As it stands, just a frustration, really, forced to be respected, and curiosity starting to mount, though. Lovely work of synergizing that, at least with the Fade Eye going through. Going to confirm there's still attendance over on this side.
Yeah, and after the pause, we've seen RRQ just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble at the beginning of every round.
Oh, all of this just for Boaster, and he's still alive. They still haven't cleared him. He's still standing. Someone kill him! Finally goes down. But the brother-in-arms swings back in. Xfero falls, and now Crashy's once in on this side. He's damn close. Okay, forced to give away a little bit of the position and slow down from maybe springing forward. But catching Cushy trying to take some space. They don't look comfortable in this post plant now.
Yeah, Alpha using his ultimate. It's not going to go down. And it's only Crazy Guy to defend this post plant. Already opening the door. They know where he is, and he's going to lose his weapon.
What a shot.
Alpha doesn't care. Closes out the round. Chronicle diffusing.
Buster, what are we
probably
doing,
just give it
Buster?
to another one of his teammates. Still, RRQ after that pause just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble. They've been dodging Kayak and that operator. Oh, they thought they were.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that they're running out of steam here.
It's too early for that, isn't it, Lauren?
It should be, but again, they're finding no easy solution to having anyone to clear out whoever's going to be sat with that Odin on tree, right? Yeah, it's
You're the guy.
comfy.
You're the man. You're the man.
Literally, it looks comfortable.
Timeout.
And I'm glad they've used both timeouts here because, again, it's been Boaster or
Activate the ultimate for silence was everything,
Texture.
Say the Venom, pressure on their back. They have to be the one to toss this point to buy time as the portal is going to try and counter them so that they can't make the point. Leo has taken out Jerky. Counter portal. It's blocked up. They have to wrap around.
Nice try, nice try.
Critical second. I think Co's going to be dropping that invisible boundary, steady with the soul rejuvenation onto the point. Say the motor rushing back in.
But even though this is just the first half and this is RRQ's second timeout, they need to get back into the game. They've only won 1 rifle round, and that has to change.
Yeah, this is looking like Fnatic have a lot to prove here, really. After the loss to Gen G, I think a lot of us kind of walked away, though.
This game is nothing you can
I don't
prove.
say expecting it, but Gen G looked one of the most lethal teams during
If it's
Swiss,
not easy
right?
to
Like,
do,
I think that's a really fair
ass.
assessment. Those guys look like they could do a deep run. Anyone who doubts that,
They said
needs to
it
watch
yesterday.
more.
Like I think it was Munchkin that said, anyone that didn't pick us as a team to fight, they're cowards. And he said that was cold.
That is actually so.
Chronicle 9-2.
Yep. Kayak
No
up there
wonder
as
he's
well.
smiling, telling everybody
Yeah,
that
he's
they're
doing
great.
really well.
I mean,
he's playing very
nothing
disciplined.
really hindered them. Wait and see RRQ's response. Again, this was the double timeout in the first half, so putting everything into it, pretty much. Viper's Pit instantly put down towards the C site. That's just going to be Chronicle basically closing the door. You want this, you got to put a whole lot to it yourself. Now, Sparrow.
Oh, no. He found a kill. He found a kill with the Odin.
Yeah, but
Do we take that?
But I think that kind of sums up a lot of what we're seeing. This feels flat. It feels like it's flat lining for RRQ, and it's devastating, right? We know that these guys are very good. We know how good Jemkin was. We know how much people are hyping this team up. Even yesterday,
Absolutely.
you look at Cushy, he was doing great. You're looking at some of the players, even in the loss, you're like, okay, there's a lot here. But today, it feels like it's compounded.
I think that maybe one of the things that we've been missing is Xfero doing what he was doing just now, just being a little bit more on the alert, trying to find something.
Oh, and all they find is that Chronicle putting on a clinic.
Is this the third flawless round for Fnatic just in this half? 12-2 currently for Chronicle. Definitely these better performances and this impact that Kayak is finding with the operator, something, as I was mentioning, it was not there yesterday.
Nothing's perfect.
So I was saying the economy, of course, with all of this rounds for Fnatic is not looking good for RRQ. Desperation on their faces. How do you get back into this? 2 more rounds for their attack.
Jumpkin is 3
and Fnatic has a lot to play with.
They do. They really, really do. Still have the ults here.
Oh, Chronicle with the operator. I'm so down for this.
Okay, that's maybe not what even I expected, but it kind of baits them in as well. You'll think that's going to be Kayak, so again, he can have impact with that ultimate elsewhere. And they don't clear Alpha. And look at his confidence. He overstays on this, willing to fight out. There was no getting out of there, it felt like, but still, a 1-for-1 trade. Cushy gone. And down to this 4v4.
Very similar plan as what we saw in the previous round. Just go in for that mount control, maybe fight for those orbs, trying to get something going, especially for that last round and whatever you could use for this one. Crashes is so ready with this Odin. Oh, this could be a lot of damage.
Certainly could be. Boaster ready, everything there. Look at the state of them, trying to back away. Boaster actually getting a bit hungry for this. And Kayak going hunting too. They've got no idea. Oh, Kayak! He's on one today!
Okay, bro.
Phenomenal performance already. And RRQ looking down in the doldrums here, Bayer. This is a hard performance to come back on.
It's just RRQ though.
I wanted to see them maybe have a bit of life in these final rounds, but they're not getting past that first hurdle.
30 seconds left. Still with 30 seconds left. He needs to try and save this weapon. Of course, Fnatic, huge bank and nothing to lose, apparently. Should go hunting for him.
And it just keeps compounding the problems, right? This makes it feels like that you can't breathe. It's like a weight on your chest here, and RRQ are feeling the full force of Fnatic. 8-3. It's a strong showing, pulling no punches now.
Hey, RRQ has one more chance in this attack to get around, but the pressure for Fnatic has been wonderful. I would have liked, though, for Boaster to be the one having the Odin and Crashes to be sending in the utility. Maybe that Seize and the Odin could have been the death of at least 2 of the RRQ players. But Kayak, and now he goes on the rifle. He has his ultimate. Chronicle back on that operator. And it looks like RRQ want to go for this rubble control for the last round of their attack.
The Odin is still here, this time obviously in the hands of Crashies. Has to respect it for now. Could assess the fact that there's already been maybe a cross towards Rubble now. Wants to confirm that. He calls in the rotations, or are you going to see Kayak?
It gets angry.
That's
funny.
Boaster passing through CT. Now, this is a show of presence, and they go the other side. Now, they don't know about this, though. Maybe heard this rattle off a shot in the last round, but is that in the forefront of their minds? Chronicle waiting. Eyes locked on this corner.
Please don't try, please.
Just falling short. Calls for the one-way. Dodges the flash. Waits for the Prowler. Couldn't quite find the timing to thread the needle. But now they back away. He's read the next layer to RRQ's approach.
And all of Alpha Year's utility is already waiting on C for that second layer. He himself is also supporting. 40 seconds left, and RRQ still has to make a move.
Fnatic have done so well at clearing some of these question marks. That late haunt coming in, just making sure they know the lurk's still in play. Chronicle keeping that deeper line, but Kayak finds the stop. Hello. He's gone down, but Chronicle's found on the other side. The spike! Oh God, Chronicle! It's a massacre over here! Monyet trying to take section. Delayed by the util. Alpha in support. There is no easy path. There is no straightforward way through. And for xVero, he's got 10 seconds. And it's certainly not a dream now. 2 kills, yes. But to find the other 3 was never going to happen here. 9-3 Bayer. This has been a statement half from Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They can be more than happy. They're usually on the other end of a 9-3. But you know, we still have the second half to care for. So let's take a small break.
It's just, I don't know, man. It's just RRQ. Facts. Actual facts. I mean, Dawn doesn't feel like Jumpkin is a Even attack. I think Fnatic is not that good. I'm a Fnatic fan. I want Fnatic to win, but I don't think, yep. It's not because Fnatic is good, just RRQ is just ass. That is the truth.
So back here at 9-3, we're going to be checking in on that Coinbase econ report. I'm sure it's going to tell the tale pretty much of what we expect, though, Bayer. A very one-sided look coming in from
147.
Yeah,
that is insane.
Barely getting to those double digits. And look at Chronicle with
Was just 0?
147. Well, my main is a 14-2-5. So yeah, tells the story.
Yeah, he looks lethal today, does old Kron.
I think that on the other side,
147 is insane,
right?
no?
Yes, we see that 15, but I think it has to do with the difference between him playing on the Euro on this map and him playing on the race. I think that is going to play a very big and important part now that we move on to the defense, because he loved getting aggressive, trying to get a little bit of a pick, put in a little bit of pressure, and then go back with that TP. He's not going to have that facility now, and I wonder what the plan is going to be for RRQ. Yes, they have the Omen, the Viper, and the Vice. They should have, technically, an easy time. Or an easier time.
Yeah, I'll go for easier. Again, though, they did pick up that pistol in the first half. We could either call that a blessing or a curse if you look at the rest of it. But they did pick up the pistol, so maybe this could give them a bit of a stabilizing factor, something to take off the stress here, because you saw by the end of it how aggressive Fnatic were being. It felt like it was trying to prove a point, but early contact made, a little towards B, a little towards C.
Taking a lot of time. Some utilities falling down.
Bot coming back. And there's nothing really stopped. Oh,
ooh,
no, be it a mini-map moment. It was a fumble there from Kushi. And that's the gates open. He knew they were there. The flash confirmed it. The early peek confirmed it.
Someone beat for him.
He's going hunting. Again, they're going to make this hurt. Fnatic are pulling no punches. We'll say it again. Proactive in every angle. Again, explores CT. A little deeper look towards Waterfall. Any flanks? No. Quan's already got it. They are making RRQ reinvest everything just to clear this close space. Alpha. Again, on red alert down here, but the site's being retaken, but there's no bullets being placed towards Fnatic. Jemkin does draw blood, but there's still 4 more to clear. They've got to get a move on. Got to get towards that spike. Alpha! Sharp as ever. Xfero's gone down, 21 HP, but the time he's buying is precious. 10 made for Fnatic. And it is a brutal beginning for RRQ.
Then finding the kill. 3 people pushing on to C, finding the Vice, getting that first kill. We see Kaya going on the aggression. Alpha waiting in his back, just going with him as well. A little bit slower, of course, because race is what it is. But loving this isolating fights. Alpha, you're just moving like a dream. It's not only the vibes. This team is feeling it.
And I'm just worried that RRQ are crumbling under this. Genuinely, I'm worried, because that was... They're looking almost scared in this scenario. Oh, and that's maybe why he kind of
that's why.
This shouldn't be much of a round, but
they had a game plan around Wise.
You say that you should have seen Fnatic versus Genji.
Well, I like this though. Paint Shell could be big if the timing's right. Maybe it's too late in the day. Surely Monyet. Hello. Oh, a second. Maybe the hero they need. A quick weapon found. This is huge from him. After a quiet start here, this is dreamy stuff. Wait, sorry, where's Alpha? Someone is looking. I think Xfero's keeping a glance on this. That's really smart. Okay, he's seen him. Alpha. Oh my god, stop. He still takes down Jemkin. That's a 3v2 though. The numbers are good here. Gifted by Monyet on his 3rd.
And they have unlimited smokes.
Spike here. Knows where the spike is. Fnatic have to come to him. Crashies and Chronicle. Oh my god, come on, Finn. Taking down Monyet in command here. Crazy guy now filling the void, and they look a bit hesitant about this. 30 seconds, and it's just shooting fish in a barrel. Crazy guy left with just just that Marshall popping off shots. He's down to the Ghost here. He could back away. He could give them the spike if he wants to. He could fall off from this. He doesn't need to take the fight right now. The drive-by attempted. Oh, it's huge! Crazy guy with the Red Bull clutch. Necessary in this moment.
I do not want to say a spoken into existence, but Fnatic were struggling with this yesterday. And even though I like the look of them being a little bit faster in this execute, Monian and the rest of RRQ so ready in the C side to stop Fnatic from taking the site.
Just that heartbeat back in. Revitalized by that. Monyet setting that up is everything they could have dreamed of. It opens up a chance. Just a little bit of confidence could give them everything.
Yep.
But Chronicle doesn't want to give them much more. Now, Crazy Guy was like, do you know what you guys are doing? I'll have a bit of that.
Have a taste of your own medicine.
They
he
still have a
couple
bit
kills.
advantage.
3-3 now.
Cleared. You can kind of see the shades almost of the protocol list here for Fnatic, even in this sort of round, identifying where that one was going to be, kind of going through the paces, getting the test over towards Rubble. Okay, what's that B site looking like? Cool, let's have a little look towards C.
Yeah.
Everything proactive in this. Does catch. I thought it might have been a bit late, but Cushy's got to be careful. They are ahead of this. Yeah, they are very ahead of this. Crashies from down below. Going to get the reward as well. Yeah, Vandal found. That could be a plant.
Yeah. Guardian and Vandal, both are going to get that spike down. Of course, RRQ respecting this position.
And if
taking
Boaster
their
goes
time
towards Mound Bayer, he's had some mad clutches from here.
I think a couple of 3v1s, well, 1v3s from his side.
But can Crashies alleviate some of that dodging?
Full pack of
Out
utility.
Paranoia, he's still here though, and they fight forward! It's Crashies!
Oh my god, the swing and the shot.
A MasterCard Thrifty! It was meant to be the turnaround for RRQ, and it is crushed.
Back-to-back Thrifties now. We thought that for a second things were looking better for RRQ, but Crashes, he just has a different opinion. He has a different plan for today. He's been having it the entire tournament. Time to stand up.
Come on, boy. You and me, baby. You and me, baby. Him and me. Him and me.
Just get a room.
I-Series poster back at it.
Him and me, baby. Him and me.
Let's look at what the protocols look like here. We were kind of seeing Fnatic going on that fact-finding mission in that previous round. That actually worked out in their favor. Ball's now changed up, though. And a quick rotation from RRQ, looking to try and keep pace here, where Fnatic are kind of hurting towards.
I have the spike. Would have liked maybe Crashes trying to fight for that orb, having that ult for the execute.
Ooh, what a shot from Monyet.
Spike down. Those damn stinkers, man.
Crashy's head ringing after that one. Monyet's been the one to keep a couple of these rounds competitive, but a 3-play stack. Kayak, you're good, you ain't that good. Ooh, that has cost him a lot.
Imagine though.
Ball does get cleared.
Surely. Not back-to-back-to-back, right?
When you look at this map, again, I love that there's still control on this side, right? You've got Monyet kind of playing it in off maybe the Paranoia.
How are they so sure that they won't come B?
I think it's Crazy Guy over there. Yeah, it is. So Kron, been able to get this far. That's my issue. He shouldn't have been able to get this far. Kayak's fallen, but Chronicle's still alive. He's pulling all eyes towards this way. Lurk coming in at the same time from Alpha. This is getting messy. Monyet is down low on HP as well. And Alpha's taken this space. Yes, there's a player nearby, but now has to respect that smoke.
To watch out when they go onto the site.
Great from Crazy Guy though. Nice re-clear here. Tries to swing off it. Good spacing, good trading. This is good from RRQ. 8 seconds now, and Fnatic have found no easy approach. It's Chronicle last alive, and the time has gone from them. RRQ holding on to this, Bayer.
Absolutely. Now back to back to back. Doesn't matter what you bring into the round. It's more
why would Monyet die there? Hello?
And RRQ, a very good idea of how to play with those stingers. The damage they can do. Monyet, I feel like in this round, we saw him right after the pistol in the eco, him getting a couple of kills, him also feeling himself.
Why would Monyet die there with a gun and he doesn't have buy?
Oh yeah.
Bro, these guys are actually stupid as fuck.
He sat down, you know,
yeah, but
now he has to buy light armor.
It's there. It's been exceptional for him.
Love the fact also we saw Crazy Guy using his ultimate. The round, you know, you can 100% win it. You should definitely invest in that.
Yeah, a pace change here and a punish. Chronicle gonna
bro, if you just waited for your fade eye, you would have got an easy kill.
A lot of Odin.
But brother
in this
wanted
game.
to peek and die.
Almost in every round, I must say. I mean, and look at the buy that Fnatic have forged around it as
Fnatic
well.
is saving.
This is, they've got what they could. Kayak's got a Vandal, you've got a Stinger and a Sheriff.
So here's the thing, now with the man advantage,
So
having
here's the
Kayak's
thing.
ultimate and also Kurashi's to get that information onto the site, you trigger some of Kushi's utility. Are you going to try and go for the C execute again?
But I quite like the deeper wall.
But the other is a wall.
Wonder if it does pay dividends at this point, though.
I'm going to think maybe it's on B. They still haven't explored that part of the map.
You can see the Prowler going through that side. You can see maybe it's going to be Crashes testing for it. Yeah, doesn't hear it either. So I quite like this adjustment. It is testing the protocols. Because if Kayak does go in, he probably would be alone at this point. Now, it does have the ult if he did want to use that as almost the bulldozering factor, but as it stands, the correct read until this rotation comes out from Fnatic. If they leave this C side of the map, the rest looks very vulnerable there.
Almost 4 players from RRQ already ready on C.
Yeah, everyone they have is on that C side.
Whoa, what are we doing in C?
For now. It looks like it's going to be towards B. That's where the spike is. They've cleared through A. They've also seen nothing. This is getting curious.
Maybe
this should also
retake,
be setting
full
off some
retake.
alarm bells about this retake potential coming in. Plants now down. And
That's such a bad call too.
is walking carefully, slowly, cautiously. 2 players waiting to punish. All eyes turn towards the site now. The Flood waiting to come back in. Alpha a mile away, but still here comes the pressure. Jemkin clearing Cushy there. He needs to speed up. He might just make it back in time, but now we're in uncomfortable positions. The C's, the Orb, the Diffuse gets ripped away from it. Monyet wants to go back though. A 2v2 and Alpha completely unconsidered gets away.
That's such a bad call to play retake there.
Forcing it up to 12. I doubted the timing on it, but it worked out in the end.
And Fnatic were so slow yesterday. We know that
bro,
they're
these
so
guys are so
comfortable.
bad.
When the clock is running down,
I mean,
they still
चलेगा विशु
think
खेलने?
time is on their favor. And for this round, at some points you might think it's a little bit overcooked. We saw Alpha so far, but taking such advantage.
Even if
of
this guy just waited 1 second,
before, right at the beginning. Yes,
the fade
trades were
would
coming
have,
in
the
from
fade I would have
Are you really going to expect the Chronicle is pushing from
scanned
behind with an
Chronicle,
Omen
and that's
who's expecting to be playing from main and whatnot.
that's
Very good
3
round,
kill
and
for
now
him.
7 rounds for
Chal
Fnatic
bhai,
to close their map
फटाफट.
pick.
And already Monyet has fallen. Kayak, how have you found 2 so quick? Jemkin feels like a footnote in Kayak's story so far. A 12-5. It
He
has
had to
been
show up.
one-sided.
Jemkin had to show up in this round.
Yeah, and he sadly hasn't.
Kayak has
Now-
the nade again. Got everything for a Kayak round.
Waiting here though. Again, I like this tempo from Fnatic, pausing for a second. And
Good
RRQ
freezing. I think that they need this too. You know, you already have the advantage. Wait and see if there's a response for them. You have all
Bro,
the
last
utilities
round
for
we
them.
had all Wise util at C and we were still playing 5. How stupid that can you be? How stupid?
Sphera's got to be careful.
Bro, even people in my ranked game are not that
Damage, but
stupid.
look at the util. Yeah, it's just such an easy punish for Fnatic when they tailor-make this sort of take. And Cushy falls. It's
IGG.
just too simple. Fnatic, I've got to say it. Looking like they have a point to prove. Boaster up to his usual business, but the pace.
Push out of spawn here. They do swap back onto the dual Vector.
Carrido versus LO.
Jerky. Checking the angles for now. Is going to find Crazy
Loud
Kitty
9,
over
loud
here.
9.
If they go
Loud
just a
9.
second further, of course,
Bro,
Crisis
surely
already
these
identified
5
it as
people
well.
could have found
The
a better
damage
name.
onto the Wolverine's approach from the Punisher can be significant and really
कल मैं एक टीम का मैच देखा था, उस टीम का नाम था ब्रा ब्रा पिटी पिटी. ब्रा ब्रा पिटी पिटी.
coming through. Pineclone was all over that one.
Punisher.
Crisis pushing forward, looking to
Iron
try and get
Man.
some targeting onto Leo. Who
Bro, look at how bad these guys are. Holy fuck, he can't aim. Look at his aim. Oh my god. How are you letting these guys play, bro? This is the funniest part. Anyone can play this tournament.
Every second Low Knight can hold them will be huge as Gainer takes down Wolver, pushing it on in, utilizing that Ultron team up to keep the team topped up as they're going to try and zone them at this early doorway.
Bro, this is
coming through his chokes.
Okay, I like what Mauer Rival is doing, right? Like anyone can play this tournament. But holy shit, some people are so bad, they don't deserve to play.
Straight away, Crisis going to be popping through with the Punisher ultimate. Oh, Zenny's just caught before they can get into cover. Didn't have all the movement that they needed. And they don't want to try and shut down the Punisher with the invincible pulse cannon. They were hoping to try and deal with a strategist.
भाई मेरा aim इनसे 10 गुना अच्छा है. 10 भी मैं कम बोल रहा हूँ, 100 गुना.
The high ground once again. Low9 retreat to the exact same spot they were earlier, and are going to hold from the defensive position. But immediately you can see the shots coming in from the Ultron, from the Iron Man to keep everyone off the point. But Kyoto, they have plenty of time. 2 minutes, and they have the Strange, so potential for Portal re-engage. If Gainer is the one
redeeming
to
himself
out early. This is always the risk of running the Doctor Strange as opposed to quick swapping to it. But it's such a viable hero that you will see people just lock it in right away.
Crisis.
Yeah, Jerky just decides to exit the dance of the butterflies. Oh my goodness, that's 4. Unreal.
Oh, Iron Man with a big eye.
Combined for 4. The absolute alpha strike right there. Unbelievable from Blood Carrier. What a manufactured opportunity.
Oh, what a grab.
What?
What a grab.
Crazy kid, he hit Jerky so hard that gravity got
now. They're actually playing Ultron.
They're gonna make their way in. Blood Carriudo claim point number 1 to begin making
Bro,
their way
play high. Yes! Thank you, you stupid fuck!
Set up members of Low9.
You are playing low ground as an Iron Man.
Just
a guy who can fly. Oh my god, these guys are so bad.
Already almost halfway towards their next invincible pulse cannon. It's so difficult to deal with if you do not have the regeneration domain available. 100% charge here for... Oh, was that a disengagement last stand? Whoa, Crisis right now, the most intimidating guy. Rolled a nat 20 on that one, and so everyone's forced to use all of their abilities to get away.
Monkey, crazy kitty.
Just making sure that they are in a safe position. They did try to go for that counter push, but they can't afford to get picked up. Agamotto over the building, onto the back.
What a ult by
The
Doctor
Flyers are removed. The Walkers are removed. It is full.
They killed everyone. Holy shit, Ace.
The lone Wolver gets it done, rolling into a back. Huge Agamotto. And the follow-up's ready to go as well. Now
this was all because of Doctor Strange.
Just trying to exit their spawn, which has some... It has quite a bit of chokiness to it. You try and move under this bridge.
What did Magneto
put Leolas on a
Magneto has ultimate, Iron Man has ultimate. Please tell me this Magneto eats Iron Man's ultimate.
A bit of HP bar. Leolas could be in danger. Out comes the Rage of Ultron. Yeah, Leolas just gets picked off easily by Jerky. And even with the attempts at the healing, straight into the Dancer of Butterflies is too much for Ultron.
Low9 are locked down here. Another 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Magneto का क्या करता है? कोई भी मैग्नेट की चीज है ना, जैसे उसमें होता था एक्सपेल में मैग्नेटो कोई भी मैग्नेट चीज या कोई भी चीज अपने पास खरीद लेता है. मैग्नेटो अल्ट करता है तो कोई भी अगर शूट करता है या आयरन मैन अल्ट करता है या कोई भी अल्ट करता है तो वो अपने उसमें गुब्बारे में डाल के फाड़ देता है. तो बहुत वो होता है क्रेजी डैमेज. अब देखते हैं आयरन मैन
It's a big play off the back of iMonkey's seduction. However, Christ is going to try and turn this one around. Disengagement from Kath does not work out. That means the Eternal Bond has been absolutely atomized from where it once stood. An attempt to try and overwhelm Gainer, who still has the Eye of Agamotto in the back pocket. Leolas is down.
Wait, who's playing Loki?
Agamotto's probably not going to be there, and so it's going to be a reset once more for Blood Carrier with a minute and a half remaining.
Loki is such a good healer.
Wolver with that Eye of Agamotto, media M, but the ult economy is heavily in favor of Blood Carriudo. The problem is they just haven't been able to use it yet. Zenny is going to abandon one of their choices here to move over to the Madness. They're Leo not even sending that invisible pulse cat out the doorway just to make sure that they have the 50% ult charge on the Punisher as they're going to try and break this with a slightly more static
Max still has a Iron Man. They switched to Iron Man.
Try and wait out that bubble from the Magneto as well. Backs off into their own healing from the Cloak and Dagger. Rolling forward onto this. Just all of the damage is going Gainer's way. An attempt to try and turn it around. 2 players stunned straight away, but that's going to be a Carbon Crush to try and shut down the follow-up for Wolver, and all have survived thus far. But now the real danger has begun inside the invisible boundary. The final judgment is saying that they feel very unhappy
ऐसा ही होता है यार.
Carriudo's performance.
एकदम से बहुत कुछ होता है, फिर थोड़ी देर के लिए काम हो जाता है, फिर एकदम से बहुत कुछ हो जाता है.
Very much reduced time bank.
25 seconds remain. Blood Kyudo, their last ditch effort.
They abandoned the load of Blue Punisher ult करेगा और Magnetoid Grey खा जाएगा.
Ayabagamoto for Gator and Cap, the Eternal Bond. If they don't get blown up this time, they could create a huge pathway for their team onto the point here. Leo going to try and create an opening.
Punisher ult, please.
To try and make sure that everyone is topped up. Culling turret. There's the Eternal Bond pushing in to the
I think they both are just waiting for each other's ult.
They want to create space first.
Space is purchased.
And Mag
now
is dead.
Down potentially to Gainer to get real value off the back of the side of Agamotto, but already multiple members of Low 9 have fallen. But Carrido might try and play this economically, and Jerky's just going to tax every single second on that point, stopping it from moving forward.
Now they have to hold this point. It's overtime. They've got one person on the card. A flag from Low 9 right now could be devastating. But they're locked in on this hyper defense.
Your powers are mine. Loki used the ultimate
to give them the invisible boundary for the turnaround here.
Mag now.
With the Agamotto not going to find a huge target as Crisis final judgment to create
he missed
second invisible boundary for the point. Overtime is
why did we show Mag's beauty?
They can't afford the step off this point. Leo is down.
Big ult.
Down, and that is gonna be it. There is no one left.
What ult by
as Low 9 will even up the score.
Low 9 know where their bread is buttered, decided to take us to Yggdrasil Path, the great equalizer, where their ultimate economy and their just call and response to so many of these pushes allowed them to be defensively excellent. We just saw Jerky so many times getting free value from that bridge, getting a pick onto Leolaz before the strategist could respond, because there was so much pressure going forward onto Gainer in the front line.
56,000 healing, 55,000 healing, 53,000 healing. I believe 80,000 damage blocked, 50,000 damage. 15 final hits.
The pressure was
not too bad.
4. The least amount was 2. This was a completely different L9 to that first series.
Yeah, they looked completely different. You know what? Cinemoto and Wolver on this combo, not bad at all. I do respect it. It feels like Wolver just getting so much value out of a group as well, continually causing these turnarounds from Gainer to make sure that they have to wonder, like, how much LOS do I have from my strategists? And honestly, there's just so much pain you have to endure as a Doctor Strange when you're going up against a Punisher. I believe I saw like either 50 or 70k damage from Crisis in the midst of all that. Bro was tracking.
He was doing everything to just melt through everyone. Leo was trying to
They weren't able to close it out against Genji yesterday. It caused, I think, it snowballed into a lot more issues as well. And Vans, they gotta fix the pistols. It's nice to win a pistol, but why are they losing so many anti-ecos?
Yeah, I think the issue right now for Fnatic, the anti-ecos is just a perfect stacks coming through from RRQ when they're setting up, having good reads going to that part. But I think now going into that second map, it's going to be very tough here for RRQ to readjust.
It is going to be indeed. So let's send it back down to Jen and hear what Coach Ewok had to say.
Hello, Jen Lee here with Coach Ewok next to me. Now, Ewok from Reach Taeho to Vice Fade. We see you guys kind of making those adjustments to adapt to the non-Taeho meta. Has that process been more challenging than you thought it would be?
I think challenging so far in our matches. I feel like in practice it's been good. But we didn't really play like ourselves. I still feel like we're not taking enough fights. So hopefully now we get to take some more fights.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Go fight!
Go fight.
That's what Gen G did, Mimi. They fought and then they won. Is that the answer for RRQ too?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to have the confidence. But when we're looking at the Gen G win, I think a lot of it did come down to the comp. They were most successful on their defensive side. And in my mind, Fnatic struggled a lot playing into the Viper there. The timings, the late round stall you have when you can put up that wall, use those mollies at will, really seemed to cook Fnatic. And I'm sure this is a map that they were hard
please 2-0, man. I'm
after
so
that loss
sleepy.
to Gen G. And are going to come in prepared today. So I don't think the same tricks will work again for RRQ as it did with Gen G.
Overall, though, the preparation, like I said, it looked pretty good for RRQ. They
Bro,
had the right
checking
positions,
stats.
the players at the right places, but where they faltered the most was just those duels. Sometimes they're getting into a 3-player stack, Perfect into at least trading off Kayak, who's trying to open up the C side. He's able to satchel away, or just simple 1v1s that were just not one on their side. I think it just stems to what Ewok was just saying before, we just have to win our fights. You get into these moments where you're actually able to get first shot as well against your players or your opponents, you have to win these
Yoru, Sova, Omen,
Agent Select already locked
Cypher
in
and
for
Neon.
RRQ.
Double
They're
duelist.
going for a double duelist look. All right, that's a little bit spicy to pull out here.
Crashies Reina.
Neon, it seems weird on paper, but
Teasing,
Yoru
just
is
teasing.
basically filling the same slot.
ISO Raze maybe. ISO Raze.
To act as an initiator. On defense, the TPs for fast
Right.
rotates.
Kayak, hello.
Nice, but what you're missing is that breach for the really heavy line
Neon.
control. You basically only have the Omen Paranoia or maybe that Sova Dart to set Munyet up.
And that's why you probably have that Yoru coming through as well. If you don't have that breach to initiate, at least the Neon's there
Bro,
to
just
block
lock
those
in,
lanes,
hello.
and then you flash and double swing out in those moments. But I love, at least for the side of RRQ, you're keeping a Sentinel player going into this composition. That was something that was really good for Gen G to play against Fnatic,
Are you
because
fucking
Fnatic was
kidding
very
me?
slow on their attack side. It
Yoru.
allows for them to get good
Oh, yes,
information
actually,
and to
Yoru.
readjust
Omen,
when you're able to fast TP on a
Sova
Yoru,
and
when you're able to fast rotate with the
Cypher.
Neon. I think they are coming in with a composition that wants to fight toe-to-toe against Fnatic.
XRO got caught off on some of his lurks in map number 1. I'm
Chronicle,
hoping to see a little
lock
bit
in, you
more from him
stupid
here.
fuck.
When you're playing this kind of super heavy double duelist comp, you're going to pull a lot of rotations, create a lot of gaps that he can capitalize if he's on point with his lurks.
And I love that they moved away from the Fnatic comp because Team Heretics are the only team that has ever beaten them with the comp they invented. This is new. We've never seen RRQ bring this out before. So hopefully Pansy and Kukuka, this is going to help them to send it to a map 3.
We're hoping so, right? I want to see this go the distance. I want to see the best of RRQ because we saw a glimpse of what Fnatic can bring on map 1. But Bea, these compositions, the agent select we've just seen, what stands out to you here?
I mean, there's a couple of things. Of course, I expected RRQ to be running double duelist.
Yes.
For it to be a Neon instead of the ISO. And also, very important, it was Monia that actually played the Yoru, and Denkin was on the ISO. So he's moving away from that Yoru, going on to the Neon.
भाई टोरंटो के वेन्यू में तो इंडियंस ही भरे हुए हैं.
And what the analyst was saying about, you know, you don't have a breach, but you also have the stunts with the Neon. Find a little bit more versatility in their composition.
10 more seconds.
Bro, I beg you, do not go map 3. Do not
to remind themselves
go map 3.
of who they are. That first seed comes with a lot of expectation. They need to live up to it now. Starting out on the attacking side, of course, Fnatic on the defense. And if you're spotting out Kayak, you might be having to start commanding that flea on site. The man was monstrous in map 1. Can he get handled early here?
Little bit of contact over an A. Look at the positions for the rest of Fnatic.
Oh, but it's been spotted. Monyet knows about this. A bit of a trade out. But I like this. I like what we're seeing, kind of drawing this eye towards B, trying to draw this. But if anything, you've now got a brawl with the big boys down towards Long. A pop with the shield, but it doesn't save you now.
Oh, what a TP.
Surprise appearance behind, gonna find Boaster. Clears all 3. It's beautiful work from RRQ.
Absolutely.
They didn't hear the TP?
From their side, getting all of that attention, all those eyes onto B to have that beautiful draw, forcing Fnatic to have a response, putting some pressure somewhere else in the map. If you have 3 people defending on A, Chronicle is going to be stopped by that trapwire. His position revealed now for RRQ.
And I love that. Whether or not they were aware of how well they manipulated Fnatic wanted to take back space, it worked perfectly with that pressure on B. Now, can they close this out cleanly? Chronicle and Crashies try and mount some sort of resistance. Not looking likely. Last now, Crashies, a 1v5.
Don't give them flawless, bro. No flawless.
The answer. And it's crazy guy to close. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for RRQ. A flawless beginning in map 2.
The resurgence for this team still has to begin on this second map. It would be the first map win in the tournament. So starting like this was such a beautiful play, such a good read from the side of Fnatic, reinforcing Kayak not playing alone, getting that tell and reacting to it instantly. Clean round for them.
मैंने भी अपने माउस में वो लगा लिए.
There's been some 50s.
Grips.
Just keep it clean, right? This has to be a really methodical build back up for RRQ. And Fnatic gonna make a bit of a wild play. Why not? You've only got classics. It's the Sheriff in the hands of Alpha that you've got to keep an eye on. And I do want to check it.
I must wait a moment.
Actually didn't get the full information at all. A lot more players have slipped the net than they expected. You can see the surprise on their faces. Crazy guy, doesn't matter. Monyet looks lethal. Already flying back in here. They're dealing with it well. No threats to be found.
What?
Is out for the last one alive. And he's not in the action. You can see them trying to find a bit of stability, slowing it down. Now at this point they were still fine. They haven't lost out too much. It was a couple of pistols here and there. But these remaining weapons they'd love to use. Oh my god, it's good on one, but it's not good enough on the rest. RRQ pass the first test.
A lot of classics coming in from Fnatic, just that one sheriff. I think it's a very, very fair trade. This is also one of the reasons why we're so excited to get onto Haven, seeing Monian on
Bro, what is, bro, Neon is cancer to this game.
One, but I'm going to take the Neon if it means this kind of reaction, this being fast, being on the game, all eyes on. I am so for it.
Neon is actually cancer to this game.
We saw this on Lotus. The first 2 rounds are picked up by RRQ, and they only ended up with 5 in the end. So this would be where we start to build in. This would be game on. You can see the early beginnings here, but Monyet looks hungry. Already starting to try and take that space, up out the chest a bit, but it's Kayak to win out this fight. So backs away, job done. That's a tick in the box for him.
Still.
Nice, play the
in position in case RRQ still wants to go for this A hit.
Alpha with Forsaken Vandal. One of my
favorite. It's a bit audacious in a 5v4. You don't need it necessarily, but I like it. Jemkin, the one to be tested now. Is he up for it? He is. Clears Kayak. This is good. This is heads up work. Now they can pause for a second.
Goes for this.
No, it's certainly not. They can pause. They can slow things down for a sec here. They have got a nice 4v4. They've now shown presence across the map. This keeps Fnatic wanting that back, but the freeze doesn't work.
But this is the best
guy just maybe eyes off the prize for a moment and gets punished. This now encourages Xfero to go for his own wonder, but Alpha's no slouch in this. He's already on the case. Maybe not clean on the first attempt, but that does open up a chance for a trade.
Alpha is not being clean.
Individual near on, but a clear sight is a clear sight. Kush has done well on this. Tap on the spike, but Bosa's not going to disrespect the dart. He's going to wait it out a moment. Has to wait a couple more for Chronicle to get closer.
He's going to take a small peek, going to force out that drone.
I don't know, Alpha doesn't look good on Duelist anymore.
2v2 situation.
Okay, not Duelist, but you know what I mean.
Now it's game on. Cushy forced to swing.
ISO.
Wow. It's dreamy from
4K, by the way.
Converting this bonus is everything they would have wanted here. After a shambles
Alpha doesn't look good on ISO anymore.
Love the patience that they
even last Haven, he had such a bad performance.
If Kayak was going to have that presence on mid that he did not only show at the beginning of the round yesterday, but also in that position beneath the window, finding that kill, just forcing Fnatic to keep clearing. We know that they've been very insistent in keeping and retaking that A control. Cushy as well, seeing him on the Soba, he's been so good this tournament.
So good. A standout in what was a bleak beginning for RRQ.
Bro, I'm not watching third map. Fuck this. If it goes third map, I'm not watching, bro.
Fighting down long, and speaking of fights, most has failed his there. Jemkin all too aware. These smokes, these plays that Fnatic are making feel, I don't want to say readable, but similar, right? There's a lot of tape of Fnatic.
I mean, they just did it yesterday. Of course it's readable, you stupid fucking bitch.
It's rare he underperforms.
Of course it's readable. He was literally doing this yesterday.
And even he was saying on the socials that, you know, he wasn't that happy about it. It's something that I want to see more from him on. We know the potential is there. It's rare to see him having an off game. This is a chance to make up for it, but a slowish start, 2-3, not exactly the worst in the world, but again, you hold it to a high standard when you talk about, you know, the young wonder kid. But this round shouldn't be the one that they get too much of a fight back on. RRQ need to be able to handle their business here. I don't want to see silly mistakes.
What a shot.
Would you consider that a silly mistake?
I mean, Kayak hitting that shot, it just feels like it's a Kayak moment. But in the meantime, what they've done is really good. They've taken control of this C site. They should be able to get into a good post plant here, and there shouldn't be too many worries.
Giving Jenkin that spike, so he's one away from his ultimate. That could definitely make the difference on the next round.
Jemkin is the one who's probably going to receive the vast majority of Fnatic's attention. First player swings off the back of the clone, but now Monyet there to support, slows down the tempo. Crazy Guy going to try and disconnect away towards long
as well. A little bit held advantage for
Kayak on the flank now.
Just a little
with
bit.
That stinger.
And it is stingers though. You can see the range being held by Xfero as well. He wants to keep it at arm's length. Having a little bit of a back and forth, but again for Kayak it's... Oh! Okay, that's a shot. But Jemkin quells that threat down to the 3v3, but time is going to start ticking here. They still have the smoke towards the spike. He's still got Mon. Yeah, beaming him down. This guy's aim is nothing to be underestimated, as Chronicle is a formality. RRQ are here to play.
4-0 in the score right now. RRQ with 3
सही में
very
बहुत ही ज़्यादा
important
weird.
ultimates. for what
Overcook.
one of the rounds that defines this half. Fnatic back on track and to get some money in. But if Monya and Jenkin keep finding the effect that they are, same goes for Cushy.
We're back, boys. Let's play the game.
They could actually be very back.
I don't disagree. You're starting to see them firing as well, right? You're seeing individuals
in the way that you're doing it.
And look at the ults as well. Near on snowball round now. An operator for Boaster. It's not going to be. I mean, if they've done their homework, it wouldn't be a surprise to see it in his hands either. Normally sits towards that B side, top side, gets that nice deep line.
Okay,
to play.
they wasted a neon stun.
But Kaya gives up
Please.
very, very quickly. He doesn't want to
Please
go up
play
against
properly now.
Monya and Chemkin, not in this state.
Again, just trying to keep Fnatic making these kind of very hard calls, right? A lot of question marks on the map, and that's a good audio cue for Monyet. If they're
Understand they wasted a neon ult. They can't.
Hearing them already back away is pretty good, and I don't.
They can't stun this, so we play one backside at least.
Two players to deal with. Kayak wants the information. Monyet wants a fight. He wants blood, and he's going to only get his own left on the floor here. Nice follow-up from Kayak as well. It's clean. The spike does go down. That's a big bit of info, but pressure on the C side as well. I'm a little bit baffled by this one. Jemkin almost over-succeeding here. Pulling the players away, and now they want to make the most of it.
Boaster now peeking on to see with that operator.
Nice shot.
Ooh, Kron, that was kind of nasty. Boaster.
Wait, he misses?
Thought that was his all day not to beat. But a 2v4 Bayer. These
Boaster,
are the
this is why you buy the
if
looting.
you lose them.
Cage triggered.
How
Spike
can they?
is going to go down.
Jemkin goes walking. I quite like this. He's got to get proactive. They need to get a kill.
Timing.
Yeah, he's been spotted. This would be a miracle if he even survives. He does get down Kron. That's still valuable damage, but a very heads-up jump spot from Crashies. Noting out Xfero. Swings in. Can't deal with it. Fnatic re-clear the site. 3 stay standing.
Yeah, Boaster, a couple of operator shots, no kills.
Why
Maybe
are we,
just give it back. Just
okay,
give it to
I understand
Kayak.
they
And speaking about
wanted
Kayak,
to fake, right?
him finding 2 in almost all
But we
of the
could
rounds
have
was something
faked
that
better,
was
no?
yesterday, and
Not
apparently
with just a
we are going to
Yoru.
see today on the side of RQ.
And we didn't even wait for Yoru to
go with his ultimate, with a TP out,
clear the
something
side.
that I have seen him done in the past multiple times. Gather the information on one side of the map. If you do not like it, you go back, rearrange with the rest of your team, and just go on a very hard exit somewhere else in the map. But Fnatic, they find their footing a little bit just for this round.
Now, historically, Alpha, when you're talking numerics with his ultimate, was very, very good. He seemed to always get that.
ना योरू ने अल्ट किया ही था हमारा नियॉन भाई आगे भाग गया अबे भाई इसका पूरा क्लियर तो करने दे साइड अगर फेक भी कर रहे हो तो और एक डार्ट भी दे दो अल्ट खत्म होने दो योरू को अंदर आने दो एक डार्ट दो तभी तो फेक हुआ
This guy is so bloodthirsty, I love it. Sheer aggression. And he doesn't look like it's particularly stopping either. He is off to the races. Oh my god. Oh! It's for objective!
Oh, he saw him on the map.
Oh, bounding into the site. Crashies left isolated, he's in trouble. Because look who's hunting him down.
Ooh,
Does
nice
well on one, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god, this is unreal. And then, again, Boaster needs to start landing these. He's got to start landing these because Cushy's just taking away Kayak.
Yeah, Boaster, what the fuck are we doing?
You have to.
Buddy, what are we doing with this orb?
The tempo that RRQ are playing with is just gorgeous, Bayer. I love this.
But it is so necessary for them. They've been struggling so much
dealing
with Kayak. Boaster is going to go down. 4 alive for the side of
What?
RRQ, back on the board with that 5-1. But as I was saying, they've been struggling so much with that A control. They're like, you want to fight?
Let's
you
go.
sure you want to fight?
Yeah.
Okay, let's freaking go. We have 2 duelists, all of this. Alpha not shooting when he saw Monya walking in, just trying to work with that trigger discipline. We see all of the tells.
And I have to point out Xfero here. For me, yes, obviously, Monyet looks super explosive, exciting, taking the space, all of this sort of stuff, yes. But Xfero is still checking that cover.
I'm out.
Still checking that corner. Great
He's that second
spacing.
layer, right?
Yes.
Monya is nothing without him.
Correct. And that great spacing, even clearing back towards quad as well. It's so nice seeing this. It feels like they've suddenly got confidence after a map 1 that felt lacking, I think is the best, fairest way to put it. But this is the team that scares people, right? They can shoot so damn well. Jemkin's on 8-1. Easy to miss when you've got Monyet flying out the side.
I mean, Baisar is not bad, right?
It's cost Fnatic an early time out here.
Chas,
Round 7, they think, right, coming into this, we kind of need to slow the roll. We've got a bit of a weird buy, but we've got plenty of
Exactly. They're going to have 4 ultimates to use. Boaster's also 1 away from his, so it could be a full bingo for them. with the ultimates.
Is
as we're
this
saying.
actually? No,
Buys
this is not even
victory,
steals.
yeah, not the
What
best,
scam?
but so many things that they can do. We saw it in the past. What we also see is a judge in the hands of Monier. And with how fast he's been entering onto every single one of the sides, I'd be very scared. This is giving Jing. This is giving Jing with the raise and the, oh god.
Oh, wait, no.
Disgusting.
Has he gone for the stinger instead?
No.
I know.
This is very nice.
Okay, but 5-1.
Oh.
Make it
I
hurt.
thought of Heretics for a second. Sorry.
Make this hurt. RRQ, you had a rough map one. Show us who you are. Show us why you had that first place in APAC. Show us why people were eyeing up Jemkin like he was the second coming of Christ. This guy was everything to them, and I like this change. Again, this early kind of expectation, right? They've set this idea. There's going to be pressure. There's going to be a lot of players behind it. And Fnatic have reacted as they feel as though they should. They put 5 players to this.
Bro,
And
Fnatic,
meanwhile,
what? He's not even...
middle.
He has not even entered the site. Hello, Fnatic?
Now, Fnatic are being out-called on this.
Spike planted.
Bro, there's a trip. Why are we 5 there already? Nah, bro, Fnatic is dumb.
GG's. And all the positions
GG
from
go next.
RRQ. Cushy already taking control of that garage, clearing it out with the drone, the paranoia.
Oh,
Not going
well
to
read
hit.
for
Nice shot. This
Crashies.
is going to hit on Farah.
Yeah, okay. Let's don't make
Okay.
Boaster jealous.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But
Forgot
there's
he's
still
taken.
a post plant, right? There's still a post plant here that is going to be hard to break because of the time. You can hear it. The clock's already ticking. So it's going to be down to the wire. And Monyet will happily invest the ult if it means the round's secured.
I mean,
and
that's
he's
a
just
win
gonna
for
go
Fnatic.
Clear, look at him, farming them up, dropping the bodies until Crashy's denied. But this is round 1. Again, I love
Spike.
what we are seeing. RRQ playing with the conditioning. They know that Monyet's been in their head. They know that they've had to try and deal with him, and they punish this here.
Yeah, especially with a lower buy, a force kind of to get a couple of rifles in, having this response, as you're saying, putting in Monier, making all that noise, using all of that utility, but especially in this later moments, we see Monier getting the kills, yes, but you wouldn't be anything without the Cushy using the recon, without Crazy Guy. Like, there's so many things going on to why this was such a good round for RRQ.
And they can't stop though.
Still, being a full house for the side of the Ultimates of Fnatic. We saw that the round on the attack that RRQ got on Lotus.
800?
Hold on. Just waiting to see if anyone would dare disrespect that smoke. You can see the temptation for it. Yeah, they're going for it. And it's all a ruse. They're going to leave Xfero out here. That's fine. Backline player, and all in the meantime they're building towards C. It's a win out for both of them.
Buster?
Xfero, but the C site now open. You're looking at the likes of Chronicle over on this side. He does have support from Kayak. They've got plenty of ults to play with if they feel like they need this still. A lot to be utilized. Into the post plant, we look at the utility. Monyet still got plenty. Jemkin still with a bit. Crazy Guy has the full house basically in place, so a lot to be done here. And this position could be everything. Timing, patience, pays with one. He gets the info on the others. They now need to ready themselves for what's coming. Spots out the player and gets the kill. Jemkin's done well.
Why are we not waiting for the...
She's still going to be in position for this. They can't make the most of this ult coming out from Kayak. They've been denied this. Kushi's in trouble though. Overwhelmed by Kron. And now down
Alpha
to
is
Jemkin and
underperforming
Crazy Guy.
so
Can you
much.
hold on to this up against the 3 of Fnatic? Defuse started. Denied the first player peeking, but the defuse is coming in. They can't take him away from it.
Alpha is actually underperforming.
Finally manages to
Bro,
get
someone
around
भाई
on
विशु
the board. We said that the
कोई account दे जिसमें ये वाला
scoring
knife हो
right at the
मुझे ये वाला
beginning
knife
of the
नहीं
round.
चाहिए
Crush is trying to create some condition for it. I have to say, did Buster not have a weapon? Because he got a kill with the classic. I don't know if he ran out of bullets.
It wouldn't be the first time he's forgotten to get a weapon or armor or anything.
Such a good round. I think that at some point we still saw a little bit of that face of that disjointed Fnatic, but they've been so good on this retakes.
But it did come down to a 1v1 with 3 ults invested, right? This is still, if you're looking at it just kind of bigger picture, I wouldn't say it's even bad for RRQ.
Alpha needs to
locking
locking
knife.
And they are avoiding that A side of the map. They don't fancy it this time, at least not early. Glance towards B. And a patient Kayak waiting for any pixel to show, but speaking of patience, both sides trying to get a read. Yeah, it was. I like this though. A change of pace, a gear shift from RRQ. They do have this ult to bank on. Util being cleared. Chronicle just trying to drift in behind that though. So they've got to be quick on their toes if they want to try and punish it, and he doesn't. Doesn't swing the window by any means. Backside now controlled, and they're going to get the plant from this.
I'm surprised that Alpha does not stop that from happening. He lives his ultimate, that kill contract for the retake, trying to get someone out of the fight. Xfair waiting way behind, expecting Fnatic to, again, push through A.
Well, they have been punishing those flanks a lot, right? The amount of times we'll see a player behind, but this mostly is going to go through CT, through Garage. There's that ult, and there's the catch.
Oh, shit.
Jemkin taken. In the meantime, the Paranoia then pushed in. You can see Monyet picking up the space, and the 1v1 is not won by Alpha. Against the odds, Monyet cleared backside, but then Jemkin on the 1-2 punch. That's the player we've been waiting to see.
That is the Jenkin that we were promised and has finally arrived in Toronto. 7 on the board for RRQ. Looking like a renovated and different team on this Haven.
They look revitalized there. This looks like confidence. This looks like the team we wanted. They are taking Fnatic to a map 3 if it keeps on at this pace.
They needed to believe in themselves. They needed to believe they deserved that top seed. That they could do such things against a team like Fnatic. This composition from them has been stolen and tried out by many teams. One of them being them, so they know exactly where their weaknesses are.
And again, in my mind, that makes the problem for Alpha worse.
16 and 2.
Yes, he's absolutely nailing this. And this is now compounding issues for Alpha. The confidence won't be there. The ult didn't go well. It almost felt like he was hesitant to invest it. But a mid-walk is their reaction. IF not going to connect. It looked close, but not close enough. Going to try and prop up Alpha, play him into this. But again, RRQ are no slouches. They're going to go through the checklist.
Yep.
And they shouldn't be making errors. They can take their time here. They don't have to play at the tempo that Fnatic would want.
Fnatic, of course, money's not the best. Too many rounds on the side of RRQ.
Bro,
taking their time, and Alpha
no
is
ISO,
for time in here.
No Alpha, what the fuck are you doing, bro? If there's no sound, of course they are waiting for you.
This is exactly what RRQ were dreaming of. Played in well with the curiosity of the Fnatic players, and also probably just Alpha wanting to feel like he can get into this game. 3-9 is a quiet game from him.
I think he must have felt a little bit, you know, unlucky when he got on the ult, and it was like, oh, is the guy that is 13 and 2? Oh.
Alpha is
Anyone
3
else?
and 9.
Please.
Poster is 2 and 9.
Yeah,
I think we need to not put Alpha on
just
ISO
walking
anymore.
30 seconds left.
Onto A.
Yeah, this is just beautiful to witness.
Just passing by.
Really solid. I normally would get a bit nervous around this time just because it does get a bit late here. There's always a chance it could go wrong. As the way they're playing, I don't have that much fear. And that's why RRQ continue their path here. 8-2, Fnatic floundering under the pressure of this. Really upset potential in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. RRQ knew what they were doing, choosing this map.
55
They knew
euros.
the Fnatic played it yesterday. They saw no surprises in the picks. They said, ooh, we know this song. We know where we can fight you, and we know what to stop it. We know where we've struggled against.
Good job, guys.
And just like we saw on map number 1, Fnatic are now requesting their second timeout. Of course, in map 1, it was RRQ using both of them in that first half.
VCT lock-in.
Left on the attack. They need to get something else on the board. We're speaking about, what was it, the one after Pistol and Eco, right?
Yes.
And then we had, no, it was after, because they won the bonus. It's coming back to me. But there's been rounds with a lot of utility invested, a lot of ultimates, very expensive ones, and never in comfort. We're speaking about a Fnatic that was going from flawless to flawless in Lotus, and that right now RRQ are defining this Haven. This double duelist, Jemkin, is back online. And just following him is Monyet. Oh, I want a big cheese too. I don't know what a big cheese is. Should I say that?
I don't know either. I wasn't even paying attention to it. I was just going to say that, honestly, and I'm not even trying to, you know, ham it up to the crowd, because I'm not going to yell it, so maybe they won't even really notice, but the Toronto crowd's kind of been sick.
Yes.
They've actually kind of been, they just cheer for good Valorant, which is rare. I like that. Big fan.
I really like that.
Japan one.
Ooh,
it was
shout.
so good.
Yeah. Okay, all right, glazing over. Time to focus. Fnatic,
8-2.
let's see if you can recover
But I'm
any of
not
these
watching
last couple of
third map,
rounds,
I'm
right?
so asleep.
And again, though, in this moment for RRQ, they can flip the script themselves, right? They can come back into this call. Yeah, nice timeout, guys. Anyway, we're going to just change things up. Good luck. Now, it's going towards C. Chronicle is deep within enemy territory, and he is dead.
Why are we
Bye-bye.
playing him?
Monyet back to the side. He did actually get Jemkin down, which is
Wait, how did he even get one?
I thought that was on the money. It wasn't for the second time. But the plant's going to be coming in now. Garage pressure probably from Alpha coming in soon, but Monyet's doing wonders. Didn't even catch that one. But for now, you look at what they've got in the post plant. Still got that paranoia, still got a lot to play with here. And Alpha's got to be an instigator. We've got to see the man, the Wonder Kid himself.
If Fnatic is not too-owing RRQ, they just don't deserve to win.
On the side, and here he goes. Alpha strides in, kicks down the door, couldn't get the second. Crazy Guy denies now. Boaster fills the space. Pressure from CT. Looking to try and close the net together, though. It's not working out when Monyet is doing these sort of things. RRQ defying expectations now, keeping Fnatic on only 2 rounds.
I absolutely love that out of the 2 timeouts that we've seen this half, we see such curated rounds for the side of RRQ. Again, just being very, very fast on the execute. On the other side, we see an Alpha that is not hitting the shots. It doesn't matter that he has a shield to go with. We see an RRQ that is hitting everything. And it didn't even matter that Jemkin went down at the beginning of the round.
And now it's not an over game, right? It's still not even an over half, but I do start considering map 3. And a loss like this weighs heavy, right? We have to talk about the mental effect this could have on Fnatic, even after you throw in what happened in game 1 they played. But back to what was working, Monyet on a run. Tries to keep the tempo high here, sets an expectation, and they bite on the bait. Look at them, 4 players. They're quick to react, though. They've decided, yeah, there's nothing behind that. We've cleared it. I like this late pressure through Sewer as well. That could potentially catch him. No, Monyet wins that fight. Boaster goes down. On towards C, they want to try and take the fight on this. And look who's winning it!
Oh, Alpha has been playing so bad.
Quan trying to hold some space here. Quan's not in, but it doesn't seem to matter as it's only Crashy's alive. In a 1v.
Second time in a row, Alpha has not done shit.
This is outstanding from RRQ.
A 10-2 half. We were speaking about how good Fnatic was looking after a 9-3 on Lotus. But a 10-2 with Fnatic looking so lost for answers. Let's see if they can change things up on the second half.
ये नहीं देख लेते कौन सी आ रखी है.
It's over. Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking.
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
Chill VALORANT server. मेरे को फोर्स की बात है. ये क्या है VALORANT Go? मैंने ये ले ली जज.
The beauty of the lower
एक frenzy मिल
bracket
जाए.
resides in the fact of its fatality. At 10-2, Fnatic will
और
be
एक
feeling
Odin.
this now.
एक
The
Odin मिल जाए, एक
likelihood of a
frenzy
map
मिल जाए,
three
अच्छा
becomes
एक और knife
3.
और मिल जाए.
And then the chance of survival comes down to one map. And it all compounds, Bayer. It all becomes a little too real, and those echoes of Shanghai get closer and closer. We get ourselves ready for the second half, but this is starting to feel like the tempo is shifting.
Yeah, and as we can see by the Coinbase Econ report, Jemkin is on
कौन कौन से knife
We're
आ
saying
गए?
that about Chronicle on the previous map, but Fnatic are finding today their worst fear. The form that RRQ proved to have in Pacific. They're showing it today. They're showing it in this second map. They are not defeated after that first Lotus. And a map that has always been so good for Fnatic is about to take them onto somewhere they might not be as comfortable.
Yeah, we don't know yet. That is into the dark, but it's not over. 2 rounds isn't a lot,
Yeah,
though.
bro,
It
if
takes
Fnatic
one mistake,
can't
one
2-0 RRQ,
one all
they don't
ultimates
even
online.
deserve to
And with the pistols
win
have
the
been
third
going,
map.
Lauren,
Just GG, go home.
Yeah, or one Gemkin round, one more
Enjoy Toronto.
round. Look at the score. Look at the state
Fuck
of
some
those
Canadian bitches
absolute
like Drake.
monsters. We go
And
into
go
the
home.
second half now, and it is going to be sweaty palms for Fnatic here. They
Nah,
need a
Alpha,
pistol,
bro.
and that's not how it started.
What the fuck are you doing, brother?
Connect on this Haven.
How do you go from playing so good to becoming so ass in just like one
He's about
map?
to buy as well.
Nah, bro, get him off duelist right now.
The start of the end, potentially. As we wait, look at the presence on this side. 4 players for RRQ, all here. With that smoke going in, they feel confident in the hold. They know where they are. The paranoia divine. It divides the approach, but actually Chronicle 6... Hello? Hello? Sorry, how is Cushy alive? And how did Fnatic just win that fight? They had no right to be able to do
Chronicle.
this. Somehow walking in towards
What
A,
a
deep in
what a
enemy
performance by
hands, and they
Chronicle.
walk out with players' advantage. Xfero has a mountain to climb.
Gets the info too?
left,
Nah,
center,
Chronicle
just about
won.
every position, all complementary.
Chronicle alone
How do you
won
try
this
and divide
round.
that? You don't.
4K.
Chronicle had a round when they really had no right to.
Yeah, Chronicle, brilliant on that first map. And a round that, of course, Fnatic needed. If they want to even make this competitive, of course, it has
Alpha
to
buys
start
a
in the pistols.
Vandal.
Lauren, they've gotten pistols before. We know what happens on that second one. Maybe that
Yeah, this guy
overconfidence. Even though this corner wasn't checked.
If he kills Chronicle,
For
GG.
Kayak,
Chronicle doesn't get
goes
full.
in Fnatic's favor, and that is something that they haven't heard in a while.
It's been a drought.
So that they can keep their head in the game.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Come on.
He needs a bit of it, old boaster.
Okay,
Given
actually three
battle
rifles.
cry here, but what a shot
Kayak
from
is
Kayak.
insane.
You cannot doubt in second round if there is even one rifle, it has to go to Kayak.
Yeah, this guy is monstrous in his work. And Crashy's concise as ever. Plays it well. No loose threads being found here.
I like that. You use the second round, you've got in that opener, you go and farm some orbs, thinking about the length that this half could have.
Oh god, oh god, oh god,
my.
what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop faffing about. What are we doing?
Nice, Alpha. Come
Thank
on.
you for remembering who you are.
Actually,
hell.
thank you for
I
remembering
did
who
love
you
seeing
are.
that, Bayer. That made me get nervous.
Chronicle
I
just
got
going
the
to be
spike.
on the half. On the
Spike
front,
drop.
sorry. And now
Okay,
Alpha's
they are
going to be
farming
the one
ice,
farming his bullets
Alpha's
of it.
ult.
The spike.
Alpha like take my gun. Ghoster is like no.
And Crazy Guy's just wandering around with his classic on the other side of the map.
Yeah, so plant in play. Alpha gonna get a lot of farm for that.
Now he does.
And
Oh,
again,
he's going
you
to
look at him
farm.
getting close to that ult. Gonna need to see him do probably better than the first half. Which, again, you've got to feel like there will be a lot in the tank for him if he can just get himself activated here. And he needs a farming round, right? Get the confidence building. And normally we wouldn't have that discussion, but a couple of bad maps can certainly make those issues
too bad.
occur. Now,
Alpha is
overall,
one
bigger
away.
picture, Fnatic would be happy.
This is what they didn't do last
There was a rifle there that
Haven
can't get, but
against
Celebrated
Genji.
is
They were not
also
playing for
important.
Alpha's ult.
Now,
I don't know
on
why.
the previous half, we saw RRQ getting that bonus as well. Thank God that Alpha didn't go down here because I think that that would have messed with his confidence massively. But again, Fnatic, they're no stranger
Alpha's
to a
one
comeback.
away.
I think to me it starts in the bonus round. I know that they're comfortable when the scores hits 11.
Sure.
But for them, I think confidence-wise as well, for the rest of the tournament, it goes over there. And for the side of RRQ, you want to continue here. You want to go to that third map. You already proved it on the first half.
Yes. Again, they don't need to overly hurry this RRQ. I don't want to see them making kind of not silly investments, I guess, but they don't need to overplay their hand. They've got plenty of rounds to play with here. Let's see them keep some composure. Yes, Fnatic, always solid in this. They always give you a fight back. You know, there is caliber to this team for a reason. And a nice attempt there from Kayak, but forced away. Now, RRQ going to clear sight. They now know it's a deeper off-site post plant. How do they manage this one? That's certainly not going to help things. Sorry, crazy guy, crazy. Someone stop it, confusing! RRQ!
Bro, are we fucking stupid?
5 against them and they steal the defuse!
Everybody just putting their bodies in front.
We are
of
actually
the diffuser.
stupid.
A rep
We are
roll
actually
clutch
stupid.
for the side of RRQ.
I was about to say, please
All the kills
don't
are going
play
to be there, but of course
offside. They have
Look
smokes.
at this! Look
And
at this!
they actually
But, you know, you watch this round to this point, you're like, nah, it's fine, wait. Wait.
Last player standing.
Crazy guy, oh my
god. The feet and everything.
But it's so selfless, as said, just diving in front of him, willing to
Brother, Fnatic is losing. What are you celebrating?
Make it up to
Your
11.
poster says you are a
And
Fnatic fan.
will be reeling from that. Devastating, but a costly round, of course. Xvero takes a moment to get out of what could have been danger there for himself.
He will never wait again, I'll tell you that. Look at the position also for Monier. Speaking about how Fnatic wanted to fight that A side, it's just him with all this space. He's going to find a lot of friends very soon.
How much does he get? He was the danger on the first half, and now he's got a lot of players, and he can't get past the first hurdle. Kayak with a good clear, keeping Fnatic on the warpath. And a re-clear towards middle as Chronicle is waiting. Very
Nice,
good read from
holy fuck, bro. Chronicle is a beast.
Great impression. And this
He
should
never
be a slam
underperformed.
dunk now, really.
Never.
No surprises for Crazy Guy and Kron. Good tag as well.
His graph never goes up and down, bro. He's just constantly good.
Think about how Crazy Guy and Exer, well, most of the people
And he's just a chill guy.
though they were able to get
Poster
that
is
round.
throwing.
Okay.
Standing.
The economy wasn't the best, so getting the kills here is also very important for
I actually
Fnatic.
wanted this judge. This judge is
Move
so
those
pretty.
rifles.
And the knife, ooh.
And even in the loss,
This knife
obviously
is
5 of them
insane.
were alive, so they get to build their finances pretty substantially throughout these last couple of rounds. That judge, not really gonna be brought in. Crash is gonna catch
Well
him.
read.
And it's a step back now for Fnatic, slowly taking the walk.
5-11.
Very important as well to have Chronicle getting those 2 kills on mid. But he saw them. I think it was Jenkin with pushing with the... Was it an operator or was it a Vandal?
Idiot. Not too sure.
Let's see. Oh, never mind. Or not. It's going to see it. Yeah. Empty.
Unlucky. Prius on the replay is crazy. Now, we've got classics, right? So it's just weather the storm here. It's that slow build back, right? Again, normally I'd say you wouldn't get many rounds against Fnatic like they did in the third. So you're going to have to do it the hard way now. Fnatic start just rebuilding, and it's a lot off the back of, I've got to say as well, Chronicle. He's doing very well. Crashies too, having very good performances here. It's not your big dogs really though. Kayak and Alpha haven't been, you know, 1v5ing rounds like we've seen before. It's been somewhat average from them, which is surprising when their average is normally excellent. But Kayak, he heard it. He fancies getting back into this. Plays Crazy Guy. But this round isn't one that I'm all that mindful of. It is just classics. And for Fnatic, as long as they don't, you know, forget to maybe kill the person defusing the spike, they should be fine.
This is also very important, right? They're clearing the rest of the site. Yes, there are 3 players alive, but you want your finances to be as clean as possible. Yes, the bank is wonderful for them. But again, if they want to close this in the second map, they're going to need way, way more rounds. RQ just, you know, trying to find something, but probably just waiting to die to the spike. Those ultimates already building up. Kushi also, one of the players that we were highlighting. I really want to see his development on this second half, especially for Sova, so close to his ultimate as well. I don't want him just as a support player. I think that he has so much more to give to this RQ roster.
Very much with you.
Oh, it's a cute shot.
And Jar looks very suspect. Kayak, oh, I thought he got the second. I was about to take my headset off.
Yeah, I thought he killed the second one
in the
too.
end, though, but the ults have been farmed. You got to look towards it. Kayak's got his. Alpha's got his. Crashy's only 2 away. Boaster, 1 up. We've got a lot of them building here. Now on the other side for RRQ, this is a big purchase for them, Bayer. And they are just on that verge now where this becomes a potential turnaround for
Exactly.
Fnatic.
I mean, if RRQ is to lose the next round, it's time to call a timeout first.
Yep.
Because he will be a 5-1 in the half for the side of Fnatic. Jemkin on that operator. Trying to cover up from B.
Cutting through. What's the look from Fnatic to begin with? It looks like an early fight towards A. Chronicle, normally a safe pair of hands, though. I don't see him making many errors. Kayak quickly clearing that C site.
Over there.
Breaking that utility. Spots the camera, spots the trip.
Good choices. These are all the right choices thus far, right? They've managed to navigate away from most of the threats.
Retake,
Clean
but
plant,
RQ has
deep
an
pulse
op.
plant as well with a lot of ults to bank on. This is very, very good thus far.
Same at Sex. Pharaoh Chronicle has to be in the back. Probably finding Moni fairly soon.
This retake means so much to RRQ. A tag could be lethal now.
Okay.
And into the site. Paranoia going to find Boaster. Going to get himself out of dodge, but that's 3 players now pushing back in, and Kayak misses his opportunity, backs away towards Long, and now Hunter's Fury layered on top. They're all now literally shooting fish in a barrel. It's a very clear, straight shot. Defuse! It's been happening again! How are we seeing this again?
Why the fuck are you playing offside when they have smoke, bro?
Have RRQ stolen away another round?
If it ain't broke, don't change it.
True.
It worked for RRQ, 5v5 retake. And just by that ultimate, forcing players out.
What are we
Fnatic,
doing, bro? They're playing like it's 2023 Valorant.
Was going to remove the player that fused in the spike. Where the 2 rounds that they've lost this half have been those sneaky diffuses.
Yeah, both.
The gods
GG's.
light. The gods are smiling on RRQ
Just let
today.
me go sleep, man.
But
I'm fucking tired.
have to get across the finish line, right? This is all lovely stuff. They still need to land that final round. Now, Fnatic still have finances, because most of the time they've lost the round when there's like 3 of them alive. So, for now, they can still get this purchase. They still have Crashy's ult. But they need to stick the landing.
So good for RRQ to save the distances in the previous round, something that they also are doing in this one. Of course, Monier is the exception.
NT, Chronicle NT.
Beauty.
IGG.
Now they start firing back. Insult to injury, salt to the wound. Alpha trying to play up some space here, take something away. Crashes does well, Jemkin goes down, trying to secure this plant, trying to play for a bit of safety, but they're surrounded. Kayak going to try and find it out, but Xfero going to find him. Trades out effectively. Alpha, 1v3, isn't gonna happen!
Alpha in, bro, Alpha.
Baby, 13
Oh, the Alpha is playing like shit.
turns the hell up.
This is the
I am not
RRQ that
watching
we
third
were
round.
promised we were going to get in Toronto. That first seed coming from Pacific.
Fuck it, we'll watch.
Absolute start of
Let's see
this
how late it
show.
starts.
We're definitely going to see that 3rd map. We will see you at a set.
Oh my god, 25 on the dot, chat. It is over. I didn't think this would be the one.
Did he win 25 games in a row? When's the
Unranked
next
to
win?
Celestial, melee only, in the worst melee meta we've had so far, chat. Not bad. Not bad. We take those. We take those 25 on the dot. It's been hard though, chat. It's been hard. It's been hard. We lost 25 games in this one. We only have like a 68% win rate. This one was hard.
But I want to learn BP. Black Panther is fucking insane in this game.
Oh, fuck, dude. Where the fuck's my team? Dude, why am I pulling a crazy kitty right now? Nah, I'm not negative. I'm not 1-7. Nah. Yo, 1-7 is pulling a crazy kitty, bro. Holy shit. Like, the fuck was he doing that fucking 3 games, bro? That's pulling a CC, bro.
Skin? It looks
a
ugly.
CK, bro. You know, just call it a CC. A crazy kitty, bro. Yo, why is kitty spelled with a K, but cat is spelled with a C? What the fuck?
True.
That's kind of low-key crazy. And I ain't talking kitty. Nice. Nice. So what shield did I hit exactly that blocked my spear? What was it? Dude, I love just like inting on my Smurf and then people making Reddit posts saying they got me banned. Why is good to get in playing the other way? What did he do? Dude,
This
he
might
played
be
like
the worst
shit. He was playing
Black Panther skin
against
I've ever
Jerky.
seen.
L9. He literally, bro, he played like shit so badly. In the first game, he was 1-7 and he was playing DPS the whole game. Torch into Bucky. He was getting farmed so hard by Jerky. He had to go, they made him go Ultron triple support. He still got farmed, ended the game 7-10 when he was on DPS and Ultron the entire game. But they won because of a C9. And the next game played like shit again. Horrible KD. First dead every fight. And then again, like 3 games in a row, unbelievably diffed. Like, it was actually insane. Bro, even the casters were like making fun of him. And when they interviewed Jerky, they were saying like, what were you doing to Crazy Kitty? Like, that's how bad it was. They literally like couldn't even help it. Like,
what is this guy
yapping
about?
Say, like, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my
Tremble
god.
before the battle.
EOMM.
No one else playing Black Panther?
One of my teammates just said, like, guys, if Wolf is open the next game, I'm gonna kill myself.
Only someone has to play. This is Black Panther or Spider-Man? Oh, he's playing Spider-Man.
Not great. You might have to res your item. Never mind, Morgan. Oh, we stepped off, bro.
I had C9 GG. Bro, Fnatic, how are you guys so bad, bro? I really support the worst team in this game. No Black Panther. Iron Man. Yeah. I really don't see it.
With the ISO, you're
like Texter as well, playing for the Gen Z side, and it became a little bit of a thorn on the side for Fnatic to deal with that. So I love here the preparation that comes out of that was not only on trying to anti-Fnatic, but know where the weaknesses were to take advantage of that too.
The defuses help though, because there's one way to stop a Fnatic comeback, which is just to defuse under their noses.
I mean, take a look at these rounds. 2 times Fnatic gets full stuck on. This could have been a comeback.
My boy, Crazy Guy. Go there, let's go, Vietnam. But no, those are definitely 2 pain points for sure. But if not, if anything, for the second defuse that comes across here, how they were able to deny this, you know that there's an ult available for the side of Fnatic. Look how many bodies are out there just to try to protect the diffuser. So there is no way for Alpha here to pull out the diffuser, and that was just probably an off-the-cuff kind of a play and type of call that allows here for RRQ to get 2 diffuses under Fnatic's nose and close out the map as dominantly as they did.
It's so cool to see Crazy Guy succeeding not just with pressing defuse, but with the calling in this game, with his individual performance as well. As a reminder, less than a year ago, that guy was playing in Ascension, and now he's here winning a map against Fnatic on the global stage, going all the way to try and stay alive, Yinsu.
I mean, they can do it if they win out on Ascent, and you and I had a bit of a disagreement earlier. I feel like Ascent is when Fnatic gets nerfed a little bit, and you feel like maybe after seeing RQ's Ascent, it's the other way around. We're gonna find out soon, Van Silly, but the momentum is certainly on the side of RQ.
We're going into the unknown basically for Fnatic because
Start,
yes, it
bro,
was a weak map
sleep.
in the past here for Fnatic, but they haven't really played it. I think they played it only once throughout the Tail meta, but in like a year and a half, they haven't really played it. So now they have an opportunity to say, okay, well, they got kind of owned against Wolves. Speaking about RQ, there's a way for us to exploit this and also maybe bring out a Deadlock of our own.
Yeah, they're going to have some time to prep for Fnatic to see what RRQ did last time on this map, but I'm honestly a little bit conflicted. I didn't think RRQ would win that map too, so I need some help deciding. Toronto, if you think RRQ is going to close out this last map, if you want to see him take it home, let's make some noise.
Or is it going to be Fnatic closing out the series? I think we saw some Fnatic fans.
Pretty close.
We might be on the. Are we on? No, we're in the middle. So we're kind of in the middle between the players right now. We can just see them right now setting up back on stage. But let's talk about this Ascent. You already mentioned.
Bro, I'm so sleepy. I don't know. Should I
They've
watch
done it
or
a
not?
couple times before with Kron playing the Deadlock and Alpha playing the Cypher. Is that the solution?
I think so. I think this is going to be a perfect composition, a perfect map as well for Fnatic to play this double Senti. Because we just also mentioned how it was difficult for Jemkin to get great openings on the side of RQ when they're playing against Wolves. You're trying to be the tip of the spear, you're trying to be quick against your opponents, but you found nobody in the process because they were playing a slow-paced game on the side of Wolves.
Yeah, specifically for Jemkin, the last time they played this map, I think one of the biggest issues was he likes trying to op into mid, play down into mid one in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of the time he's just walking up completely alone. I think Wolves realized that, and they played a lot heavier into like 2-1-2 looks, fighting for the extremities, and then just going for full hits through mains and locking off with the deadlock. So I'm hoping to see a Jumpkin who's more willing to fight those extremities, to maybe have one of Initiators rotate over and help him out a little bit too, because he needs a performance more like he had on that last map.
I mean, the good news is he's warm now. They talk about needing to warm up on stage. They picked up their first map win. They have what it takes to snowball this into a win, which would mean another early exit for Fnatic. It would literally be Masters Shanghai all over again.
Yeah, down to the close game against Gen G, down to the map that they could have won to 2-0 in that game. It would truly be a heartbreak for the #1 EMEA seed. They have got to have a plan for Ascent.
That's the thing. They have all of the EMEA teams behind them because they're the only teams that made it to the playoffs just because they had that #1 seed.
Whereas Pacific, it's arguably the strongest region. All three of their teams are here in the playoffs. RRQ trying to prove they're up there as well as Alpha
chamber.
Locks in the chamber.
Alpha chamber. Chronicle Vice? I mean, Kayak is not going to play the Cypher.
I mean, I don't know if it gets to a point where you're playing triple set T right now against RRQ, it'll be kind of crazy. But yes, Alpha in the chamber, I would respect that for sure. You want to get those aggressive angles against this RRQ that could potentially go for a little bit more of a default when they're going to play their attack side.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be that Yoru coming in because you're pretty much forced to play no flashes, probably crashes on the Sova there, and then you make up for dropping that flash initiator slot with the Yoru, allowing this chamber to come in.
And off the server, I need to see a better Fnatic in terms of mental. The defuse is gonna get to you, but they can't be letting that happen twice on top of getting eco'd after winning a pistol.
They have the experience for sure for the side of Fnatic. I mean, they have so many veteran players on the side of Alpha. Chronicle, it's happening. Yeah, it's Chronicle on Vice.
It's a Chronicle Vice.
And that's the thing, despite what just happened on that second map of Haven, they still have the experience to just push that aside and making sure that coming out with this brand new comp that RRQ's not ready for, Fnatic is still going to be on top of their game.
I'm really looking to see what they have up on the attacking side. I think the strength of the chamber on defense is obvious, but how does Alpha play it on the attack?
That's the question.
I think at this point here, you're going to see a little bit of a slow play on the side here of Fnatic too, just because they're playing this double set together at the start.
Well, Toronto, this is it. The winner will be moving on. The loser will be eliminated. Make some noise. And for the last time, over to you, Pansy and Kukuka.
We are in uncharted territory here, Bayer, completely in the unknown now. Fnatic coming in with a brand new composition.
Yesterday we were thinking, is Sunset the choice? Would have they liked to go to Ascend? Today we have a response, and what a response that is. Chronicle, for the first time in his career, playing the Vice. Alpha, you're back on that chamber that we've seen so many times. But this composition, across the board, is not very known. Fnatic definitely has to have a very set plan for this last map, for this Ascent, because it was their choice whether they wanted to start on the defense or the attack. And they decided that with this composition, with everything that is at stake, with them being in the brink of elimination and removing EMEA completely from this tournament, it's attack on Ascent. Do you like this?
Oh, behave.
I'm so oh my god, technical pause.
I'm so sorry. I'll leave.
Seriously,
I'll leave.
What else do you want from me?
I'll leave. I'll go home.
Do you reckon they misclick the agents? Maybe all that hovering. I'm gonna say no because I want to live on this.
Surely not. Wait, I'm looking at the stage. Is anyone moving anything? Is anyone doing anything?
No, I don't see it. I just see the Kayak is chilling.
Yeah, even the admins aren't like rushing over. Oh, the ref's closing in. Hold on. Ref commentary time. No?
Oh, even Alpha is relaxing.
He doesn't, I don't think he looks that relaxed. He looks terrified, in my mind. Because look, if we can actually talk genuinely about this, it's a lot of pressure on that man. Now, the amount of praise we've sung of him throughout the years now is never ending, right? This guy was the original wonder kid, the one who came in and surprised everyone, the Turkish talent, right? You know, all of these accolades and epithets put towards him, and deservedly so. Last map was not good. ISO on Haven for him has started.
Yesterday wasn't as well.
Exactly. These have been some really rough performances. Now he's the crowning piece, you know, in this composition potentially. This is pressure. If he doesn't perform here, Bayer, that is devastating.
Absolutely. And we've seen different faces of Fnatic. on this ascent. The last 3 iterations, different compositions. We've seen them running the deadlock, and I want to see how this composition fits with them.
Kidding me, man?
As I'm saying, like, we've seen them playing the Vice before. It was actually Alpha playing on that Vice, but not Crom moves over there. We've seen a lot of double Sentinel, but it never had the name of Vice and Chamber on it. So I want to see how that makes a difference. It looks like we fixed it, thank really God.
It was one of the coach's connection issues. It's fine, it's all good. Let's remember where we were. Fnatic chose to start here on this attacking side. They chose this composition. They think it's got something to it. But these pistols have been elusive for them. They've not had the best of times. A Jemkin right off the rip does good damage. And it was labored. It wasn't pretty, that fight, but Chronicle will take it. He'll be happy enough with a win on this.
4v3 now. RRQ moving on the defense. Monian already
Look at the
approaching mid. And Chronicle's just waiting for him.
He's ready like an absolute book.
Oh, this guy might be just the GOAT. Might just be the GOAT.
There's now both the shooting setups as well. Yeah, this is just perfect. Everything happening the way they wanted.
And he's going the wrong way.
Also getting the orb, something that has been very present, say, throughout this game. Getting those ultimates online. If you're going to start with the back, if you have to do it from the attack, you're going to need those ultimates onto the sites. And for those executes, the spike is going to go down. No opposition on the other side. Cushy just coming in from the other side of the map.
And again, we roll our minds back to the fact that we have seen RRQ here. It was up against Wolves, and it wasn't a great performance in my mind. It actually that was the first time I was a bit worried, right? Seeing Jemkin not look quite as well played in on, maybe suffering a little bit. Cushy was great, but it wasn't the same sort of effect that we'd seen them have before. Their ability to kind of play around with Jemkin, playing in a lot. And again, it was one of those, I shouldn't be worried about that.
Actually doable.
I can go back to the whole narrative building thing, right? I can talk history. Right, okay. If you kill Alpha... Oh, the crowd. Cushy! He takes a second glance. Oh my god, he's seen both of them. Stop it. Cushy, relax!
Why did we take 2 hours to break the dart?
A little something there.
So narrative, you were saying.
Right. But yes, this isn't the first time we've seen this map, and again, it's Cushy looking pretty good here, though. Gotta say,
I think it's very important that you resemble and you speak about that match that we saw against Wolves, because it was a 13-11.
We got a pistol.
Yes, you got pistol, and it was very defined by those pistols. Wolves won both of them, so you're in that scenario that advantage is already going onto the other team. After how devastating for Fnatic that Haven was, they need to start off strong. Just the same showing that we saw from RRQ on Haven.
And also, I do want to put a little bit of a caveat to me watching Jemkin. I want to see him back on really good entries as well, because he kind of fell off a little bit up against Wolves in that regard. Didn't see him having that same level of impact. If he can have this sort of like Haven resurgence, it's game on. For now, though, we're going to see Fnatic going through the motions here. Quick pressure up towards Cat through short, glancing down by Tree. Crazy Guy is playing over towards this side, so a little bit of info already early towards Kayak's position, but it popped up Alpha here.
RRQ just leaving the space. Crazy Guy looking, using that knife. I think he didn't catch anyone.
Take flight.
And he's going to go down. A is completely open for Fnatic to take the spike down.
I'm going to lose my back.
Going to do it with no opposition. Again, 4 players from RRQ on the opposite side of the map. Easy entry onto site for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is good. Nice pathing so far. Kind of getting their scaling right as well. Just kind of getting some time on the server too. You talk about both these teams. They need a couple more reps, right? Feel out the tempo, get themselves situated. And
does Alpha get the orb
up here too.
on attack or no?
Kayak looks like he's fine in that regard. Kron's having a lovely
I haven't seen him play orb in a while.
So mostly just eyes towards
Maybe he's
Alpha
still good.
when it comes to that. But for RRQ,
and they're just dying to the spike.
Knowing position there, and they don't want to allow any build of those ults, but Fnatic are going looking.
Slowly but surely. Oh, they want the orbs.
Alpha, nice. Nice. And a third, not to be. But for him, that's great though. Again, you're building that ult early. You're building confidence early. Cushy again, bro.
That's better than a Marshall. Yeah.
Like, the round's done. It's very similar to the first, but he's still farming up. He's still, I mean, you talk about farming ults. Cushy was the one as well. His ult before up against Wolves was one of the key factors that kept them in the game at times, really doing incredible work. So for me, it put him really on my radar. But gonna need to see this now in this sort of bonus situation for Fnatic.
Yeah, pretty evened out. Fnatic, as you say, not having all the credits in the world, and RRQ still looking to make that break. in the scoreboard. But still, is very early in the game to see. I think that he obviously
Alpha, hop off DPS, man.
Fnatic to come out with a composition like this one, right? So they have a time of grace for Fnatic to come up with some very set play, something that RRQ is just not prepared for.
Okay, Alpha changed his Vandal.
You learn on the fly too, right? This is going to be a big test here.
Nah, this is the Vandal.
Swing, and he certainly misses. Alpha looking clean with that, but Monyet is not stopping. This seems a bit too risky for me. He's not really got to get out of jail free.
What a trade.
The plan was flawed from the start, it felt like.
Hope.
Trying to make something happen over towards A main, but it's just fallen apart.
We just need a highlight reel of Stinger kills from this tournament, because some of them, massive impact in the round. 5v3 situation for Fnatic. Getting closer and closer to securing this bonus. But still, they're being cautious. Chronicle looking up for mid. Everybody just gather up, waiting for RRQ to maybe go in the aggression again.
Yeah, still presence on this side, and this will confirm that they want to stick towards it. 3 players.
She's one away from.
So Fnatic needs someone to deal with this, and it is dealt with. Crazy Guy doesn't get cleared, but I think that they've got a good read on it. Doesn't get affected by the shock dart.
Still has Yuto.
We're getting down to 30 seconds. This is where things can go wrong. It's when if crossfires aren't cleared, corners aren't checked, it can go terribly wrong, as Crazy Guy already does well. 20 seconds, where are you going, Fnatic? You gotta keep fighting forward. And Crazy Guy reads it.
Somehow Fnatic always overcooks and loses.
Perfectly. The smoke keeping him alive. 13 seconds. We're running out of time here. Flash here buys a couple more seconds, and they are doing it. They're digging in their heels. Fnatic leaving it too late in the day. 4 seconds. Xfero just needs to live here, surely. Just buy his time. No! He does more than that!
Why are we overcooking? Why?
He sticks the landing as Poster falls. And the timer then forcing them forward with a Red Bull clutch in the end for RRQ.
They had no business throwing that round for the side of Fnatic. Such a big amount of time.
What was the plan?
+2. Not thinking. Crazy Guy being alive, just having that knife delayed them even more. This was such an issue yesterday. Again,
and you can see it's not good for the coaches. They are not happy with that. Again, that is
how
something.
Can you be? That's a 5v3.
Yeah, it is, and that is
could have been how you snowball through his half.
Always
You're going to hear the
overcooking.
ult though for Alpha. That is a big investment here and a very similar start. You're going to want to have Gem contact in towards Wine. Paranoia is good, forcing the TP back. This time around, RRQ plant the banner towards A main. How far do they search this though? That's my question. Alpha's still having a go. He's still on the line here. He's checked in front of that smoke. He's cleared it. So Fnatic now focus towards middle. Keep an eye on the spike though, deep towards spawn. They can't make any quick moves really.
We can secure that part of the map, and that is something that RRQ has learned to respect. Even from just this 3 rounds, with everything that is at stake and how close the previous round was. Chen Kim is waiting.
I'm looking at the rotation of Monyet too, is where does he decide to go? That deep smoke towards middle I think is causing him enough worry at this point, but they are going back round towards Ace. They are going to have their 3 players here. And holding the line is Jemkin. He's the one, Kayak, excuse me, just on the other side here, tries to play forward.
Nice,
Catches
nice.
Two. Kayak kicking open the door!
Nice!
The third. He's there when you need him. When Fnatic needs something, a spark, he ignites. Xfero and Kushi, I think we know their job now to try and survive.
That play from Kayak, though, was everything. The TP, everything, all the flashes.
It didn't plant. Those was all.
And that is not
Gets
an
the plan
easy
then.
matter at all. 5v2, surely this one, it's secured. We already see the players from RRQ saving for
Guns
the
take guns.
next
Hello,
round.
Alpha.
I want to see
Crashies.
a repetition of what Kayak just did there.
My camera is destroyed.
If he can find consistency in that level of form, he is arguably one of the best players as it stands. And there was a lot of discussion about it. Of course. There was a lot of standouts from various regions. Obviously with the Teo coming in, how much does that affect it? Or the Teo going out, should I say. But Kayak overall was, most of the people's top 5s, top 3s, if not, maybe even higher.
Yeah, and seeing Fnatic for the first time without Durke in the international stage, with the name that he had made for himself. Now you're seeing someone else, and he puts out this kind of plays, and you know that he earned that spot. Kushi's going to find Crashies at the end of that round.
And again, the interesting factor about Kayak for me is that when he first joined this roster, he wasn't the superstar instantly. There were rumors, there were whispers of his ability in Tier 2, how good he was at dominating that space, but he didn't hit the ground running perfectly. But the potential was there, and now it's absolutely actualized.
Jemkin walking out at the perfect time, just getting the free kill for him. What a play from the duelist.
Now,
RRQ, the money ain't good. The ultimates are getting there. Kushi already has his. And Alpha's just going to be investing into that Outlaw. Again, when the money's not good and when the shields are definitely not going to be heavy, is a very, very good investment to make. Keeps you safe for the rest of the round, for the rest of the half, sorry. Building up that economy.
I like this little double stack though. It's not worked out, but I like it. Oh, wait. This is...
They use Sword on a eco.
To throw in from Kushi there. That felt maybe a bit too desperate for me.
This composition is a pain in the ass because there's so many TPs.
Yeah. On the Yoru. Oh, and
on the chamber.
And again, for Jemkin, you could understand the temptation to want to play into it. Maybe them lingering around in middle just encouraged that. But again, just walks into it. He was meant to be maybe the ace up the sleeve, but it isn't at all. Messi there from Crashies. Xfero gets to keep his life, and if they continue this pathing towards B, there's still 2 players here. They are already with classics, but there's a lot of damage done here. Oh my god! Xfero with a jump scare on Alpha, who stays alive. 3 kills for himself. This site is not free, Bayer. 30 seconds.
Remaining.
Nice clear on towards Crazy Guy.
30 seconds
and that is Diligence from Chronicle. Very good. Very, very good. Now, Kushi, you're not gonna do any more. That's fine. This was a bit dangerous from Fnatic, but it worked out. And again, I get the temptation, again, even from Kushi. Pop the ult, maybe, catch him on Cat. It's a bit closed in, but this composition is so slippery. Those TPs to get out of the danger.
It's so annoying. Like, you think you have them, you think you can have a refrag, you think you can go on as 2 and maybe have an advantage, and it just disappears. Alpha Year snaps out of it. Kayak just embraces and gets out of it as well. Boaster can get into almost any position with those TPs as well.
Yeah.
But those 2, especially those 2, with that trade denial potential, Jemkin with the operator now, he has to make a difference.
Yeah, he's been a bit hot and cold in middle so far. It feels like he's just behind the wheel sometimes, just off the tempo and the timing. A couple layers between them here, but Alpha's been on 1-2. He has been having a good start. Yeah, some eco farming, sure, but 8-3 nevertheless. Trying to be played in by Crashies. And this should be Jemkin now ready himself. Yeah, gets out of danger. He's not fancying sticking around here. Almost tailor-made poison on the catch there towards Market. Jemkin's gone Alpha though, and they've still got control of B main. The initial plan is not going to be keeping coming this way. Surely they adjust.
Yeah, I liked what the utility we were seeing from Chronicle.
Hold on, I'm looking towards A, right? It doesn't even seem open either. You've got Monyet sat with a judge, controlling this space still. Oh my god, the timing. The timing, he was within lethal. Screw it! Stay on the ghost, no sweat! Crazy Guy's still here, and this kind of adjustment of plan is difficult for Fnatic. Kayak gonna clear through Jemkin though, opens up a chance, and Crazy Guy feels so... There's no safety on this site, right? Look where that spike is. They're up in... Oh my god, it's Xfero. It depends where they go with this now. This could be everything or it could be nothing. That dart does not reveal.
Wow, what a clear. Holy fuck, what a clear well
Crashies. They are taking the tour of Ascent, and they are seemingly winning it, navigating past most of the danger. The TP is here. Monyet makes it in time, but he still just has that judge. He's got the ghost, he sees them. Paranoia in play, he's still trying to make this one work. 15 seconds, can he buy the precious time here? Kayak watching for it, waiting. Plant comes in. Monyet can't affect it yet. Waiting for support to come in, but Crazy Guy's a mile away, and they know it.
He has a judge. We just play as far as we can. Never mind.
Crazy Guy lives up to the name, pops the ult, but it's Chronicle, ice cold in these situations. But there's a timer on what he can do. Gotta get going!
Chronicle, man, the good.
Oh, he's so damn cold.
Such a close round in the end though, with Crazy Guy getting those 2 kills, but the Red Bull clutch goes for Chronicle this time. Little bit of the overcook, and as you were saying, the tour that Fnatic went on that round, just giving us a different version of themselves in each of these rounds. At the beginning
so
of it,
calm.
I was looking forward to what the Vice could do on that B side, but seeing Fnatic getting round after round here, 5-1, celebrated. Please don't break the coach room.
I'm out.
It calls for a timeout.
Talking about Chronicle or no?
Lauren, I have a question for you.
Okay.
One yet.
So RQ have already played Ascent this tournament, right? Like we have seen them with the changes and whatnot into this patch. This is what
was he even doing? What was the plan there?
Bigger advantage coming into
He had a
this?
Vandal.
Is it RQ because they have already gotten that rep that, you know, with the first seed curse, not getting the reps onto stage, not getting a feel of how you're doing? Or Fnatic with a completely new composition that God knows how it's going to work and not having that official practice on it.
I mean, Fnatic gets to walk in with no one else to be like prepped up against them, right? Which is a dangerous Fnatic. Now, of course, the comp could have fallen on its face.
Yeah, that was
right? Like maybe Alpha has a
Sual
terrible
was
start,
actually
but
very
again,
bad.
for RRQ, it becomes the question of their ability to learn on the fly. Can they find the adjustments? It's hit round 7. They've gone for the timeout. That's fine. That's fair. But it's unlikely they're going to convert this one. To get the beat on this round, you're always going to be behind the curve. It gives that nice little step up for Fnatic because they hit the ground running.
Yeah, clear.
To adapt now. And this round for RRQ would mean a lot. As we can see,
Yeah, I saw just can't perform on.
He secures 1 kill, and he could be the difference maker.
I don't know why.
In round number 7.
It's been 2 games in a row.
Very close. Fnatic
Surely we
again
just
going for
remove
this
him
mid
from
control.
ISO now at this point.
And they've done this before. We've seen similar scenes, right? But you can see the Fnatic, we talk about learning on the fly, they certainly are, but Monyet picks the right target, plucks away Alpha and backs away. Crazy Guy now gets contact. They've read a lot of this. They've got an idea of where 3 players are out of the 4 that still stand for Fnatic.
And blocking the eye side, of course, we see Kayak ready to get on that TP. He also has his ultimate, but... Oh. He decides to go for it, gathering all the information onto A.
I mean, it's a bold play. Fnatic still have to walk into a pretty stacked site here. Change out of Paranoias as Monyet waits. Tucked behind Dice. Kayak can't really challenge the back of the site here. They might get stuck in towards main. Not again, surely. Kayak just pries open the site. Apparently that's all they need. Kayak just strolling in is enough to get them over the potential hurdle. Sparrow just a second behind, as now this is a pretty much done round.
Pretty much done. Still Fnatic, they work for those orbs. Crashes, gets 1 closer to his ultimate, and speaking about ultimates, with this plant, Chronicle gets his. Kayak wants it.
I wanted that.
That's brutal. Fnatic though.
The net Crashies had the kill.
They needed this after map 2.
Because he was close to his ultimate.
Pretty much. Embarrassed in map 2 by RRQ. The way those rounds went down in that second half should be haunting them. This is exactly what the doctor would have ordered though. A quick, decisive reaction. A lot in the hands of Kayak and Alpha, and both of them doing exactly as they need to.
And RRQ need to make a decision. We saw that timeout, yes, the previous
So
round.
calm.
The economy wasn't the best, but maybe some aggression, maybe just setting up some of the plays. They need something else beside that bonus that it wasn't theirs to take even. That 3v5. They need to find that kind of energy. Moni has been deadly. Not only in the previous map, but also here. Definitely being a nuisance.
And I like this. I like the way they're using the Vice to kind of scale up on the map. Again, kind of using the Vines to go down the Thorns over towards short, kind of then using that as a way to
Fnatic have a very
safely get
defensive
back
comp,
to.
by the way.
It's really nice layering for this mid control.
Double
They've been
Senti.
trying to, I guess, work through for most of the opening exchanges in this map. So far so good. First time we've seen Fnatic start with a little bit more pressure towards that B main, but it doesn't look like they're particularly sticking around here. This high attention to detail over towards Cat once again re-emerging.
Taking their time. We know that Fnatic are definitely good at doing that. Feel comfortable.
I think they're just waiting for Alpha to get a pick.
Jemkin too, because there's obviously that want to play into it and be pivotal and be aggressive in a way, but he has been caught on a couple of timings by Alpha in middle. I want to see him find a way to deal with that tempo now.
Speaking about tempo, Kayak is ready to walk. He is going to be spotted.
30 seconds left.
2 of the players, the rotation coming in from RRQ. And again, they might find each other at CT. 20 seconds.
TP, and this is now running really, really late. Okay, this will help things, but I think Monyet might have been out of it, but Kayak's going to catch the rotate. Jemkin goes down again. 10 seconds, please don't make him.
10 seconds left.
This could be unthinkable if he denies the plant on this one. Oh my God, Monyet! That might have been everything. Look at the time now. It's too late. I'm pretty sure this is way too late, Monyet!
Again, overcooked. Again, overcooked by Fnatic.
I just cannot believe it keeps happening. At some point, you might think No, it's not going to happen this time around. They know how to play with the time. They're going to leave for at least a couple of options. But with so many players alive, you not having the information of what is on site, what is on main, just leaving this onto the last second when you've worked towards the map, when you've worked that information layer by layer, corner by corner.
Yeah, good hold. Exactly. But again, though, these are the cracks that will be there in this attack from Fnatic. It won't be
इनसे तो जीत जाएंगे आगे क्या होगा ये तो सबसे टट्टी टीम है पूरे टूर्नामेंट की
started before that point how late it was. If RRQ leave them a little bit of space, sit a little bit deeper, make them work for their dinner, how do they navigate this? Now,
आगे क्या होगा रे बाबा Genji, Sentinels, G2, Paper X.
Really need to see Jemkin playing this perfectly though, because again, he might be the one.
वो टीम में तो इनका भूत बना देगी.
Alpha pushing with that operator, but RRQ, they're not giving a single inch. They know what they're facing, and they know what's worked for them.
And I like this sitting a bit deeper. As said, I think is a good reaction. Fnatic do like this late control towards tree. They've been playing it, and I also like this push out towards B main. This hasn't been an area they've been contesting often. This gives them good information. This is solid. This is a nice approach. 45 seconds, and none of that contested space has been taken by Fnatic yet, barring maybe Cat and now Tree. They can't late play back into B because they're going to be so behind the curve on the information. And that's I mean, that's divine from Jemkin. The spike is pivoting. Now it's going to be a crunch. Chronicle's good at this, but if they keep their eyes on the prize here, they... And again, Xvero does do well on towards Kayak, but late in the day they've made
Chronicle is so smart.
saving them from what could have been a disaster. It felt
Bro,
like RRQ
this he
started
kills him here,
deep,
and he still checks here, by the way.
Fnatic saved by Chronicle's
Oh my
diligence,
god,
but it's
Chronicle is
still
the goat.
3v3. It's not impossible, just a little improbable when you look at who's here.
He kills him and still checks here, by the way.
Swings off the pop
Ah,
of the
fucking love
without
Chronicle.
a gun in their hands. They can try and gap close, and they are. You can see it and put it away, but Boaster with a shot through the smoke. Catching Jemkin. Monyet looks for a target, dives in on sight. Can't quite control on the first try. Can't get the spray. Crazy Guy now needs a 1v3 as Fnatic holding all the cards. Chronicle, that was a brilliant round.
I mean, if this Yoru like waited one more second, Chronicle would have killed him.
This entire match. The condition and also that he's been making in this map.
30 seconds.
Constant pain here on me.
I mean, if he didn't do that, I think the round would be done. Yeah, genuinely. Coming back to these sort of late rotations.
Yeah, but he also shot. But I think Chronicle still clears it. He was still looking for it.
Two of the players, like the movement from RRQ was good.
Yes.
Two of the players just waiting for this to happen. We also saw the utility from Cypher on site. They were ready. They were prepared. And then Chronicle happened.
No high five for you, brother.
Now they might fall into the trap of got to get proactive with these ults, play, you know, in towards this fight on Cat. The temptation, obviously, so sweet, but again for Fnatic, they've been really good at clearing this. And Kayak is so locked in. Oh my god!
Oh, what a shot, bro! What a shot!
And again, this was kind of off the back of that want of maybe playing in Jemkin a little bit, taking some of that space. But Xvero's the one to do well here. Taking away Chronicle is huge.
Absolutely. They've been putting up a lot of utility, those drones that we were speaking of. Not only he gets the kill, he also gets to use his ultimate.
Oh, I like this as well, though. You take space on one side, but in the meantime, they push so much deeper towards A main. They don't need to go further than
Bro, Fnatic, I don't get why they spend like 2 minutes on mid. Every map they will spend 2 minutes on mid. Take no space. It's actually crazy.
Over towards B. They can get these players here way earlier because of that pushed out position. This is now going to be one of those later rounds. Now, can Fnatic somehow find this information themselves? I don't think so. So in reality, they have the players in the right place here. Last time, Kron was the one who was god tier at playing from this, but it looks like a focus towards top middle. RRQ doubting themselves, it felt like, wanting to check, wanting to make sure, but they were right in the read. But the timing now wrong as Fnatic get the red carpet rolled out towards B as the plant next in the steps to be taken. Cushy trying to thread a needle that I don't think is potentially there. Takes away one. That is a Vandal picked up. Good util still left here as well,
but Crazy Guy only has a share.
Just about making it over here. And Crashy's making him do the dance, right? Putting him through the paces. We're going to need like a shot in the dark, right? We're going to need something. What do you have here? Cushy taking the first step. Nice off the flash, but he couldn't quite land it.
Nice booster.
Doing what is necessary. That makes it sound like I was saying the dance was necessary. That, less so. But 8-2 Bayer, they're in control.
8-2 and looking very dominant. Yes, those 2 rounds that they lost, big mistakes, very big mistakes. Good to see them back in the board. And RRQ in this round made the worst decision that they could make, and it's giving Fnatic what they want. They're waiting for such a long time for you to make a mistake, for you to take the stake.
When was the prime, do you think, of Boaster?
Ooh, when was the prime? Nah, this.
Astra.
Oh, right.
He's a very good Astra. Like when Astra was on top, he was very, very good.
Now,
especially even like maps like Fracture and whatnot. Yeah.
You actually answered that honestly. I was just flaming.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But RRQ gonna burn this time.
Yeah, bro, this is actually true. These players can't be tier 1 pros. How are you guys so bad? How are they even getting paid to play this game? I don't get it.
They lacked the conviction in the right call in that last round, and that's the devastating part. They were right about it, and then just misplayed it.
Finally, someone said it,
as
bro.
said, this to me feels like
What game was it? Which we watched?
This first half.
Worst VALORANT game I've ever seen in my life.
Both of the teams using both of the timeouts, or their timeouts.
This game, oh my god, bro! I've never seen a more bad game in my life.
Might say that they have the right read.
I really wanted to just kill myself.
You think like, oh,
even ranked games are better than this.
I know that Alpha's going to try and get that space. Actually,
nah, these guys don't deserve to be pro.
So for Fnatic, a couple more rounds. Already 6 rounds of difference.
They actually don't deserve to get paid playing this game.
You're just feeling so
they're so bad.
Pushing with that operator. Jenkim needs to go back
lineup.
and prove to us that he has what it takes. What he had on Haven. And I feel like we've seen this round 3,000 times.
Hey, if it's working.
I'm already tired of this comp. Nah.
But aggression down middle, it's not looked good, actually. Again, I think that Jemkin's been very, very willing to go for it, but it's just not worked for him at all. Alpha's generally been having his number in this. It's not.
I actually don't understand how these people are
This
getting
time they
paid.
go for the little aggression onto me, trying to force something complemented with the utility, and the one shot that he hits is on Kayak's phone. So not looking the best there.
And he does have a little bit of utility to play with, I guess. Invested kindly by Xvero, but now he's on the chopping block. Like, what do we do? Okay, well, okay, you just headshot Kayak, I guess, is what we do. But it's a one and done. There's no furthering that. And now the map's
Kayak,
split
we
in
lose
half.
that, bro?
2 on either side. Where does Fnatic decide to go? They've won the mid-fight completely. That's the spike going through
30
market,
seconds
That's
left.
Again. Really, really isolated. Yeah. Okay, the rest are coming up here. But I was a bit worried he was on his own. Now, no one was there to punish him. We're seeing how deep RRQ are sitting. Fury, gonna find a man. Ooh, and the follow to Alpha goes down. Okay. Now, do they scarper? It's messy from Boaster there. Couldn't get back in time again. Feel like a broken record, but running out of time and running out of
Fnatic
options.
overcooked so
luckily
much.
have
Actually
ground, so
annoying.
it's not been that much of a big deal. But this is how they've been losing them.
They spend 2 minutes in mid every game, every fucking game.
Way to get to 3, but RRQ will take it.
Absolutely.
And make
I think that timeout
make no space. Just spend 2 minutes in mid. I don't know, fucking jerking off or something.
Let's put a little bit of pressure onto them and see how they respond to that. Super important, this ultimate from Pushy and this kill on Monier. Again, the numbers from yesterday, an average of 1 minute and 9 seconds to get the spike down for Fnatic. That is outrageous and obviously the highest in playoffs.
Oh, it's got 5 years in the cake.
Happy 5 years, everybody.
Yeah, congrats.
Fuck you and your 5 years, bro. This game is going downhill.
No.
Look at how look at the level of pros in this game. It's so bad.
Shift, which actually looks like they are now, because again, you've almost lulled RRQ into a sense of safety that is not here. Cushy trying to find him, but it's actually Xvero who's caught Boaster. And Fnatic have really held up towards B main. They have managed to burst through, banking on Kayak's ability to do something with this. Commits towards Boathouse, crashes now and comes out.
We saw 3 and we still committed here.
This
I'm
is
not sure about this, Lauren.
Fnatic could be caught up in the blender here, but they still need to land the shots if you're RRQ. Easy, this is so tense. I like the idea of the gear shift, but something slowed them down towards main that just stopped them actually committing.
4v4 on site.
God, please be disciplined, RRQ. You don't need to do too much. We said it before when they made that play towards top middle. They got almost, they got into their own heads about it. they're once again right about this. They don't need to change. They hold these positions, hold this line, they make it hard for Fnatic, but here we go. Alpha unleashing Fury, but the site is still not clear. You've got 30 seconds, 2 more to find. Cushy, are you the hero to step up for RRQ, or a Fnatic just past that hurdle? Is perfect. Takes one, doesn't expect to follow up though.
What?
Alpha was the one getting those kills.
Why am I
on
not
Cap.
expecting that?
He loses his head for a second, and with 14 seconds, the plant is in. And that doesn't make things easier.
Nice wall.
Oh my god, he's so low on HP too. 3 HP is all that's there. Alpha, back of the boathouse.
I shot 4K, big 4K Alpha.
Basically the second half, 3-9 Bayer. Fnatic look good in this form. They've given themselves a buffer. It wasn't perfect, but it's better than nothing.
But when you think about those mistakes, those rounds that they lost, they could have perfectly won. They need to get back on the drawing board. This composition is giving us so much, and I cannot wait for what we're going to see on the defense.
Alpha is back, baby. Actually, he's not back. Is 4 enough? I don't think 4 is enough. Could be. I've never seen RRQ play attack. Who the fuck is Russell? Done भाई बिल्कुल. Crazy guy no longer wants to have a crazy time. RRQ was one of the teams that ran a Yoru and had a crazy time doing that. Every other team that ran Teho with it are running, but RRQ. Fat fraud. I just want PeopleX to win. I can't even lie. Fnatic will not do. Just one trick Yoru, bro.
Some of that here with, again, small number, not good.
Most for me is going to be Chronicle and how much of a pain he was over onto A, something that, sorry, onto
I think
B,
it's just
Fnatic
will definitely not win. We can just hope PeopleX wins.
Goes. Having the
Or
chamber,
G2.
having the
G2
Vice,
is nice.
so many things to work with that probably the opponent did not expect for today's match. This is not the way you expected to close things out if you were RRQ. Hey, not everything is set.
Ooh.
Starts with a pistol,
Genji.
though.
It certainly
as we always say.
It certainly does. And Fnatic were
Genji, bro,
loving them
amazing.
before.
Absolutely
Right,
amazing.
I mean, even if
Hard
they
work.
got the pistol, yeah.
But here we go. Final half to be had. Map 3 between the two of them. RRQ bringing out all the big guns in map 2. But map 3 could be all over in a blink of an eye. They need this pistol.
Flash.
Instant aggression, gathering of the orb. Nothing on the other side from Fnatic. Boaster just walks away. And Kayak takes an advanced position on B main.
Yeah, I like it. Again, you can get out of jail free. Just got to keep your eye on the timing. See the consideration of a mid-walk. Not happened yet. Double stack up towards market. Kayak, the early warning system. And a lethal one at that. Does get out of there. Xfero now will control that corner, but it's only seeing a Cypher doesn't give you everything you want. But now not alone. Walks back in with Kron, but he falls. Body block almost. Kron, though, tries to play it forward. Didn't want to back away, and now they speed up on the execute. Banging shot from Boaster there. Catching just the corner of Monyet and quickly threads ahead. Now you've got a fast rotate coming in from Crazy Guy, who's all the way over towards that A side of the map. So late positioning towards main, but Boaster's ahead of it. Paranoia still in play. Smoke still there. Dart as well. But no synergy on that? I don't know if I loved what I saw then from him. Would rather maybe hold that space and
I
play
mean,
back in together,
doable.
but now down to the two, Alpha and Crashies. Still got util, as said, this is pretty big for them. But that late positioning towards main is rough. It's keeping Alpha's eyes towards it. Timing, the factor, gotta get a move on, gotta get going, and they're playing the game. This is gonna be doing the dance with them, right? Gonna make them work for it. Crashies, damage! But 2 more to go, and Crazy Guy's position is the checkmate. Monyet just needs to live, and he does more than that. It's a pistol for RRQ. And a little bit of a weird choice from Boaster there.
And it's so good that they were patient in that round. We got the orb, we just still follow the plan. We're lucky enough to get this first pick onto Kayak, who had already taken a bit of damage. We secure it with the 1 for 2, and we go on to plant this fight. Boaster, I think in that situation was just...
That's our pistol,
It's kind of a dilemma, right? You don't have the information of where the rest of the players are. It can be coming from main. You need to move. You do not have really the time to wait for the rest of your teammates. No ideal scenarios, but for RRQ, only 5 rounds separate them now for Fnatic, and this should be the 5th one for them.
Xfero's been a pretty safe pair of hands in my mind as well. He's been rather good in these sort of positions. So let's see how he plays if they do decide to crest that corner and explore further. For now, it's just a stack, leaving Alpha as the pretty much the bastion of hope on the A site, right? The one-man turret over there, but it's patient again from RRQ, maybe trying to get the lay of the land themselves. Is there a mid-wall? Is there a stack? They need to be using some of the util to clear this at some
Just stay
point,
like
maybe
this.
waiting for
Just
them
don't move. Just stay
cycle
like
back
this,
up.
please, Fnatic. I
With the
beg you.
composition that they're playing up against.
Yes, they will
take it
come
this
to you.
time, and
Yes.
Also, Fnatic has been fairly aggressive in the rounds that they've had. No economy.
I'm scared.
They're walking towards it.
Yeah, but hopefully they use some of that lovely utility.
No, no, no. Please, please don't peek. Please. Oh my god,
Still a bit
man.
nervous here. Yeah, okay, I think they felt the danger in that, even just the cam being cleared as it was. And here comes, let's see if that control is in play. No, Crashies quick on his feet. As Alpha does
Bro,
need
they
to
were
back
about
away.
to come
Expected
here.
reposition. Jemkin, eyes already trained towards it. Plants
They
in
were
play,
about
it's
to come on.
dangerous, but they find
Oh,
stability.
they were just...
Now they need to
It
keep
was
Cushy
so
and Jemkin
such a
living in this,
perfect
though.
trap.
Those 2 Vandals are precious. Cargo. Cushy layering in the util, keeping him chipped down as best he could. But Crashies with that Bulldog is the dangerous factor. They are all eyeing up coming through from here. Knife fantastically timed, catching at least 3 of them, denying this springboard in. Paranoia goes, Cushy now out of the situation.
Right.
Alpha finds Crazy Guy. Jemkin goes down, suddenly crashes in a 1v2. Again, difficult, but desperately tried.
NT.
Once again, the final man standing, and suddenly that scoreboard doesn't look so impossible.
Both Vandals just moving on to the next round. RRQ, as you're saying, 5 on the board. This looks perfectly doable. We've seen them having very strong starts, converting the bonus. Will almost make this a very, very even affair. Again, we still have to see how this composition from Fnatic really works on the defense, and I think we're going to get a very fair showing now.
Ooh.
How Alpha is going to be positioned, how they use having that and the Euro as well. We can see now as all the utility from Chronicle on his first Vice over onto A.
Yeah, big switch up in that. As obviously until this point for the Pistols, they did have Alpha kind of soloing out on towards that A site as much as they could. Put a lot of faith in towards him here. And the walk back comes in towards B. So trying to steady themselves here. Kayak has been solid. That's a player spotted here. And he's sticking around on this. I'm a bit worried he stays so close here. Oh my god. Thankfully that wall now reinforced. A little less of an issue.
That's 3 people spotted. That's what we see. All that utility coming down. Xfero actually gathering that orb for the
He's a
Neurotech.
brave boy.
Okay. Just in case someone else gets the kill.
Ooh, did they spot? I don't know if they spotted Alpha. They kind of looked down, but I don't think they did. Lazy clear. Oh my, what is that? You do not see that every day. A mess made by Alpha, being gifted with shards of the gods from that. And now that all comes into play. That is perfect.
We need a new team to support.
It's Kayak and Crashies though. Big boys on the server here. Big players. 25 seconds getting late in the day. They decide to slip towards the site. Waiting for the util to come, but it ain't even here. They're just powering on in. Crashies find some safety in the smoke. And I say that very tentatively. Chronicle gonna catch the heels of Xfero. It's game on.
Wow.
Fnatic.
Wow,
They
Chronicle.
thrive
Why Crashies?
Monyet can't find
How did
his way
Chronicle
away
even get
in
2?
this
Where is
single
Chronicle?
time. Fnatic
Did he just get through smokes 2 kills?
But Alpha just stood up. Oh no, he stood up.
Okay.
Where's the glue gone? Someone find the glue.
Oh, he
Stick
was
him to that
oh
chair.
wait.
It's
I thought he just spammed
round
too.
as well. I liked what they did. Alpha. Oh.
He's
there it
celebrating
is.
for the rest of them. It's not for him.
Okay,
and speaking
okay,
of
so
him
that's
in
okay.
that round,
Nice Gron!
He's saying, I love you guys for...
nice anchoring kayak. You're doing a brilliant job.
He's like, I love you guys for helping me save this round.
Doesn't matter. Was the bonus for RQ. There's still plenty of chances. 3
Ah,
to be
bro,
exact.
Alpha, GG go
And
next.
again, they're still having to learn.
It's time to learn Chinese, buddy.
Kayak just
Jemkin
drifted
finding
out.
the opener again.
Yeah, Jemkin's starting to get these entries going, and that shot wasn't clean
Yo.
enough to truly punish Cushy, so he keeps his life. But Alpha's temptation is still here. He's trying to be proactive. Oh, the timing. Oh my god, you are lucky to be breathing, crazy guy. The spray off with Vandals always seems like a terrible idea, but it's fine. So far, they bully their way up, Cat. Looking towards the safe side, but Chronicle has been the safest player. Always so deadly in these situations. Let's see how well he does in this new role here.
Okay,
Chronicle's gone
Alpha
down, but Alpha
gets 2.
stomps into the site. 3!
Nice!
Back-to-back damage. Now down to 2, 45 seconds, much more time, but the final boss of Alpha seems to be standing. Slip in the net, but it seems to be considered. Already pinged out. Boaster eyeing this up, but timing.
Please, Boaster, just, yes, please.
Everything. And he's got it. Expero falls, leaving just one man alive at Alpha's corner. Has not been cleared.
Imagine though, Alpha whips
Gets
this.
away with it with 4 kills, and apparently the curse is broken.
The curse is broken, it doesn't matter, but he's not standing up this time around. It doesn't matter.
Aye, Gambit Esports. OG Nats.
Not a second time around. Struggled to
The
find
lurker
first one, it
Nats.
doesn't matter. He closes out with 4, but it couldn't have been possible without
Oh,
the
he's
paranoia,
still angry
the
he whipped
flash
that.
device, putting all of that pressure on a team that's trying to execute on you. 11 for Fnatic,
He is
2
still
away
pissed.
from continuing.
I knew he
a
almost
lower
whipped that.
bracket run.
Oh, he's losing
RQ
confidence.
now, as you can see on your screens, the economy is not the best. Jemkin 1 away from his ultimate, working with the shorty,
They know they'll take the
trying to get that orb, or at least they're going to try and fight for it.
Oh, paranoia.
No follow-up.
We just wasted a blind.
Scarfing,
Nothing.
but timing-wise, Fnatic coming into their own in moments like this is dreamy for them. After a brutal map 2, their creativity being rewarded here as that 12th round looking ever so likely. Alpha strikes 20 kills.
Gambit Esports अगर रशिया का सीन नहीं होता तो वो टीम भाई वाट लगा देती वालों की.
He has found his form
वो
when he
टीम
needed it.
साथ में क्या बाप खेलती थी, क्या केमिस्ट्री थी, क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग थी.
Straight that time. But RRQ looking for ways forward, and there aren't
वो तो
too
उन्हें
many.
खेलने
Again,
नहीं
gotta
दिया.
say, Chronicle in this role, lovely to see. But Jemkin tries to close in. Oh, it was laboured, but he's got the job done. Caught on the cross though, Alpha.
Oh! Holy Alpha! Oh my God!
And he's standing up to celebrate. This is one.
Holy fuck!
What a crazy run from him. I need to see that shot again. I need to see that shot again.
It's not here, but it's nice to see shots out of the sky like that. I'll take that every day of the week. Now, is it
भाई
over?
Chronicle, Red Gear, Nats.
And
कौन
chances
कौन था
dashed
भूल
by
गया.
this brand new composition that looks so good. It looks
वो
creative.
उनकी केमिस्ट्री
It
बहुत
looks
अच्छी
like
थी भाई.
it's
वो
on
सारे
money.
रशियन में
It's
बात
given
करते
out for
थे.
that real resurgence
अपना
here.
मस्त वो करते रहते थे. इंग्लिश नहीं बोलनी पड़ती थी.
One of his cages gone.
भाई वो
7 in
काफी
a
टाइम
row
से साथ
needed
खेल
for
रहे हैं.
RRQ, and Alpha's waiting on the other side.
3 players, 3 bodies to try and drop. So far, they make it past the first hurdle. But he's
What
not
a
missing
shot,
now.
Alpha.
Alpha stepping up to a new level here. Crazy guy, Cushy, Xfero, that's all that they've got to bank on. And Cushy's a mile away. Position noted. He's got the spike too. If he goes down, that could be just done for. But no, they don't swing into
Defo,
it.
हाँ,
They play this
Defo.
cautiously.
Ooh.
They play it right.
Taking their time.
OG Jet.
Slowly but
Gambits
surely.
का.
Flash needs to be perfect. It ain't gonna do the job. They're waiting, and Kayak there. It's been a 1-2 punch the whole time. It's either Kayak or Alpha. And Xfero has to face the music. It is done.
Shadows, हाँ हाँ यही पांच थे Chronicles, Red Gear, Defo, Shadows और Snatch.
In the lower bracket is not been an easy
Voted team,
road for
bhai.
them, and the road ahead does not get any easier. But they can be happy of getting the win today. Worked hard for it. And on the other side, we see an RRQ that had no response to all of
Alpha
this.
was.
That map 2 is what I'm thinking of when I think of RRQ. The showing on Haven, what they can do with that double duelist, Moniet, and Jenkin. But what a showing from Fnatic.
Yeah, and
True.
while we wait for this one, obviously, all good sportsmanship here.
I think RRQ was the worst team.
But for RRQ, you can see the potential, but finding it consistently in stages like this is the next layer up for them. First time stepping out to a stage of this caliber, they still did do well. We saw the moments there on Haven. They just could not find it in the others.
Here's the thing, they were playing yesterday. Both of these teams played and lost yesterday. Fnatic even had that very long pause. So they got home very, very late. This is not something that was cooked from one day to the other.
And for them, a massive relief to make it through that, shaking off the chance of that Shanghai nightmare reoccurring. And you can see them taking themselves down the stage there towards the fans. And in a moment's time, we'll pass it over to Jen Lee, who'll be standing by for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe even joined by Boaster. So as soon as that's ready, we'll be jumping down
Red
to
Gear,
it.
Red Gear Navi
Again,
gaya
a
tha na.
moment for them to give them a good bit of hope here, because that third map, they had to bring out the big guns, right? You needed an Alpha performing, and to put him in that role after Haven, that was dangerous.
I cannot wait to see what the rest of
Giants,
the play teams are going to do. Jen Lee is ready, so let's throw it over to the Verizon post-match interview.
ये टीम तो OP थी भाई. Chronicle, Shadows, Red Gear, Defo, Nats. Damn, bro. Chronicle plus 17. While they lost. Shadows plus 14.
Jake? He's busy. Turn around. There's a camera for you. Yeah. Alright, so complete bounce
Chronicle
back
plus
for you guys.
25.
This is the mental reset that you guys needed.
Yeah, you know, we had
भाई Chronicle हमेशा से beast है
I
भाई.
I need shorts for this event.
Plus 14. Nats plus 31.
But no, I just think we know that how good we are and what our capabilities are. We just have to show it and believe it. And I think, especially the third map,
भाई Chronicles कभी negative गया है आज तक?
Question?
Yes. Okay, let's talk about the creativity that you brought to the table. Completely reinvented Ascent.
Bro, this guy never goes negative.
Whimsical comp.
I mean, there's the deadlock.
By Chronicle greatest, bhai.
And we were like, we played that one before, but there was also like a vice, the idea of a vice chamber, and I think the chamber put Alpha chamber, Kayak on Yuri, and we've got two really aggressive style players who like getting picked. So I don't know, it just kind of, we just went for it. And honestly, it wasn't going well. I swear down, but it suddenly clicked, like we did some good focus on it, and it was doing all right. We screwed up the Vita versus Gen G, I think. Damn it!
The Vito's. Okay. You guys are the last EMEA team alive in this tournament. Do you feel like that adds pressure to you, or no?
Nah, not really. I don't think we see it as like we're EMEA's final hope, even though that's kind of a cool story. We're just here trying to get some wins that event, trying to lift a trophy, and if we end up doing it for EMEA, that's kind of hype. And yeah, so be it. But I think we're just here trying to enjoy an event. Everyone here is sick. I like the format actually, with people standing up behind us. That's quite fun.
Yeah, I know.
क्या टाइम हो गया ना FPX से, Gambit से,
Lastly though,
Liquid से हम जैसी सड़ी हुई टीमें देखनी पड़ती है. RRQ,
you know, we
XLG, Edward, EDG कहाँ है?
Hunger to be the great person, and also to be #1 in the world. So what do you think it's gonna take you to reach the top once again in this tournament?
Well, I think I need to know how to shoot. I think that would help. I do struggle a bit on some maps. The Haven today, I don't know what happened.
ये level था Valorant का. Sentinels बाप, Navi बाप.
But I think
भाई उसे V1 बाप, C9 बाप.
And that's always something I want to improve
100 Thieves.
And the atmosphere. But I think if,
ये की कौन सी थी? Optic,
Envy, I need to be
Loud.
able
और अब देखो भैंस क्या सुअर से
I'm not saying like I need superstar rounds or carrying, but I need to get the frags that I'm expecting to get, like the easy ones. So that's going to be my goal. And
it does
we want to win this one.
Right, thank you so much. Collect some heads in the next game. I'll let you get back to selfies. Well, what an incredible Valorant action we just witnessed. Tune in for more tomorrow with the upper
भाई Optic तो बाप थी. Optic तो सबसे crazy team थी.
Be disappointed.
Since
और हमें क्या सुअर वाली टीमें देखनी पड़ती
We're going to bring his other half here on the desk as well. Austin Crashies Roberts, welcome back to the global stage.
Thank you.
How's it been so far?
It's honestly amazing, especially in NA. Just feels like so special for me and so surreal. So I'm just happy to be back.
Do you feel a difference in terms of how the fans and the audience are treating you
सही में
compared to all the
Jet
previous events you've been to?
Chamber से पहले
Because
Jet.
in the EMEA they love you, as
जब
you
वो
know, and it
थी
seems the storyline.
मैं उसका वो देख रहा था.
Yeah, I mean it just shows like how much support Fnatic has as a whole.
क्या नाम है
Like,
उसका?
I'm really thankful for all the fans. Like I try and hype them.
FNS का वो देख रहा था एक stream clip. उसमें बोलता है जब हमने जेट को लिया था ना एनवी में, जब हमने ये को लिया था, मैंने बोला एफएनएस ने बोला था अब कोई हमें नहीं हरा सकता, और फिर उन्हें कभी कोई नहीं हरा पाया.
So I'm not gonna like say what I think. So I just leave it up to the coaches and Jake, whatever he thinks is best. But yeah, I think yesterday was a close series. I think it showed us like kind of the level we can be at if we play 100%. So yeah, I mean, props to Gen G, they played good, but it gave us a good run for our money.
All right, I got some hee-hee-ha questions coming up, so I'll let you take some of the in-game stuff because there was a round where, even though Vans was supporting
comeback करने की कोशिश कर रहा है भाई.
Hold on, let's take it back. Hold on, let's take it back a step. I know I was supporting RRQ, but that's because I have crazy guy from Vietnam playing. But Austin, you remember, right? You always used to support you. Remember the interviews we had in 2021 when you were playing for Together We're Terrific and you said, Vansile, I always love the support that you've given me. I still got that, bro. Give that dollar, come on.
Plus 15, holy fuck, yeah.
Fake. You did not win this.
65 kills.
Crazy guy. But there was a round on a 10. I think after that,
100
maybe
thieves.
You started switching.
Yeah, plus 3. I mean, he's performing good.
17. Talk us through this, Vance.
Yeah, it was just basically, it seems like just in general here, Crashies, everybody rallied around Alpha here. I think Bolster was talking about this double initiator, or double sentinel comp, sorry. Bringing out the chamber was probably the best suit for Alpha here, and exactly that. Getting a nasty 4K
Bro.
and then everybody's just standing behind here.
You haven't seen this because you were alive.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Enjoy this clip. Yeah.
Jeez. Look how nasty that is. But after every single round, I see Bolster standing up, rallying behind Alpha here. It seems as though he was the one really wanting to push us over into a dominant victory.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we have hype moments, especially with the NA crowd, I try and get them on our side and try and hype them up. Like, it's just a special moment to like have so many fans and people support us. So when Alpha pops off like that, or anyone for that matter, I'll always try and hype them up and get the crowd with us. So
that brings me to the hee-hee-ha-ha question. First of all, how is it okay now for Alpha to stand up? Because I think you broke the curse against Gen G. You know, he stood up and you didn't lose the very next round. But today, I think you were giving Fnatic fans some heart attacks. Every time you stood up, there was a bit of a, oh no.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this narrative is with Alpha standing up. We always try and stand up whenever we can. I don't care, but yeah.
So when all of you said Alpha sit down in the grand finals in EMEA, that didn't happen.
Okay, honestly, that was true. That was true. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, he broke the curse.
Yeah, we did.
Next question. Where was the celebration? Where was the post-game celebration?
We're going to blame our coaches on that one. We were ready. We were prepared. We choreographed everything. Everything was ready to go except one prop.
Oh, no.
So we'll just have to save it.
Okay,
save it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Save it for the next game you play, and then we'll see the good old Fnatic celebration coming back in. But for now, however, we have to say goodbye to XLG and our
Sentinels versus PaperX, Wolves versus Gen G.
Now, Crashies, you didn't get a chance to play against XLG, but you did go up against an old enemy, Xferrer. He used to be called Teboto. How much was that in your brain? Do you remember the Breeze?
I do remember the Breeze.
who plays? Wolves or Genji play Fnatic?
Like chat pretty friendly. I definitely remember him from those days, dropping 40 on my head. So yeah, I knew I couldn't underestimate him.
If anything, I want to give a shout out to XLG and RQ as well. I mean, they still got their #1 seed in their own region.
G2 versus Fnatic could be an option.
Event, Paper X and Gen G to get to this moment, and also play now Fnatic.
GG's, I guess. GG's. Guys, tomorrow. Peace.